Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Somerset and Worcestershire. Just so you know, there's an outstanding cricket museum located behind the Ondarchi Pavilion, and it's open now and will be open in the intervals, lunch and tea. The other thing I'd like to mention, it is absolutely free to get in and well worth a visit. Ladies and gentlemen, can I draw your attention to what's being projected on the board at the moment? A date for your diary, Friday the 8th of August. Somerset will play Durham in a Metro Bank one-day fixture. It will also be a beer and cider festival. On the following Sunday, August the 10th, Somerset, Lancashire, the focus will be a family fun day. And Sunday the 17th of August, a week later, Somerset will play Warwickshire, and that will see the 150th birthday party for the club. In connection with the 150th anniversary, an anniversary book is now available in the Somerset County Sports Shop. It retails at £25 and contributors include Lord Ian Bowden, Brian Rose, Vic Marks, John Cleese, Marcus Truscothick, Anya Subsel, Josh Butler and many more. There is also commemorative equipment available in the club shop.
Wowza. Next that white one. Cheers.
Membership for the season 2025 is now on sale. For more information, you can go to the website or pop into reception in the Marcus Truscothick Pavilion. The other thing I'd like to mention is if you've paid for a ticket today to come in, you can go to reception and that will be discounted from a membership for the season, which means you could see all the action at the Cooper Associates County Ground this summer and save yourself £25. For more information, visit reception in the Marcus Truscothick Pavilion. Can I mention the fact that an outstanding Sunday Carvery lunch is set to return to the Coopers Associates County Ground this Easter? We will be offering a new introductory price. Join us on Sunday, April the 20th and enjoy an excellent roast dinner at the Southwest's most iconic venue. A one-course Carvery is priced at $14.75, two-course Carvery $18.75, And if you'd like 3 courses, that's £22.75. For more information, visit the website or go to reception in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Today's match sponsor is Everyone Active. With more than 230 centres nationwide, with a wide range of activities and facilities, you're sure to find an Everyone Active site near to you. Part of Sports and Leisure Management Limited, Everyone Active are the longest established leisure contractor in the UK, having been formed in 1987. Everyone Active are passionate about being active and staying healthy, and they want their members to be too. Whether it's a state-of-the-art gym equipment, excellent sports facilities, Swim England accredited swimming programs, or just fun activities for children, their centres aim to offer something for the entire community to enjoy. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our professional commercial partners. Our principal county championship partner is WPA Health Insurance. We're also again pleased to be working with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, in 2025. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants, with their head office very close to the ground in St James's Street, Taunton. We'd also like to thank Trade Nation, Brown & Brown Insurance Services and Virtue. Here at Somerset, we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game. If you witness it, challenge it, call it out. Here at Somerset, you can report any issue or concern by alerting the steward or by texting SCCC to 66777.
How are you? Where did you eat? Yeah. How was it? Yeah. Really? How come? Really? Did you all go there? How good is it? So funny. Not really, but it's
Good morning and welcome to day 2 here in the Rothesay County Championship, Somerset versus Worcester. It was an intriguing day 1. Somerset finished the day with a 33-run lead. An excellent partnership between Tom Abel and Tom Banton of 101 really did solidify Somerset's dominance on day 1. But you have to say Casey Aldridge's spell of Fifer was really the changing point in the momentum of the game. The pitch, I don't really need to dwell on it too much. It's a fantastic cricket pitch. If you bat well, there are runs to be had. But there is a little bit of nip on offer, and it looked like it quickened up throughout the day. So I foresee that not really changing a great deal on day 2. But with Tom Banton in the 80s already, will he chalk off a magnificent century? He looked an absolute $1 million, and the Somerset fans that will continue long into day 2. Right, we're very lucky this morning to have a trio of star performers here. Craig Overton, obviously, summarise the day for yourself.
A bit rusty to start with, but yeah, obviously grew into it, and the pitch sort of quickened up a little bit, which sort of helped the sort of senior taller guys. So it was good to sort of bowl up 150, and hopefully boys have flattened out a little bit, and we can sort of get a few more runs and sort of bowl out today.
So even a bowler that's been around the block, played international cricket, those first sessions, the first game of the season, a few nerves in the system?
Yeah, there always is, yeah. Obviously, start of a new year, you always want to be doing well, so it was just a little bit rusty, and nothing prepares you for that first game, even pre-season game. So yeah, it's a little bit rusty, but nice to get into it, sort of into the groove soon after lunch.
Well, a lovely little 3-for to end the day, and the star man of the day. Case, you look like you were in the field at slip, champing at the bit to get your first spell, and you certainly made the most of that.
Yeah, it was a good day, wasn't it? I think sun's out, the crowd was good, a lot of people out, so yeah, to start hot was pretty pleasing.
Now at lunchtime I was in the Colin Atkinson, and then Andy Caddick was crediting himself with your spell. Have you been doing a little bit of work with Caddy?
I speak to him every now and then, yeah. It was obviously very helpful. I watched a couple of videos back of him the other day, and it looked like he got some rockets as well. So obviously having him in the corner as well is obviously helpful. But yeah, the star man's next to me, I think. So. Well,
it's not a bad thing that there were murmurs up in the press box that there was some Andy Caddick-esque deliveries out there, and that is one hell of a compliment. And Curbs, you're with the guys day in, day out. How pleased were you the way the guys fought back? It was a real tough hour, and then to blow Worcester away in the 150s, tremendous effort.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, just the fight of the whole group, not just the bowling group, the way they backed it up in the field. It just says everything about the attitude of the whole group. And actually a special mention should really go to JD. I mean, his spell to start with, he didn't get the rewards yesterday, but bringing people to that forward defensive is what we've been measuring, what we'll be measuring all the way through the year. And if he keeps doing that, he'll get his rewards as well. And it's because he bowled so well that obviously Casey was able to, then to capitalise. So it's always a team that we're about, and it's just about making sure that we recognise odd moments as well.
Well, a collective of nasty fasties and one of the fastiest bowling coaches as well. Somerset are in good shape for 2025.
Good morning everyone, welcome to, or welcome back to, if you were with us yesterday, the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. The sun is shining. I'd like to say it's really warm. It's not quite warmed up to yesterday's levels yet. It's a little bit windy. I don't know why I'm leading on a weather forecast, because we've got some cricket to play. Players are on their way out. Sam Dowling here alongside Charlie Taylor. Day 2 of Somerset versus Worcestershire, the opening day, or the opening game in fact, of this year's county championship. And Somerset in a decent position, 187 for 4. They lead by 33 runs, having bowled Worcestershire out for 154 yesterday. Tom Banton will resume unbeaten on 84. James Rew on 70. Morning, Charlie. How are you?
Oh, morning, Sam. What a morning. What a first game the week that we've got. Oh, glorious. I know you started with the weather forecast there. It's worth mentioning, isn't it? Trying to think back to some of the other first games that we've had of the season, and we've been wrapped up against the wind and rain and freezing cold, and here we are. Yeah, as you say, it's not quite as warm as yesterday, but still a glorious first week of the season. What a way to welcome back Championship cricket. And a great day. It was a good day for Somerset, but just a great day of cricket all round, I thought, yesterday. Some great skill on show, brilliant momentum swings. I put on social media last night about the fact that Worcestershire actually looked quite good in the first hour. You think, well, here we go, we've got a game in our hands. First hour of the first game, you think the bowlers will be on top, but it wasn't to be, and then things fell apart for them. Some good bowling, excellent spell from Casey Aldridge.
Oh, how good was he?
Really good. Really good. Had a bit of a tough time of it last season. Not that he struggled, but he never quite, he thought, hit his straps after the game at Kidderminster, which was early doors, these two meeting there. But, yeah, looking fantastic.
Funnily, he said after his interview afterwards that he didn't feel that good in that opening spell, but because, as he said, it's first game of the season for them. So while you can go for all your warm-ups, you play your warm-up games, but actually there's nothing quite like being chucked the ball in a competitive game of cricket in April. But I think he did a pretty good job. Tommy Taylor, who did a pretty good job for Worcestershire yesterday, actually pick of their bowlers, a couple of wickets, is going to start. James Rew has today's first runs, flicks it down to fine leg. Not a cloud in the sky here, decent crowd in on Saturday, very good crowd yesterday, 2,000 plus. It looked, brilliant. Charlie, having a peek at social media, like there were good crowds everywhere. I think they had a few thousand in at Chelmsford, 3,000 or 4,000 at Lords, people very excited. Crickmas, as Harry Everett calls it. Are you in with that? Is that Harry Everett-ism?
I can get on board with Crickmas Day being the first day of the season, but I think there you draw a line under it.
So
this is not Boxing
Day.
No.
So this is not the Boxing Day County Championship.
I think you've got to sort of draw a line.
Okay.
And say we move on from that fairly swiftly.
Why not?
Crickmas Eve and Crickmas Day I can live with.
Okay.
We mentioned Casey Aldridge looking good. This man on strike now also had a very good day yesterday.
He's having a very good 12, 13 months, isn't he, Tom Banton? Looks like a player who's completely worked his game out. Knows exactly what he needs to do. Triggs was saying yesterday, his combined talent with hard work and what has already been a very bright career. I mean, the future looks even brighter for him. It just looks at ease, doesn't it? 84 he's got. Didn't really look in any trouble yesterday at any point.
Well, he picked up where he left off last season. Obviously, he was injured right at the end of the season. That's a nice shot.
Beautiful.
What a way to open your account for the day.
Yeah, moved to 88. Drives it past cover. Despairing dive. And in fact, it's not Tommy Taylor, is it? It's Matthew Waite. Is it? Well, the scoreboard's got it wrong, but it's 12, isn't it? That's Tom Taylor.
Yep.
It is Tom Taylor, isn't it? Yeah. Come on, Polly. Sorry, I know Amy's probably watching as well, criticising Polly Rhodes. It's like blasphemy around here. You're an Impact sub today, by the way, Charlie, aren't you? Got a late call.
Yeah. Last minute call up. Basically we get the rota through for the season, and there's some days you can do, some days you can't. So you sort of offer up swapsies. So I offered up some swaps for July when I'm on holiday, and I said, this is weeks and weeks ago. Talk about a month ago probably. And I said, Harry, any chance you could swap me maybe for the 5th of April? I can do the 5th. Never got back to me. Last night, 8:30. Oh yeah, about that date you're interested in doing. I can still swap that if you want. We talk about tomorrow, Harry. So, yeah.
Did you set a deadline though on the swap?
No, I didn't.
Right.
I didn't set a deadline.
Right,
no, because I just thought a month ago. I thought, well, he'll get back to me, and if he can't do it, then he won't. And I assumed he couldn't. But luckily, didn't have any plans today. In fact, my plan was to either come here or spend the day watching the live stream.
So you're getting paid
I'm
to
getting
do
paid
what you
to
would have
do it,
done anyway. So
yeah, exactly. So I couldn't say no. So yes, it was a bit of a last minute thing, because I think the last thing you said when you signed off was same 3 tomorrow. Be us 3 here tomorrow. And then it isn't. And here I am. So
it isn't. Harry is around though.
Yeah, he's
around.
He's around.
Because there's lunch vouchers on offer.
Yeah.
Harry will be around at that point, I expect. First over of day 2 down. 192 for 4. Banton picked up that beautiful boundary. So he's on 88. James Rew is on 18. Good morning to all of you on the live stream. By the way, good numbers on the live stream yesterday. Some good interaction, so we'll keep an eye on the comments. Again, how Amy is in there. It's having a look. Yeah, scorer is rusty as well, maybe, yeah. But it is the first game of the season. I think she did update it. Tommy Taylor's name did appear, so don't worry, Amy. We're pleased with Polly again. I'm going to see Polly as well at some point today. She's the other side of the ground.
Yeah, that is one of the changes which has happened. A bit sad, isn't it, that we're split up from the scorer's box. Used to be next to us. We've got BBC.
No chance of Polly doing the rain signal today, though, I don't think.
No. No, we really have been blessed at the start of the 2025 County Championship. All games across the country should get 4 days of cricket in. I was going to say should get results, but that's...
A draw is a result.
A draw is a result.
It's a result, isn't it?
Yeah, a draw is a result, but I mean, it should be uninhibited by the rain. On strike now. Just defending that one.
This is Matthew Waite.
Well, he batted nicely.
Good player.
Yeah. Yeah, to make the breakthrough for him, though, in this innings. 7 overs yesterday with 2 maidens, 0 for 26. His figures. That's one thing I noticed is that Somerset did score a fairly good rate yesterday, despite the fact they lost those early wickets. Around about 4 and over, which is not bad rate. Helps having Banton there for a long time. He doesn't take a lot of time over his scoring, does he? He does tend to move pretty quickly. I guess he's, we've seen him in white ball cricket, how quickly he can score there. He's brought some of that to red ball, doesn't score as quickly, but definitely doesn't hang around. Just meant that Somerset were able to overtake that score from Worcestershire yesterday, as Rew gets a bit of a inside edge on that one.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much about Banton. I don't want to be hyperbolic and sing his praises. I might do in 12 runs time, or 11 runs time if you're celebrating 99s, which I've got a tendency to do.
I did notice that got mentioned on the comments yesterday on the live stream, yeah. Well, if you like your 11 times table, then why not?
I'm big on it.
Yeah.
There he is in the back of the box, look, Mr. Everett.
Of course.
I think he's found himself some other... I think he's doing football today.
From the cricket ground.
What a terrible human.
Yeah. Way in. Forced push there from...
what games have you got today, H?
From Rew.
It's on Cheltenham Doncaster at lunchtime. Donny doing all right, aren't they? No doubt Harry will manage to do that while watching the highlights of some T10 competition in a far-flung corner of the world.
Wait, he starts sort of crouched, doesn't he? Arms flailing behind him. Leave from left-handed Rew.
It's a very economical run-up. It sort of reminds me, and I'm not talking about the pace, but of the Mark Wood style. Just 6 or 7 paces.
Very much so. Very much so.
Angular arms. The effort comes in the delivery stride, right?
Yeah, which can cause issues as well. They really are throwing everything into that delivery stride.
That's how I used to bowl, but it was more of a shuffle in. It was less fluent.
Very much, very much the Mark Wood bowler.
The delivery stride was.
I've heard that in the club scene around Taunton. Another defensive shot.
They used to get
ended that over.
Good compliments for the pace to run up ratio was good. The
ball pace to run up.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
No, that was good.
Oh, right, okay.
Compared to the speed of the run up and the number of paces. I never marked it out. It just, as I got through a spell, it would just get slightly longer and there'd be a bit more fluency to it. But you're relying on bowling well early there, because if you don't get any sort of confidence, you're in trouble. I stood behind up at Durham. Mark Wood was having a bowl last season.
Oh yeah.
I think it was Stuart Pointer as Tommy Taylor comes in. Stuart Pointer, who used to played a bit for MCC Young Cricketers, played a bit for Durham, played a bit for Ireland, I think. So he was a keeper. He's on the staff up at Durham, and he was keeping to it. And these balls were flying through like over his head. You just think, how on earth are you reacting to that?
No, we often talk about batters facing up against those really quick bowlers, but the wicket keepers there at both ends, every ball. No, if you got pace serious pace at both ends. God, would not want like the international squads often do.
Fuller
Pushed out.
driven straight to cover.
Yeah, that was a tempter, wasn't it? And Banton nearly made the most of it. Wasn't able to find a gap.
Just doesn't look bothered, does he? Walks away. Gathers his thoughts again. And not bothered, by the way, that's not a negative, as in he doesn't look flustered is probably a better word.
His mindset was the real key, I think, last season, wasn't it? Obviously his technique and everything, we knew he had that, but that red ball mindset.
Very solid in defence as well. So a couple of slips in the field. There's a third, fine leg. I wonder what Worcestershire's plan is this morning. It's a difficult one for them because these two are set. Oliveira, the skipper, is at mid-on having a chat to Matthew Waite right now. They're both smiling. Trying to get that ball to do something. It's 50 overs old now, so it's a while before the second new ball is available. Saw a couple of overs of Oliveira yesterday. Not much of young Hindley, left arm wrist spinner. They need to do something. They can't just allow these two to bat for the next 25-30 overs. The only two fielders are out are Dan at third and fine. A couple of slips for Banton on 88, which is aggressive. I feel like Tommy Taylor's going to be the man if there is going to be someone who stands up and makes something happen. Taylor looked the most likely. Too straight. Banton's tucked that off his hips. Is there going to be a chase on and an unsuccessful one? Down at fine leg, Banton moved into the 90s. Set on to 196. Tom Banton got up to around hip height. He's a tall man, but he just flicked it very easily. In complete control of that shot.
And that's the frustration, especially with a man who hasn't got all that many hundreds. He built up a few, obviously, last season. You don't want to gift him a century here. Overnight on 84, he's done the hard work. 16 runs away from it. And so far, we've seen that nice drive shot, haven't we, through the covers? Okay. The ball was there to be hit, and he did it well. But that was 4 easy runs. Didn't look in much trouble yesterday either. Didn't see all of his innings because I was a bit busy yesterday, but from what I watched in the evening,
end of the over, 51 gone. 196 before that lead stretches to 42. Somerset in a strong position. They'll want to push on. I wonder what they'd have been looking at. I mean, you can't plan these things too much because it's sport and it doesn't always tend to go. Well, it doesn't tend to go to plan very often at all. But they'd have sat down and been thinking, right, big lead, maybe have a go at them again a little bit later on today in an ideal world. Need a couple of hundred.
well, the good news for them is the weather forecast. They haven't got to try and, if they're desperate to get a result against this side, they sort of smell blood here, potential for a win. They're going to have the time to do that, so they haven't got to try and force the issue too hard. They've got themselves in this position now. What are they, 42 ahead? So with 6 wickets in hand, you feel like take the rest of the day batting if you want. Build up a big lead. Obviously there's some big wickets already down for Somerset. Abel will be frustrated with how he got out yesterday. It was a real shame after a well-worked half-century. Literally the next ball. It's worth saying this is just clipped off his hip for a single to Rew, so he moves on to 19.
What's worth saying?
Worcestershire will feel like a couple of wickets, and they should, those breakthroughs should help them out getting through the tail, but
bat all the way down though, don't they?
They really do.
That's the problem that Worcestershire face.
And they've got to get one of these two out first, and we know, well, Banton showed us last season what he can do. We know Rew from that previous year could easily stay there a long time.
I tell you what, I forgot to call you H. Did call you H. Tell you what, Charlie.
Careful.
I think it's raining up in Nottingham. Match start delayed.
Is it really? I was under the impression the whole country was bathed in glorious sunshine today. Not in the East Midlands.
Could be another reason. All I've got on my app is delayed.
Delayed.
No umpires. There's many reasons for the delay. Rain would be the most likely.
No umpires is quite rare in the county championship, isn't it? Happens at club cricket sometimes.
Imagine.
Lower levels.
Who would you send out to umpire, do you reckon? If that happened here, right?
Yeah. What, from the crowd?
Well, no.
From the staff?
No, because you have to go. Has to be one of the players, doesn't it? Really.
Yeah.
Okay. So if Paul Pollard and Martin Saggers woke up this morning for some reason, drove to Worcestershire rather than they went to New Road and they had temporary amnesia or something. So which players would you send out or coaches?
So they've probably been put up in a hotel in Taunton, but both of them independently think.
No, they went together. It was a joint mistake together. They went in one car because they can both claim the mileage then.
Okay.
Keep her up to the stumps.
So who's not playing who probably fancies themselves as a bit of an umpire?
You can be playing. Well, because you've got people that are in and out.
Yeah.
But Tom Abel, I think, would take it very seriously.
Yeah.
He'd probably be a good candidate.
Definitely. I reckon he's probably number one.
I wonder if any of them are qualified umpires.
Current
players, yeah, or staff, or coaching staff. Just in case Martin Saggers drives to the wrong ground.
I think there'd be calls about the integrity of the competition if Tom Abel started umpiring this game. Oohs and ahs there from the Worcestershire team.
Is Harry Everett a qualified umpire? You had to think about that. It's a yes or no question. Not officially.
Not
so
officially.
No.
What does that actually mean? Yeah, I'll turn up. I've got a white coat at home.
Not official.
But not officially, no. He says he's you're too trigger happy. He says he's terrible. What? Not trigger happy enough. He prefers scoring. I quite like umpiring when I do it at a very, very low level.
I'm with Harry on that because you just feel like you can't really do the right thing.
You're never going to please. They
used to send us out as like 13-year-olds. I think, why am I under this pressure? I'm not going to give out one of my senior teammates who I'm scared of, am I? So
I have no such qualms in when I'm umpiring. Obviously, my team are batting.
Taylor around the wicket, left alone by Rew. Yeah, I used to play a lot with a friend's dad. He's called Mike, but he's an ex-Marine. So I'm not giving him out. No. And then the oppo having a go at me. This is a beautiful delivery from Taylor. Just nips back. It's a good leave from James Rew. Coming really wide of the crease. What is almost a standard way these days. Right-handed seamer around the wicket to left-hander, just shaping it back in. Or the natural angle back in, maybe trying to move it away. Got 3 slips in for Rew as well. Thomas Rew to umpire. It's a good shout. Shane Berger is another shout we've had.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Shane Berger would be excellent, actually. You wouldn't argue with Shane Berger. He's a lovely, softly spoken man, but there's a glint in his eye. If he looked at you, that would be enough to...
Well, he's also coming from a batting point of view, so you've got to bear in mind, haven't you?
Cut away by Rew. Beautiful shot. 3 slips and a point that's gone right in between them all the way along the ground. No one down at third. Somerset have passed 200, I believe. Yes. 201 for 4. I missed that in the winter, the knowledgeable claps of cricket crowds.
So many things over the winter that you miss of these sorts of days, and yeah, that's nice, isn't it? I like the just wandering around the ground while play's happening and listening to just overhearing a few snippets of conversations about team selection or about form or captain's decisions. I'm not sure to put him on there. Get him coming around the wicket. That kind of just little Everyone's little point of view like that.
It's the beauty of sport, isn't it? Everyone has an opinion. So a couple of shouts. Can Triggs umpire? Triggs has no interest in umpiring whatsoever. Tractor's not a bad shout, but apparently sprinkler trouble at Trent Bridge. So it's not it's water based. But they can't turn the sprinklers off.
I had seen the forecast and it was very good everywhere.
So it is due to a wet outfield.
Sprinkler trouble. So is it completely switched on then? What?
Because a lot of them need
more details.
It's modern, isn't it? They're all built into the ground, and they can, particularly somewhere like Trent Bridge, and they just can't turn them off. Someone's hidden the remote control. Dave Bracegirdle's running around with the remote control.
No, I've got a feeling Dave Bracegirdle would really not like it. He would. I imagine if you're
chuntering right now,
if you're listening right now, he is having a big old go at whatever's going on here.
Flick to a lovely shot from James Rew, over pitched in towards his legs. He's gone wide of Matthew Waiter mid-on. Picks up another boundary. His second of the over. Nice way to end the over. He moves on to 27. Somerset on to 205 for 4. Loved that, didn't you?
Oh, do you know what? 6 months and I haven't seen anything like that in the flesh, and there we go. Because I wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't. Although I was watching it on the live stream, didn't see those. That's lovely, though. Nice to be back.
Lovely.
Nice to be back. Seeing James Rew just clip it through mid-wicket like that.
The engine room, as you might call it, is looking good for Somerset.
Yeah, it's well oiled, isn't it?
Well oiled.
Yeah, it's been recently serviced.
Abel, Banton, Rew.
Yeah, it's that top order that. Okay, we've obviously only seen them once this season, so it's very early, too early to make any calls yet. But that last season as well, issues there.
I saw a stat from Dan Kingdom. Hang on, I'm going to get it up because it was interesting.
He is an excellent stat man.
He's a stat man. Did a lot of singing on the live stream yesterday. I don't know why I've decided to do that this year.
Well, you're a happy man. Is that fatherhood? Are you sort of singing a lot to your little one? Oh, he's found a little gap, has he? No, not quite. Not for a single.
I do sing a lot to her, actually. Apparently it's good for kids because actually it's good for them learning the language because the words are slower when you're singing the song to them. So I got a couple of little songs. She loves Hakuna Matata. I can get her laughing with a little verse of Hakuna Matata. I don't know what the actual song is, but you know, I sing that to her with her name in, and she loves it.
It's honey, honey, isn't it? Sugar. She likes that one, does she?
Yeah.
Oh.
With her little name in it.
Bless her. Taught her all the Newcastle United chants yet? Yeah, I thought you would have done. Inside edgy, but there'll be another run there.
Yeah, my wife gets annoyed because I just randomly burst. I mean, I am prone to randomly bursting into song, but there's a song Newcastle fans sing about Sunderland, and there's like verses in it. So things like, got Steve Cram, celebrity fan. So things like that, I just burst into it. So why are you teaching me? Right, more importantly, I've now lost a stat.
Oh, good.
So Sean Dixon and Archie Vaughan yesterday, became Somerset's 24th opening partnership in first-class cricket since the retirement of Trez in 2019.
24 different partnerships, wow. What's happened there? Just confused Tom Banton a bit.
It's also Somerset's 8th opening partnership in first-class cricket since the start of last season. I think, 14 games? So 8 in 15. That's not settled, is it?
We're at sort of Strauss retirement territory, aren't we, for England? Ooh, it's just hit his leg there, or is it the bat?
Well, he's got some more stats. It doesn't get any better.
Because there was all that big thing, wasn't it, when Strauss went? And then Trescothick went. And or vice versa, and
Trez went first.
Yeah, and then England just they couldn't find that.
Everyone partnered us.
Yeah, and Strauss was there, and it was who's going to partner Strauss? And then Cook arrived, and then Strauss left, and then suddenly you've got a similar sort of thing going.
Everett's got to fancy his chances of opening in the county championship at some point this season, isn't he?
Everett, God.
Yeah. If it keeps going this way, we're talking about sort of Game 9. Well, by the time we get to those July Championship games, I think Everett could have an opening berth.
I really, really hope that position has been sewn up. And I think Vaughan and Dixon can do it. I think Vaughan showed at the end of last season what he can do. We know Dixon is a quality player. That hasn't really been shown in red ball cricket for Somerset yet in now his 3rd season. Funnily enough, he was brought in for red ball cricket, wasn't he? But if anything, he's proved himself in the white ball.
Been superb in the red ball. He's captain.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't have won the Blast without
trophy. No.
Sean Dixon.
Well, didn't he top? I'm trying to think. Didn't he top score in the semi last year and both semi and final in 2023? I mean that. 3 out of the 4 games Somerset played at finals day, he's top scored in the last 2 years. Right?
Class.
Yeah. And you're right, Somerset wouldn't have won those games really without him. Any of those games, actually, I don't think.
It's nice to be right once in a while.
Yeah. Well, I'll always let you know when it happens, but
I do wish that Harry would get an appearance. That would be one of my life's aims for him. Like to have a look at Tom Banton's.
What, a bit like when they brought Trez on at the end of his career to come and do some slip fielding.
94 unbeaten from 121 in like a friendly or a charity game or something. I would love to see it because I don't think there'd be a happier man.
Nope.
In life ever.
Walking off, naught, run out, not faced. Oh yeah, like Archie Vaughan on his debut. Yeah, that was it.
Tom Banton on 94, 1 hit away.
1 hit away. Come on, Sam. He's not going to go for 6, surely.
Opens that up. Is he going to come back for 2? No, he's not. Just a single.
1 hit away. What are you doing?
Well, he's 1 hit away.
I know, but he's not. He hasn't hit 6 in the innings, has he?
No, you just had the wagon wheel up for about 10 minutes, Charlie. Tom Kohler-Cadmore did it.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, didn't he? Waited overnight.
Yes, and then smashed one for
first ball down the ground.
Yep.
He was around yesterday. Saw him in his tracksuit box.
Oh yeah.
Don't know why. Just his initials. I wasn't sure if it was him because he does a different hairstyle every time I see him.
What's his hair doing?
Sort of Mohican-y.
Oh yeah.
It's quite long and free.
Long and free.
Long and free. Tucked away by Rew. I think that'll just be 1 as well.
Yeah. It's good. There's a good start from Somerset. These two move the score up to 210 already. Rew on 29. Banton, as Sam mentioned, just 1 hit away.
Still 1 hit away.
Still 1 hit away. I mean, he's he's going to be 1 hit away for the next 4 runs.
.95 he's got from 122 balls.
Yeah, that's a good rate.
Without really taking a risk. Still 2 slips in. That's gone fine, but there is a fielder down there, so I think it will just be 1. Morning to all you Worcestershire fans, by the way, on the live stream. Brilliant to have you with us too. Did have a bit of Ashley Giles up here yesterday. I love going to Worcestershire, love going to New Road. Will be later on in the season actually, a few times. Bit of a
good for you.
I'm doing the PA actually for their T20s. So Harry and I have got a crash course. He's going to teach me how to do the public address system.
Sam is going to be whipping up a storm at New Road.
Trying his luck from the Troscoffic end.
I think Harry got a bit. Did you get some flack for that, didn't you? Harry was put on the PA last season, wasn't it? And I can't remember what game was it. The Durham, that's right. It was Baz Deleda.
I thought he was good value. I thought it was funny.
And Harry said instead of from the Marcus Troscoffic Pavilion end, use the terminology trying his luck, as if he's some part-timer who turned up. This international cricketer, Baz Deleda. Bouncer, pulled hard for a single.
I think that led to an apology from one Somerset player to the bowler. But I thought it was quite
diplomatic
nice.
incident between 2 cricket teams caused by Harry on the microphone.
Harry is not welcome up in Chesterley Street anymore.
No.
In fact, anything north of Northallerton, Harry Everett doesn't dare go. What have we got in the comments? Just because you share a car doesn't mean you both get to claim mileage, Sam.
That is
Not-
very true.
Not if you don't tell them that you're sharing a car. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Good to know HMRC are listening.
Turned away by Tom Banton, and that will be his century immunity celebration, because it just feels like all in a day's work for this man right now. Helmet off, bat off, continues where he left off last summer. Tom Banton, the 4th first-class century, Somerset's first of the summer, 100 off 124 balls. Warm applause around the Cooper Associates County ground. I'm hoping, I get the feeling, that might be the first of many this summer. Charlie Taylor?
I really hope so. He just looks the complete Red Bull batter now to me. He's got the mindset, got the techniques, got the skill, got the talent. He is a really serious cricketer, and we're seeing that. We saw it in 2024, and here we are. We've been gifted one in the first game of 2025 as well. Lovely day to do it on the first game of the season. That's a lovely shot, and he sort of instantly gets that pressure gone, doesn't it? Am I going to score 100 this year? I've already done it. I've done it by 11:30 on the second morning. And that is something which I think will be set him in really good stead for 2025.
I was just trying to think, it's back-to-back hundreds in games for Somerset, isn't it? Because the Surrey game was his last game of last season.
Yeah, scored 100 in the first innings there.
Want to change your gloves. I mean, it was right off the middle of the bat. That's that. There's a lovely photo from last year that Harry Trump took. That's the Banton celebration, is it? Helmet and bat aloft. Beautiful to see. I tell you what, I was a bit hesitant. I had post-traumatic stress disorder there about Banton hundreds.
Waiting. It's defended by Rew.
Because I saw that ball racing away to the boundary, and I checked and I double-checked. And it was on 96, but I just didn't. I had to really think about that. I'm not going early here again. Can't have lightning strike twice.
I've got a mate, Ben, who's watching. Harry seems surprised I've got a mate. And he was tapping me up for some fantasy cricket suggestions.
Oh, yeah.
And we were debating, because you only have 3 from each team, we were debating which Somerset players to put in.
Is this the cricket draft
Yeah.
thing they will do? Okay.
And I said, he was debating, who should I go for? And I said, I reckon Banton's in for a big one.
It's probably quite expensive, though, Banton.
Yeah.
I suppose you've got to be quite savvy with your...
Well, I did have to sort him out because he had Kane Williamson as his captain for 9 million, which is a big amount there for that game. He doesn't arrive till sort of mid-May, I think. So I said
it's probably worth getting in at some point.
Oh yeah, absolutely, get him in. But he's not going to be playing for Middlesex until mid-May because I assume he's in the IPL. I must admit,
No, he's not. I think he pulled out, but he's doing commentary and he's doing a bit of media work.
He's there, right? Yeah, he is there. He's just not playing. Okay.
But yes, he's doing Middlesex stints either side of a London Spirit, are they called?
Yes. Yeah, so it's going to be based mostly at Lords this year. So I mean, it's more by luck than judgment. I didn't know Banton was going to score a century, but I feel like I've done him a bit of a favour in his league this first round of matches. Having said that, Rew is also in his team. So,
good partnership for him this year.
Yeah, this is great. This is going very nicely.
I'd love to see, actually. Presumably you can go on the app and find out the sort of percentage of people that have picked a certain player in a team.
I assume so. I've taken part in other fantasy cricket leagues, not this one. You can on that one, so I assume
Harry
so.
will know. You must be in the cricket draft, Harry. I wonder if someone like Archie Vaughan, I reckon, is heavily picked. He's Harry's captain. There we go.
Leave there from Rew, who looks in no real hurry this morning. Somerset don't need to be. Banton takes off his gloves. We'll have a little bit of a pit stop, I think, for him. Fair enough. 100 and... Well, actually, no, just checking. He's exactly 100. Not out. Great start for Somerset. Worcestershire, they'll be slightly concerned that this attack lacks some bite. I think.
that's from what we've seen so far.
We've seen the fact now the pitch is probably a bit flatter than it was, and the sun is out. Feels like good batting conditions, and I feel if you are Brett D'Oliveira looking around, who are you throwing the ball to? It just feels like you're missing that really wicket taking or that express pace option. Somewhere whereas Lewis Gregory might throw the ball to Overton. You know, in that moment you might think, right, we need some fire here.
Or as his fifth bowler, Casey Aldridge, who picks up 5 first.
Yeah,
so that's
exactly. Just feel that's where these two teams, I feel they are on paper. Somerset are a stronger side. Doesn't necessarily mean that's how a game plays out, but as a captain, I think you're looking at that's down the leg side and just clipped into wide leg area for a single.
He has thrown the ball to Ben Allison here. First change of bowling of the day. Tommy Taylor replaced at the Marcus Trescott at the really end.
Now, who have they got? They've got Duffy coming in?
Yeah, they've got Duffy. Well, I was just about to say they're missing Nathan Smith.
Yeah.
I really like what Surrey do. I think they get a lot of unnecessary criticism. The thing I don't like is the way they, and it's probably not deliberate, but they sort of allow other clubs to test overseas players and then pick them up. So they picked up Nathan Smith, did the same with Dan Worrell after he'd been at Gloucestershire. That's my only...
Yeah.
And of course, that's just part of sport, right? You're going to go to what sees the bigger side, probably for more money, play at an international ground. But he was brilliant for them last year, Nathan Smith.
And live in London. You know, that we have to remember that there's personal lives away from cricket as well, and that probably to overseas players is quite attractive. Nothing against Worcester. I love Worcester, and in fact my grandfather's family are from Worcester going back, so I love it there. I would be very happy to go and live in Worcester. But the idea probably of an overseas player living in London is...
There's quite a lot to do, right?
Yeah, there's a lot going on, isn't there, in London?
There are a few more things, I'd say.
Yeah. But what's right for one person is different for others. You know, Matt Henry's talked about the fact that he loved Taunton. And lots of the overseas players who come here do. Taunton in the wider southwest. Quieter than London, but...
big shout.
Big call, but...
around the wickets, probably. James Rew didn't seem too flustered, did he?
No. Worcestershire will be asking, obviously, now, won't they? They want that breakthrough desperately.
They need it. They need it. What's the lead now? 63.
That's my mate Ben texting us the percentage picks of his
Oh,
one.
nice.
So Archie Vaughan, he's picked as well. He's got 46% of players.
So that's of all
him.
players in the game?
I think so.
That's probably because he's quite good value, right?
Yeah, all-rounder, as Harry said. You know, you've got 2 bites of the cherry there. You've got his batting will get you points, and then he may well come on and bowl a few offies and get you some more points.
And still undiscovered relatively in the sense that probably his value is not going to be...
Well, let's be honest, he's played, what, 3 or 4
the thing that surprises me in that, James Rew, 25%, completely get it. He's probably in the middle of that price range, maybe upper end, but he's going to play every game, right? Probably going to score runs, keeper. Thomas Rew has been picked by 16.7% of players in that game. Couple of slips, wait. Rew plays with straight bat, how he's got his fantasy team out. He got gone for Ben Green. He picked up a couple of wickets, did he, Ben Green, yesterday? Harry was top 1,000 in the world. How many are playing?
A few million.
A few million playing fantasy cricket.
Million playing.
There's not.
No way a few million people are playing that. Love the optimism.
965 out of 966 H. Well done.
Yeah, Friday. I think Thomas Rew's available for selection.
Big shout. No, drifting down leg side. Peter Hanscom in Harry's team. So you got Archie Vaughan, James Rew. Just the 3. You love Will Williams. Never going to leave Will Williams out of the side. End of the over. Did he used to play for Bridgewater? 217 for 4. Will Williams unable to remove Harry Everett. So these are your subs, right? So you've gone 2 Durham seamers. Kellaway's the guy that can bowl both ambidextrous, left arm, right arm spin. Thanks very much as ever to WPA Health Insurance, who are principal sponsors of the live stream this year as they have been in previous years. Almost as good weather there as it is here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Ben Geddes is a sub. Is he now at Middlesex, Ben Geddes? Bit of Luke Wells. Always like a bit of Luke Wells.
Wait, continuing. No change at that end.
Did we confirm how many
Banton
are in the
flicks it
pot?
to mid-wicket. Glorious scene looking at over the Quantox. Haven't seen this view for quite a few months, obviously. Always good to see what's changed. There's a lot of changes actually going on. There's going to be a new route from the basically the county ground all the way to the Taunton station, which I can see they've started now. Which is good news for those who arrived by train, like I did this morning.
Yeah, I didn't know if Ashley Giles had revealed something yesterday on the live stream. He said, "Oh, that's going to be your second ground, is it?"
Yeah, we're essentially like Hampshire now. Just got loads of grounds all next to each other.
Lancashire have got a new ground, haven't they?
Yeah.
They're opening up. But that's going to be a road, is it? Between because actually it was
No,
a
not. I think it's a path rather than a
I
road.
see.
Yeah, I
That
think
entire
it's-
thing is going to be a path.
Well, there is a path from basically the canoe club we can see here,
Okay.
and then it leads all the way. They've just built some steps out to the station there,
Beautiful.
so you can avoid walking on the busier road.
I'd advise against walking on the road. It's a general point of principle. Pavement would be my
There is
suggestion.
a pavement there. Yeah, it's a fair point. It's a fair point.
What else are they doing? Because there's a lot, right, going over there. Do you have any idea?
it's called. That area is called Firepool. It used to be the market, the cattle market.
Oh, those were the days. I used to love going to the cow
Those were
market
the
as a
days.
kid. Get in there. Oh,
Those were the
there
days.
was there was a
Oh.
butcher that used to auction stuff off. 10p crisps, all the different flavours you could possibly think of. That was glorious as a kid on a Saturday morning.
Waiting again. Big drive.
A bit of frustration there from Banton.
Yeah, picking up the fielder. Allison.
And what are they doing with the area known as Firepool?
Shall I have a look? Because there's been all sorts of ups and downs and all over the place.
Been
with
years, isn't it?
Yeah, they were talking about big cinemas. And I imagine there'll be some housing and plenty of housing in there. I thought residential. Given the government's very keen to build more houses, isn't it? Here we go. I found the Somerset Council Firepool Regeneration in Taunton page. Let's read that. That sounds like good stuff.
I thought, to be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. I thought BBC Radio Somerset's main breakfast man would be all over the Firepool development. I'd have thought you'd have had weeks of content, months of content out of this so far.
We've done a lot, to be fair. We've done a lot on similar thing in Frome. There's an old factory in Frome right in the centre, which has got some new plans for it. Okay, let's have a look at the master plan. Oh, big words when you go into this kind of stuff. Waiting again. Another drive, this time straight at the fielder. Bit of a history of the site. Complex brownfield regeneration. It's a 65-page document. Do you want to read it all? I can read it out.
Probably
if you want.
summary. While you're doing that, I'm going to advertise the family day here. Somerset versus Lancashire Metro Bank One Day Cup, Sunday the 10th of August. Plenty for all the kids. And what I love, Somerset do it and a few other clubs do it, is they turn the 50 over competition into a bit of a festival. Each of the games is a different theme. So you can get your tickets, log on to the Somerset County Cricket Club website now.
Oh, I've got a word for you I think you'll like. So I found the overview here.
Okay.
So that path that I was talking about from here
Yeah.
to the station, they're not calling it path.
Okay.
They're not, Somerset Council's calling it.
Gangway, stairway to...
It's a pedestrianised and cycle accessible boulevard.
Oh, yes.
It's a boulevard. Linking the station and river. Or for cricket fans, the station and the cricket ground.
Making the station in the river.
Yeah. Yeah, for anyone who wants to go for a dip once they got off a train.
Don't often need public transport links to a river,
No.
do you?
I mean, I guess for most towns, their centre is based around the river, isn't it? And you can often, once you've got to the river, you can walk alongside it into the centre. So I imagine that's their thinking. Residential, leisure and entertainment, including a cinema, hotel and restaurants. Innovation Centre, which they've already built. That's the FCDI building. I'm sure our camera operators are busy trying to find all these places that I'm mentioning here. And then the Retain Railway building, which is just in front of it. The GWR goods, what does it say, depot or office? Anyway. Once it's done, once they finally decide what they're doing,
When will it be done?
big question, big question. But once they've sorted it all out, it'll be great for supporters of the cricket ground here at the Cooper Associates, because you'll have the town centre on one side, and that's the beauty of being in a club which is still very much rooted in the town centre, and you'll have all this development on the other side plus the station. So the cricket club's going to find itself right in the middle of this commercial area of Taunton with all sorts of leisure facilities, restaurants and cafes and bars.
Edged and falls just short of second slip.
So I think it's in the cricket club's interest for that to happen. For it to happen quickly, and it does now. Look, there's lots of building work going on there. It does look like over the winter they've been quite busy.
That boulevard ain't going to build itself.
No.
I was trying to think. I spent about 5 minutes now trying to think of a Somerset cricket related play on Boulevard of Broken Dreams, but I couldn't. I wouldn't be able to come up with anything yet. But we'll put that out to the live chat. I'm sure they'll do better.
Plenty of broken dreams in Somerset season last year, wasn't there? I remember that the September last season, where Somerset were in both finals. I was at Edgbaston for the T21, couldn't make it to Trent Bridge in the end because of the move day. Everything that went along with the slightly dodgy weather forecast there. And then the way the championship sort of fell away. Oh, cricket bites hard sometimes, doesn't it? It does, well, sport in general. Can be very gutting. Very gutting. It looked like Somerset were on course for what could have been a spectacular season. And it still was a very, very good season. But it's the hope that kills, isn't it?
James Rew just back a yard or so outside of his crease to try and maybe negate any swing, although this ball is now 59 overs old. No great pace in Allison. He's a clever bowler, smart bowler, came across from Essex last summer on loan initially to Worcestershire. Now signed full-time, 217 before. I think Somerset's lead is 63. What was going on elsewhere, Charlie? Anything?
Should I do a quick run through?
Anything? Yeah.
You're going to do it? I'll do it.
No, you do it, because I've left my laptop in my car. Everett Way, someone has suggested we call it. The Boulevard of Wobbling Seams. That's what I was. That's the kind of thing I was looking for. You can always rely on the live stream. That's Bristol Dragon. Bristolian Dragon. Bristol Dragon. He's missed out all the...
He's Bristol Dragon, but he is called Ian, so that's why it's like Bristolian Dragon. Is this now? Is it going to be a single? I did think about two there, but the ball didn't come off with as much pace perhaps as they were hoping. Essex going very well against Surrey yesterday. They are approaching 400. They're 399 for the loss of just 4 wickets.
So is Jordan Cox still in?
No, Cox is out. Bowled for 117 yesterday. But no wickets fallen this morning. Critchley on 64 and Pepper on 40.
Pepper's good cricket. He going in England? Was he in an England squad this winter?
Well, I want to say he was. I'm not sure if he played. To look it up. Yorkshire bowled out for 121. Johnny Bairstow's first game in charge as captain. Won the toss, elected to bat. Skittle that for 1-2-1.
They're still fighting back.
They are fighting back. I mean, they're 58 runs behind because Hampshire is 179, but they have taken 6 wickets. So actually, Hants did look for a while. They were 70 without loss, I think. When did their first wicket go down?
It's a bit weird looking at Hampshire scorecard without James Vincent, isn't it?
It's going to be a strange old season, I think, for Hampshire without Vince there. Big call. Getting on top here of the bowlers a bit, building a bit of pressure. Runs have just dried up a little, haven't they? Durham going nicely, although they're 9 down, but they're 370 on the board, which is not a bad start, really, is it?
So they're playing it. The sprinklers
they are
being
now
turned
playing,
off.
yeah.
Excellent.
So that's at Trent Bridge. So the sprinklers have been controlled. And in the other game, in Division 1, Sussex, 427 for 6. What a return to Division 1 that is. Who scored the runs there? Clark, 140. Tom Clark.
Did John Simpson get a ton as well? Because they were in a bit of trouble, weren't they?
In 128. Yeah, they were. They for 3, weren't they? 40 for 3. Wow.
Even Bamber was on a hat-trick at one point, I think.
Incredible. That's a real turnaround, that, isn't it? Quick look through Division 2. Gloucestershire were all out for 222 at Derby yesterday. Derbyshire 186 for 2 in response. Glamorgan out for pretty much the same score, 229 at Cardiff yesterday. Leicestershire 106 for 2 in their reply. Middlesex made 260 at Lords. And Lancashire are 96 for no loss. Jennings 55 not out at the moment. And finally, Northants 143. They've been bowled out in reply to Kent's 231. So already into the third innings, pretty much. Just about to get going in the third innings there at Northampton. It's nice to have cricket being played everywhere, isn't it? Yes. Weather like this, whereas otherwise you sort of keep an eye on the rain, which bits of the country are being affected by it, who's playing, who's not. Whereas when it's all happening, you know what's going on up and down the country. It's lovely. Rew flicking this one hard, but straight to the fielder at square leg. Timed it nicely. As I say, it just feels like there's a bit of pressure building here. Just 10-15 minutes no runs since Banton century. It was a little while ago now. He's only made 2 runs since then. I think Rew might even have been on 29 or 30 when that happened. So Worcestershire just hoping this pressure leads to a wicket. Comes Waite again. We're quite happy defending there.
It's the lack of chances though, isn't it? It doesn't feel like the pitch is doing an awful lot. Yes, they're under pressure runs wise, but not been a lot going on. 218 for 4. Should have said "Wake me up when September ends." Instead with the Green Day themed comment here. I lost who said that. Neil Pickup. Right, what's Brett D'Oliveira doing? He's bringing out a slip.
Yeah, probably a good call.
Going to deep square leg. The keys of Triggs. I'm going to dip out. Triggs is going to come in for the first time today.
Lovely, thank you very much, Sam. Stellar first dig from Dalling this morning. No run there either. Not a lot on offer for the batters at the moment. But I'd say equally, as Sam was saying, pitch not doing an awful lot for the bowlers either. So bit of a stalemate this last 15 minutes as Pete Tree goes alongside me. Morning, Pete.
Oh, I'm looking forward to a little half an hour with Charlie.
That'll be nice.
Had a lovely stroll around the ground when Banton ticked over that 100. Nice to get that sort of pitch side sort of feel of the moment. Yeah, he's played beautifully, and Somerset have prized themselves into a really strong position on day 2.
I can remember seasons where we'd be waiting several games, wondering where the first 100 was going to come from in the season. So it is really pleasant to see. First game. Only the second morning and that first 100 already on the board for Somerset.
Yeah, very, very nice. I don't think you can understate the partnership of 101 yesterday with the 2 Toms. They were fantastic. They weathered the storm. I was actually really impressed with Worcester, the way they came out after being blown away. You know, that would have probably been quite a tough dressing room after their innings. And the way they came out and bowled and fielded, I thought they were magnificent. Rew makes a bit of a mistake, and it's been dropped, a deep square leg. That will hurt. That will hurt an awful lot. Opportunities on this sort of pitch are few and far between, and it's been shelled out there at deep square leg. A false shot, slightly too full to pull, got the top edge of Tom Rew's bat, but he's got away with one, and that will certainly dampen the mood out there for the Worcester boys.
Oh dear, well, we've been talking, Sam just mentioned before we came in, a lack of chances for Worcestershire. There is one on a plate, got to take him.
Well, they had the, you'd say it was a bit of a funny dismissal yesterday of Tom Abel. He tried to flick one off his thigh pad and got it all wrong and popped up that catch to mid-wicket. You thought that was kind of the mistake that could open the door to better things, and the two Toms played beautifully for their partnership, but they kind of gifted Worcester that wicket, and Rui's nearly done the same there, but he's got away with it. And you have to say, in this day and age, that's a pretty simple chance out there as well.
Yeah, that has to be taken. Short again. On ground this time from Rew. I think he's probably thinking very carefully about it this time, rolling those wrists, getting on top of it.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take. Yeah, you need to take your opportunities here at Taunton, especially when you've got a partnership between two quality players. How many will that cost them? What was that on? 220.
Yeah.
Tom Banton looks like he's using two bats that have been glued together at the moment. It's coming down like an absolute barn door. He's playing beautifully. Tom Banton, 103 now. Somerset 222 for 4. In control of this game. They'll certainly be eyeing up a big first innings score and those all-important batting points.
Number 15, Brett Donovan.
Yeah, well, we're not all that far away, although as we were just saying it, the runs aren't flowing like they were when Banton was approaching his century. He seemed to get there quite quickly, really. And since then, just the 3 runs. Similar for Rew, as well as that chance dropped.
Well, in some ways, I think that's a little insight into where Tom Banton is upstairs. You know, he's 26 now, and he probably gets a sense that just the standard hundreds, you know, aren't going to be enough to get him where he wants to get himself. And to coin that phrase that Graham Gooch came up with Alistair Cook, the daddy hundreds, you can tell by the way that he's almost restarted his innings on 100. He looks pretty hungry to put a serious marker down on game 1.
D'Oliveira into the attack. This is 5 straight back at him on the bounce.
So that was Hindley out there at deep square. I think it could be a long session for him. He might find himself sweeping the boundaries for the rest of the day after that one. It's a horrible place to be, Charlie, when you're in this situation and you shell a catch. You feel like everyone's looking at you. They're not, but you feel like everyone is blaming you, and you just feel terrible when you drop a catch.
Yeah. Although you've got very solid hands, haven't you, Pete? Obviously, everyone drops them occasionally, but you must have backed yourself more often than not to.
Yeah, I was probably quite happy with my catch to drop ratio, but everyone drops them. Even the best catchers will shell the odd one, and you just want the ground to swallow you. You're out there, you know. Looks like the Worcester boys, you know, watching their warm-ups. There's a real strong sense that they're quite a together group, and to let your teammate down, that will hurt as Banks moves down the wicket. It's a beautiful lofted drive over extra cover. Sign that he's feeling pretty confident that he'll open his stumps up to the left, the leg spinner. There's that little mistake there from Rew. He just got a little bit under it. It's important now that Tom Banton doesn't try and over-attack Brett D'Oliveira here. Plenty of time to bat.
What were you saying?
Or he could just keep walking down the wicket with that barn door and slap it through cover for another boundary. He's got such cultured wrists, Bants, you know. To come down the wicket to a leg spinner, spinning it away, and feel like you've got the hand-eye coordination and the hands are working well, that you can open up the stumps like that. It's quite a high-risk sort of strategy, but you know, those really, really exceptional players have that ability to hit the ball over extra cover, and it really does give any spinner a headache when you can access that part of the ground.
Bit of pressure on the captain. Oliveira, they're going for 9. That over. I guess the idea is something different, isn't it? It's not worked so far this morning. An hour of play, just that one chance.
Well, I think you kind of look at the way the team sort of shape up as we see a very fine, casual piece of catching there.
Left-hand catch. Oh yeah, let's have a sip of the pint.
That looks like an ale. That's not cider colour, that, is it?
It's almost red, isn't it? Could be a fruit cider, maybe.
Nice little IPA, maybe.
Lovely. Very nice. At 11:59. Why not?
It's obviously his first one of the day, because his eyes are still the right way round. That's good. Yeah, I think you look at the bowling attacks. You know, you can make a reasonable assessment now after watching Somerset bowl and now Worcester bowl, and I've become familiar with this phrase, like disruptors in sport, and I think Somerset, you know, with Casey, and actually to be fair, Jack Cleach as well, with that delivery bowl to Libby that sort of drifted in on the arm, pitched on sort of off stump and spun away sharply. You know, Somerset, when you actually look at each bowler, they've got that sort of ability to disrupt an innings. They can come in and change the momentum, as James really plays a glorious cover drive for 4 off Allison, who will be feeling like his head's in a vice at the moment. He should have got a wicket the last over, and every boundary from now is going to really sting.
Well, beautiful shot. You sort of feel like you're on bonus territory now, don't you, when you've been dropped on a catch that really should have been taken. Here we go, bonus runs, first dig of the season. How many more could he get? He was on 30 when he was dropped. What's he up to now? 38.
Yeah, going back to the disruptor theory, you know, the way that Casey bowled his first spell, and because of his height and the rhythm that he got into, he was noticeably a yard quicker than all the other bowlers. I know when Gregory gets going, he can bring an extra yard into his bowling as well. And you know, Craig Overton, we know he can do that job. Josh Davey is your steady bowler. He's going to pick up plenty of wickets this year. He's a class performer. But you've got height, you've got pace, and when those guys are in rhythm, they can really change the momentum of the game. At the moment, what I'm seeing, bar Tom Taylor, I thought has been the standout bowler for Worcester so far. There's a lot of a sameness about the pace and the trajectory of the bowlers. They don't look like they've got that extra gear that Overton and Aldridge and Lewis Gregory can bring to the field. And I was actually quite surprised that the left-arm spinner didn't get another bowl, because you've got a point of difference there, and I thought he might have been the one that could change the momentum, but at the moment Worcester look like they're scratching their heads for ideas at the moment.
Well, there was that double move, wasn't there? Was it Pennington and Tongue, I want to say, both moved away from Worcestershire. Those two bowlers they really did have an edge. Especially Tongue, who we've seen for England here, is that's just opening the face, running it down.
And that one will sting.
Yeah, it's easy runs. But that double move, and then suddenly you've lost your 2 big strike bowlers, and you think, right. And then Leach obviously retiring to Joe Leach, I'm talking about here, obviously. And suddenly your attack, you've got 3 of your big players, and that really rips the heart out of it. You've got to rebuild from somewhere, and it looks to me like Worcestershire haven't quite, well, they certainly haven't filled those gaps yet.
Yeah, it's just a momentum swing that you need some way. I mean, I know, you know, playing with, you know, certain captains throughout my career, you know, whether it be Steve Kirby or sometimes myself, the captain would say, right, nothing's going for us at the moment. Right, I'm going to set your defensive field, and I want you to run in. And we used to call it, like, we need a mad dog. We need a mad dog session where you run in, bowl as quick as you can, use your 2 bouncers, get in their face a little bit, just to try and upset the apple. It doesn't always work, but occasionally you just change the feel on the ground. And I haven't seen that from Worcester so far. Certainly a tactic that's worth trying at this stage, I think. You know, it's getting into that stage already where this game is quite quickly drifting away from them, even on day 2. So it'd be interesting to see if there are any change-ups. Maybe one of the quicker bowlers just pop a couple of men out and have a go at the Somerset pair.
Yeah, and it looks to me like these two batters now trying to force it a bit more as well, just taking on, with a spinner on, you're not going to get tons of turn off a first game pitch in a season. So taking a bit more of a risk, willing to try and take the attack to the bowler, just knock him off his stride as well, as Pete's saying, trying to maybe offer a point of difference. But it's not working for Worcestershire, and that was the 100-run partnership up as well for these two. Came together at 140 for 4 when the ball was just popped up by Tom Abel to the fielder, who was very happy to take a surprised catch, I think. But these two have looked really good, especially Banton. It's Rew on strike now. 1-1-3, very positive signs for Somerset. Seeing someone like Tom Banton pick up where he left off. Of course, he got injured, didn't he, that last game of the season? Well, one of the last games of the season against Surrey, it was. Was that the last home game of the season? I can't remember. They went to Lancashire the following week. Where were they the week after that?
Definitely looks like Somerset are starting to try and press the accelerator, but I just think from a Worcester point of view, they're waiting for a mistake. That's a very dangerous mindset as Rew plays a beautiful cover drive again. Very tough shot to play to the ball spinning in, but the runs are flowing here at Taunton.
The gap that he needed to thread that through was extremely small. Rew found it perfectly.
He moves on to 47. Banton 113. Somerset 246, closing in on a 100 lead. Only 4 down. And a lot of good batting to come as well. So again, I just think at the moment, if I was in the Worcestershire dugout, I'd be just urging one of the players just to try something different, do something different. Even just the body language can change the momentum of what it feels like to bat out there. Sometimes when you're in this position, you get a sense at the moment, the two Toms are, James and Tom are great mates. That's one thing, and deliveries like that aren't going to help the cause.
Oh dear. And that's the 250, and that's a batting point for Somerset. They move on to 4 points picked up so far. 3 bowling, and that's their first batting point.
Yeah, you get a sense that Rew and Banton are very much dictating play at the moment. I suppose that's when you throw the onus onto certain players that you know can bring something different. Have Worcester got that player that can just find an extra gear somewhere and make a difference? Otherwise, you're just waiting for a mistake, and 2 quality players with more strong batters to come. Could be a long afternoon if you don't find a way through.
Well, that's another issue for Worcestershire, is because of the forecast. There's no hurry, really, for Somerset. Got 2 days after this of similar forecasts where they can just build a big lead here, take as long as they want. And I guess the idea would be bat just the once. They've got themselves into a position where they're already on the way to getting into that kind of territory. 100-run lead just around the corner. Still 6 wickets to come. He's yet to bat. Got Gregory in. Might be next, I guess. Aldridge, Overton, Davy, Leach. I mean, the Somerset side can really bat.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I was surprised that they haven't gone to with Banton is to pack the offside and bowl out in the channel. Bant's, especially, making his name as a white ball player, he clearly wants to hit the ball. And I know that sounds an obvious thing to say, but he wants to feel bat on ball. And they bowled a line that takes any sort of leave out of the equation anyway. And by hanging outside off stump with a protected offside field, you would bring the leave into play. I mean, really sort of testing the wide line from time to time, just to again get him feeling for the ball. But they're just bowling straight to a guy who is very strong playing straight. They're almost bowling to his strengths. That's a beautiful delivery there from Allison, just narrowly missing the outside edge of Rew. That looked like it just nipped away.
It looked to me like a bit of extra pace, and we haven't seen many beat the bat at all yet, just nipping off the air. See a little deviation off the pitch there.
Probably a characteristic the Worcestershire team don't really want to see too much of at this stage if it's still doing a bit. I think the pitch has been excellent as well. It's noticeably picked up pace.
Yeah.
So when it has nipped, it's done it sharply. But there's nothing for halfway down.
Yep. And that's a half century. Well made by James Rew, giving that a chance when he was on 30, but he's made it to 51 now. And another middle order batter here for Somerset picks up a half century. We've seen it from Abel. Banton, of course, now he's gone on over 100. Rew as well, and they have really made Worcestershire pay.
Well, it seems only seconds ago that drop catch on 33, I think, and he's already got to 50, so he's certainly cashing in on that extra life he's had. Generally what good players do, and that is a stunning shot through mid-wicket. Middle and off, but the length was a bit too full, and Rui has used his wrists beautifully to clip that through to yesterday's birthday boy tractor in the
Oh, is it his birthday? So his birthday's the 4th of April. He's sometimes on his birthday in the cricket season, but more often than not, probably not.
Oh, I mean, there was a parade. It was announced across the ground.
Well, happy birthday, tractor. What does he do during the winter?
I think he was a solicitor. A very bright lad. He used to cram in the hours in the gloom of the winter and free himself up for cricket watching. So, very smart chap.
That sounds good. Build up your hours when there's cold weather outside. Enjoy the free time in the summer. Weeks like this. So we're going to see Hindley. Hindley, who we think was the player who made that drop. I've got to say, they similarly to Somerset wear the old-fashioned jumpers over their numbers, so I couldn't see his number when he did that. I think you're right, Pete. I think it was him.
Yeah. Right, lad, you just dropped a catch. Yeah. Here's the ball. Do something. That might have been the message from Brett D'Oliveira. Yeah, it looked like he showed a googly away from the right-hander quite early. I think third ball of his first over he bowled before the tea break. So he's got the ability to spin the ball both ways. From what I saw yesterday, and like I said, you don't get to face too many left-arm leg spin bowlers on the circuit. So certainly a point of difference there. And that's one of those. If you were in AMF 10-pin bowling, you'd be asking them to put the old sidelines up after that one.
There's the thought for cricket, isn't it? How do you put those up? The barriers. Keep your bowling straight. But that is, leg spin bowling is a seriously hard skill, and that is a risk of what happens, especially as a loosener. Any bowler's likely to have a loosener, aren't they? Get their eye in. That's no good either, I'm afraid. Not as bad, but it's been punished for 4.
That's a freebie there down the leg side, and Banton's such a good sweeper. He's not missing out on that, and probably quite a big moment in the game for Hindley after the drop catch and now a spell. If the batters can get hold of him here, it could be quite a tough afternoon for the young man.
Set up nicely.
Yeah, I think if you could be in the batters' minds now, you'd be saying to them, think about all those beauties and nip-backers you're going to get throughout the season. Now is the time to cash in. This is the perfect scenario for Banton and Rew at the moment. Slightly downbeat Worcestershire bowling attack. Very good pitch and the sun is shining. I think the only negative to the day is there's quite a wind blowing from right to left as we're looking at it from the Trescothic stand. It's a bit chilly out there. Apart from that, it's pretty perfect batting conditions.
Yeah, I went for shorts today. I thought, oh, I can't not go for shorts really. It feels I'm a shorts wearer.
Well, with legs like that, you should always take every opportunity to get them out, Charlie.
You, a big fan of my legs. You're one of the big fans, actually, of my legs.
You'll be doing the human race a disservice not showing those bad boys off.
But I haven't done it very often because I tend to get up very early for my work.
You still doing lots of cycling?
Yes, I am. I did about 300 miles in March.
Excellent. Nice shot. With a pretty average delivery there from Hindley, and Tom Banton doesn't miss out. A little back cut through, I suppose, the third, fourth slip region if he was a seam bowler. But he hasn't quite got that first over right. That first ball would have certainly sent the old EBGBs through the system. Doesn't look like it's coming out. Beautiful scenes here at Somerset as we see on the live stream. Blue skies. Beautiful day to be here. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued support with our live stream. As I keep saying, we've got some really top draw companies that sponsor and get involved with the club. I hope they enjoy being here as much as we enjoy having them.
Lead 116 with just 4 wickets down. This is going to be a tough old moment here for the rest of this innings for Worcestershire. What can they do?
Adam Finch into the attack from the Trescothic stand end. Has that ability similar to Tom Taylor to shape the ball away or into James Rew, away from the right-hander and the ball that nips away. So he had some moments throughout the day where you thought, yeah, he could do some damage. He bowled an absolute. I think he got Archie Vaughan out with a beauty, or was that Taylor? But both very similar bowlers, is what I'm trying to say. No, scratch that.
Dixon.
It was Taylor. Taylor got Vaughan, but yeah, it's a similar
Vaughan,
bowler.
sorry.
He's got that ability just to get the ball moving subtly both ways. So always a good ploy to be, on your mettle when a new bowler starts his attack.
I'm surprised it's taken this long to get him on. He was one of only 2 wicket takers yesterday. He's been playing for an hour and 16 minutes now. Just wonder whether they could have gone to him a bit earlier.
Well, you'd think that if you had 2 bowlers both on a twofer, they'd be the 2 guys to get the first bite of the cherry with that ball slightly harder. So maybe a trick miss. But there's so many. I mean, cricket's a fascinating game, isn't it? We're great captains from up here, aren't we,
easy.
Charlie?
It's an easy job, actually. Yeah.
We don't get many things wrong up here, do we?
Well, what we do is we tend to disagree with what we see down there, and then it's only ifs and what ifs and that kind of thing, isn't it? That we can say, well, if that had happened, this would have happened. Put it into practice, who knows? But I just wonder if you're a Somerset player and you see a tall lad like Finch who's got a twofer. It's a bit different to what you faced already. I don't know. Feels to me like it's been a long morning without him.
Yeah, I would have said that Allison looked quite innocuous yesterday, just because he generally brings the ball back into the right-hander, but maybe with the left-hander out there they thought he might trouble the outside edge. Credit to him, he did create the opportunity, should have been taken, so he did his job. But I'd definitely say that these 2 were the pick, and the stats kind of back that up.
Run rate just a tick over 4 and over. So it's a good pace as well for Somerset, building up these runs. 270 now for 4. It's always a bit of an unknown entity, isn't it, over the winter? You're not sure how's your batting lineup going to get on in the summer. Well, Somerset can be fairly pleased with how this one's gone so far, certainly with the middle order. Obviously issues at the top with Dixon, Vaughan and Lammonby only making 31 between them. But you're not going to succeed every single time, and as long as there are a few players who put their hands up, that's all you need each game, isn't it, really?
Yeah, certainly. I don't think it's a definitive that what you do in the winter sort of ends up finding its way to the first game in April, but you know, I don't think it's a fluke that Banton's playing the way he's playing, you know, after, you know, a fantastic winter away, I know, in a different format, but batting is batting, and all the netting and the reps that he's put in, and I know the boys work super hard in the indoor school, but you can't really replicate being out in the middle with a crowd and a bit of pressure on. It's great to see that Tom's continued his winter form. A couple of T2000s for Mumbai or whoever he plays for in the IL T20, so confidence is high.
It's been 50 runs now since the drop catch.
Yeah, I had a brief catch up with Michael Vaughan yesterday, very enthusiastic about Tom Banton's batting, and rightly so. I mean, there was almost an audible sort of difference between the way he was hitting the ball to the other lads. I mean, they've all got fantastic cricket bats. As Tom gets another sweep away, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary for another 4. The line's completely wrong there from Hindley, and that's just going to be 3 runs for a player of Banton's quality. Certainly a Banton that's on 131. Yeah, it was. I was, you know, sat downstairs, and it was just like, even a forward defensive, it was almost echoing around the ground. He was middling everything. It was really quite something to watch.
Oh, there to be hit, but still nice to watch it as the fielder comes round. But that's just what you said there. Even that shot there sort of cracks, echoes around the ground. He just looks like a. We've known, I think, at Somerset how classy he is. Oh, in England as well, watching him in the white ball stuff. But to see him, whatever it is, mentality, technique, come together, click. Last season, 2024, up until his injury, and then in this game as well. Great to see.
Well, I definitely think that, you know, when you're a high-quality player like Banton, you start a career and you sign your contract with a bat manufacturer and you get decent cricket bats. But when you pop your head just above the parapet, you get into the premium selection stuff, and I definitely think Bants is right up there with his manufacturer. I think he's using Kookaburra these days, and he's definitely getting the cream of the crop by the sound of them.
How many bats would you usually have had in your bag?
I always used to carry 3. Normally carry 3 when I go away. At the moment, yeah, I carry 3 because you always, it's a natural, you know, it's obviously a piece of wood. You never know when, you know, one can break. I mean, I've had bats break in the first net sometimes, and I've had some that last throughout a season. Normally, you have a 4-day bat and a 1-day bat because the balls are slightly different. I always found that a slightly harder bat was really good for 1-day cricket. The Kookaburra ball just seemed to ping off it a little bit better, whereas the slightly softer, the sort of 12-15 grain bats, the really tight grained bats, normally have got a bit of dark wood on the inside edge. They're the ones that are brilliant against for the Duke ball, and like most batters, you get your number 1 and you're devastated if it breaks. I mean, you get well, back in the day we used to carry around super glue and bat tape to keep them together if they were on their last legs. Even though every batter has their own spec and the weights that they like, when you get one that you've scored runs with, you've got a history. It's almost like you have a relationship with that piece of wood, and you want to keep it going as long as possible. A lot of guys will have their number 1 that never does a throwdown, never goes into a net. It's pristine and it's kept for match only.
Just to say that this is now Tom Banton's highest first-class score. So you were Gray Nichols, weren't you? Was that throughout your whole career? Certainly towards the end, I remember you using them. But was that?
I was half Kookaburra for the first half, and then the slightly longer second half with Grey Nichols. They were two brilliant companies, and still use Grey Nichols now.
Did you sort of get tour of the factory, sort of the that kind of thing? Did you?
Yeah, I used
down
to
Ambassador.
I used to try and go down to Roberts Bridge. It's a long trek from here, but I think it's always nice to build up a relationship with the company that you work with. And I was very lucky for a couple of years to design my own stickers, and we went down and I sat with the graphics design guy, and
it's like the tattooed bat, wasn't it? Almost?
I collaborated with a tattoo artist in Weston-super-Mare, and he designed a couple of pictures, and then obviously not all of those, what you can do with a pen can transfer to a sticker. So went down to Roberts Bridge, and you can have that, but that's going to be too difficult, won't look great on a sticker. And we came up with the Lucky 7 bat, which had 2 iterations of it. Yeah, it was very nice. But I always had this like massive fear, because it was kind of built for the club cricketer, the big hitter, the middle order batter that's going to come out and slog it, and maybe guys that kind of like the tattoo art, I suppose. That was the target audience. And I always have this horrible fear that I'm going to be playing in a club game one day, and a guy's going to stroll out with one of my bats and launch me to all parts of Burbage and Eastern Royal. I still haven't had that situation, but it's coming.
It's almost a good thing, though, isn't it? If they've got one of your bats. There we go.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. I remember seeing it for the first time, thinking that's very cool.
Something different.
Yeah, not seen a bat like that before. Bouncer. He's tempted to hook it there. Picking up a single.
I remember having a conversation with Grey Nichols at the time.
Oh, it's a big reduction on the website.
Is it? Is it on sale?
Yeah, it is actually. Down
down from 225 quid to 90 quid. What a bargain that is. Hey?
I'll have a little look at that one. Get myself a Lucky 7.
I've only got. I might weigh in and buy a couple myself. Yeah. I'll get an extra tenner off that because I'll get royalties. No, I remember going down there, and when they were looking to sign me up, I can remember the chap said something along the lines of, "We really want to make a range for you. We shouldn't with your career, but we want to."
Oh.
Got people up on the Pegasus building there, enjoying that top terrace.
There's a bit of a chilly wind today, so
hey, what's going on? He's too young to be up there.
Oh yeah, he's moving furniture as well here.
That's a 65 and over. What's the lad with the stripy kit doing up there? Must be a grandson.
Yeah. I'll visit Grandad today. Yeah. I don't think there's any cricket. Oh no, I'll just go and visit Grandad just because I want to go and see Grandad. Oh, is the cricket on? Oh, great. Yeah, should we go upstairs then? And sort the furniture out. Lovely. That's a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, his parent... Oh, that's a nice little deft touch. It should run all the way, I think.
Another short wide ball from Hindley, and it's been beautifully played by Tom Banton. Runs are flowing here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Tom Banton moves on to 140.
Meanwhile, the kid's parents say, isn't it nice that he's going to see his granddad? Isn't that lovely he's showing that such interest, wanting to go and see his granddad?
It's always got to be a side motive.
Or more. Able to sweep around the boundary. Runs are flowing here. 141 he moves to. What point? Where does a 100 become a daddy 100? It's about 140, 150.
160 and above, I reckon.
You reckon? You've got to get to 160. Fair enough.
I think if you ask Graham Gooch, he would say a double. He'd say 200.
He's a little while off that yet.
I mean, there are so many runs on the table for Tom Banton today. I mean, he looks like he's in a great headspace, and just hope that he's really, really hungry for a big score. Sets the game up, sets his season up.
Seeing if it's the highest score so far. I can't think of anyone who's there.
Oh, very good delivery there from Tom Henley. Turned sharply away from James Rew. A little bit of foothold wear just outside his off stump. Turned so sharply that it was taken by first slip. There's certainly signs there's a little bit to offer if you're a twiddler in this game. Jack Leach will be looking with interest, no doubt, and Archie Vaughan for the second innings.
It is the highest score of the county championship season so far, although Simpson is not out on 137, so he's only 4 ahead of that, but it is, no one else has reached 141 yet, so Banton leading those charts as it stands. Right, 287 for 4. I'm going to make way and bring in Sam Dowling alongside Peter Trigo, and they'll see you through to the lunch break.
Somerset 287. Looking to hammer home what is already quite a sizable advantage here on day 2 in the Rothesay County Championship. Cricket, the game of momentum. Is this a season where Somerset can get off to a bit of a flyer? Captain and bowler just having a bit of a conversation at the moment. Brett D'Oliveira in the ear of his bowler, maybe trying to come up with a different plan. Looks like they're removing a leg side fielder onto the offside. They've got the sweeper out, so maybe this is a sign that they are going to try and hide the ball outside Tom Banton's off stump for a while and see if he'll go fishing. We'll see. Certainly was the attempt there, but Banton's played it beautifully out to the deep point fielder. Afternoon, Sam.
Hi, Peter.
How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm well. What's it like out there when you're a fielding side and you're behind the game like this and you've got a set pair that you're just struggling to get out psychologically? How do you keep yourself going?
Well, I think early season, you'd hope that the enthusiasm keeps you going of being out there for the first time of the summer. It's super bad if you're having a bad season. It's at the end of the year and you get that sort of sinking feeling that here we go again. Because I think the pros have numerous phrases for sessions like this. They call it like day in the dirt or grazing. And when you get into that mentality of, oh my God, we got a day in the dirt, you know, I think it does affect your performance. And again, that's where you need to lean on your characters that are just going to do something. I always, you know, like players that, you know, of the modern times that would change a momentum just by their body language. Steve Kirby, the bowling coach now, a classic example where you could just throw him the ball, he'll shout and snarl and drool and just do something different just to change the vibe out there, because at the moment it looks like that it's just to sit back and hope that the Somerset batters make a mistake, and that is suboptimal. At the moment, it's, you know, every bowling change is kind of delivering the same as what's just happened before, and what's happened before hasn't worked. So I don't know the lads particularly well, so have they got that character out there that you can just throw the ball to and say, do something, change it up a little bit?
A bit of running there. Scramble for 250 partnership up between these 251 from 210 balls. It's been relatively easy going so far. Banton's got 90 of them. James Rew has 60 of them. Banton 90 off 92 within this partnership. He's got 142 in total. And if you're him, when you see that fielder moving across from the leg side and you know all they're trying to do is basically stop you scoring, that's got to be quite a pleasing feeling.
Yeah, I mean, Somerset they're laughing at the moment. It's purely just a case of like hunger and discipline from here, just to, you know, not try and over-accelerate. There's so much time in the day and the rest of the game that they can just meander along at what is a pretty healthy run rate anyway, but there's no scoreboard pressure whatsoever or time pressure. They can just bat away. I mean, one of the things that you could potentially do in this situation, I noticed that Waite and Brooks, medium pace bowlers, I think Waite started and Roderick came up to the stumps, but you could, to change things up, dramatically change the field, and you could have the keeper up, bowl stump to stump. You could have a catcher straight down the next strip either side. You could have 4 catchers right in the face of the batter. You could set your mid on, your mid off deeper. You could have your sweepers slightly straighter, bowl stump to stump, and try and frustrate the batters that way. Looks like they're trying to hide the ball outside off stump to Tom Banton, but he's playing so well that he seems to be milking it for runs. That's the 2 obvious ones. If they don't have the character that's going to go in and be quite extrovert, that is something they can do that they haven't gone to yet. Could be perceived as negative, but again, just trying to change it in some way.
Leeds 137, that's 71 overs gone. You just get the feeling they're almost waiting for that second new ball, hoping to limit damage for the next 9 overs. You'd imagine Tommy Taylor certainly won't come back before that, as we see. Coming in June, a couple of months down the line, that home game versus Nottinghamshire in the Rothesay County Championship Festival of Red Ball Cricket. Plenty of activities going on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground over those 4 days, so keep your eye on the Somerset County Cricket Club website for further details. It's always a festival of Red Ball Cricket when there's a 4-day game on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, but there'll be plenty to do just about now. Not quite school holidays, but still games over the weekend. Well, worth getting that one in your diary early. There's Hindley. Just get the impression that... So I don't think Hindley would have played, but for that Fateh Singh, he picked up concussion, I think. He was in the nets with one of their coaches a couple of days ago. And you just almost feel like they picked the front line. They picked a spinner because they felt like they had to.
Also, is that another case of an excited coach with one of those dog slingers?
They're quite hard, those, to use, though, aren't they? Banton sweeps that full toss, but will just be a single. Yeah, you need a bit of technique to use those, don't they? Not easy.
Yeah, I think you've... Those flicker things, I'm sure we've all seen them. They've also got an incredible pace range.
Right.
So you can bowl I use quite a short one because I try and sort of challenge the top of off stump and sort of replicate what we're seeing out here now. But with a tiny little flick of the wrist, which you wouldn't be able to pick up as a batter, you can literally throw in a 10-mile-an-hour quicker bouncer. I've seen it so many times where a young player will be having a nice net, and then the coach gets a bit frustrated because he's normally an ex-player, often an ex-bowler that gets a little bit savage and throws in one a little bit quicker. Clang. Happens all the time.
Speaking from experience?
It's not my way personally, but I've seen some. I reckon the most aggressive I've seen was Chris Rogers. Chris Rogers, the batter, who was like, right, I've been an opening batter for my whole career, and I've got a slinger in my hand. I'm going to give you some of what I've had for the last 20 years, and he was ruthless with it. And he used to celebrate getting wickets in the nets. He used to love it.
Fair play to him for getting on the slinger, although it doesn't sound like it was necessarily a good thing.
Yeah,
yes, the pitches he was probably used to playing on as well. Hard and fast over in Australia. What a player he was.
Yeah, he came here to do some coaching in the sort of Matt Maynard era.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think there were too many batters that were putting their hand up too many times for an extra sling session with Buck.
Yeah, they are over in the James Hildreth stand. Anyone with a Vertu earpiece in there? I can't quite see, but give us a wave if you have. There's a few. There's a few. People do actually listen to us, probably because you're on Treeks.
Surely that's going to run the battery down, isn't it?
What, being that far away?
Well, having to listen to me.
Having to listen to you, yeah. I don't know. I can think of worse ways to spend a Saturday afternoon. No pre-season games for you? Next week is it you start?
I want to say 19th. I think there's a game on the 19th. For Burbage and Eastern Royal might dust the old boots off and see how painful bowling is again.
Are they getting a new clubhouse? Did you help build one or something?
Yeah, it's part part of the plan. I mean, most clubs now are you know, aspiring to have something like an indoor facility where your club members and local players can come and practice. But you know, it's such a, you know, if it's such an expensive start-up cost with the size of the building you need, it's a challenge. But yeah, a lot of clubs are running themselves as businesses now, and a lot of the clubs that play in the top leagues are almost like almost like a semi-pro level. A lot of ex-players and minor counties players playing in the top leagues, and yeah, having a nice pavilion and a bar where you can generate revenue and hire out lanes and all that kind of stuff certainly does sort of future-proof clubs these days.
You got a pro this year, other than yourself, overseas?
Well, Adam Ball, who used to play for Kent, is teaching in the local area,
okay.
so. And he lives near Burbage now, so he's one of our other sort of recruits. But no, Burbage is almost a little bit of an anomaly, really, in terms of being a West of England Premier League team. Very, very small village, and most games we field 9 lads that have been born and raised in the village, and yeah, it's got a really nice feel to the club. It's it punches way above his weight, I think, and yeah, it's doing well.
I was surprised when I heard you sign that, only because I do know the village, because that's where my father-in-law lives. I think he's on the local council actually, so he might be someone.
Yeah, I need to get into his ear then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to be involved in a project.
It's a bit like Ashcott Chapwick did that. I think they might have gone down the leagues a little bit now, but at one point they were a top tier side, weren't they, in the Whipple?
Yeah, beautiful clubhouse they've built there.
I have they?
You know, such a small place in the back of Beyond, and it's almost like a a community centre as well. You know, lots of whenever there's a sports event on in the winter, I'm sure they open that up to the locals and create a nice little community feel. I mean, depending on where you are in the country, certainly here in the southwest, the club teams, if they're run well, attract a lot of locals to come and have a pint and a bit of food on the weekend. Yes, definitely looks like that's the plan. Finch trying to bowl outside off stump, but Bance is seeing the ball so well.
147 from 168. Still 71 overs remaining after today, so even if they plod along, well, do that even at 3 and over, gets you on the 215 odd runs. Somerset in a very strong position. Some difficult conversations to be had in that Worcestershire dressing room over lunch.
Yeah, I think it's going to be potentially a bit of a open forum, and any ideas, lads. I think that's probably going to be the narrative at lunchtime. It's just meandering on. I think you're exactly right in saying that there's this sort of lull period where I'm sure they're hoping that they're going to get a breakthrough before the new ball, but I think a lot hinges on the new ball, doing a little bit of damage. But as we see so often, when you bowl in an established partnership with a new ball, the run rate can also often spike, because I think naturally you're going to bring a couple of slips in, slightly more attacking field, and a harder ball can ping off the bat. So it's going to be interesting viewing, let's just say.
Thank you very much to everyone active. Gym Company, match sponsor for this game between Somerset and Worcestershire. Look at that technology. Get your phones out, scan that QR code, find out all about them. You gymming much at the moment? Brett D'Oliveira comes back into the attack.
Well, I'm trying to keep myself ticking over, Well, it's more, at my stage of life, it's all about staying in the trousers you've got in the closet. That's the main thing, keep the weight down. I'm not looking to break any land speed records anymore.
Are you not? 300 up there at Somerset with that single.
Do you know what I do a lot in the evening, Sam?
This time last year I'd have said you'd eat a lot of Pringles in the evening.
300 up for Somerset. Excellent viewing. I really enjoy putting on my lounge carpet.
Do you?
Just trying to get my stroke nice and smooth.
So are you an into a mug man, or have you got one of those machines that sends you the ball back?
I actually, well, last night was driving my wife bonkers because she's got one of those metal water bottles, and I put that down. So every time I hold a putt, it was going ding, ding, ding. She's trying to watch, I don't know, Country File or whatever she's watching, and there's this. It got a bit heated at some stage because I hold about 10 in a row at one stage.
So you were absolutely buzzing with that as well.
I was over the moon, but the air turned blue for a short while. Can you stop that dinging?
I mean, I think I'm sort of with her on that one, Triggs. Unless you've only got one room with carpet in your house, which may well be the case. You could have found an alternative venue.
No, my wood floor that runs through the majority of the house is way too hot fast on the stimp meter. As Rui comes down the wicket and dispatches D'Oliveira into the Lord Botham stand for 6. Magnificent strike from the very easy on the eye left-hander.
Yeah, beautiful strike. Got his feet not quite to the pitch of the ball, but away from the body. And I like what they do against the spinners, D'Oliveira and Hindley. Banton and Rew are both taking them on, because what Worcestershire really want to do, and D'Oliveira wants to do, is rest his seamers up.
Yeah,
and use these spinners to buy a few cheap overs, and they're just not allowing that to happen. Well, you can bowl it, but you're not going to just get away with 2 or 3 and over. 8 off this one. So far that one sort of goes underground a little bit.
Yeah, they're both batting at a
keep low, that.
Lovely tempo at the moment. Yeah, just stayed under. There's a little bit to cause interest, but as we mentioned yesterday, I think they've only got one left-hander that can do them at number 10, so won't be in play that rough outside the off stump of Rew for when it's time for Somerset to bowl. Got a change of bowling at the Trescothic stand end. Wearing number 77, Ethan Brooks. Love to see him go with that field that I described. Keeper up, 4 catches on the drive, mid on, mid off, deep, or wicket to wicket. Try and frustrate Tom Banton, get a lot of fielders in his eye line. One of them close, one of them slightly deeper, stagger it a little bit.
A couple of mid wickets in.
Yeah, they're not far off, bar the keeper up. It's not far off. I'd like to see that cover fielder push in a little bit. Very gentle loosener there from Ethan Brooks. Yeah, I mean, if you got it right with his bowling now, you don't need a fine leg. You can have your deep square a lot straighter. You could have an extra catcher down the wicket, again just getting in the eye line of the batter, make it look like there aren't gaps for him to pierce, and he might open the blade on one or try and work one off of a straight, because that's obviously Banton's bread and butter, just hitting the ball hard and straight. But if you close that option, he might just look to try and manipulate one and create an opportunity, but we'll see.
What do you reckon Gareth Roderick's thinking is behind standing back? Is it purely for that edge?
At that pace, I don't even think a Nick would carry, if I'm honest. I don't really see standing back as an option. He's almost in no man's land. I mean, that's the shot there. He's tried to overhit it slightly. He's got an inside edge, and maybe that is caused by there aren't many gaps. He's tried to loft that over those 2 leg side fielders there. Again, something has changed. There's something different in what Banton has done there to that ball, and that field's created it. I think you could turbo up this field a little bit more. Like I said, no fine leg, get another one on the offside in his face, and maybe he just tries to overhit one.
What are you going to do here for Rew?
The Roderick thing is just purely a case of taking Banton's feet away from him. So again, you're just giving that sort of claustrophobic feel to the batter.
Yeah, which is why I'm trying to work out why he isn't, because we all know he's a good enough keeper to stand up to this pace. So round the wicket to Rew.
Yeah, I can't make sense of that myself. It would definitely be an option.
If I just asked the question think Trigo hasn't got an answer to. I think that might be a first.
Well, I have
in
the
life.
answer.
You
I have the answer, but I'm trying to be nice to the
Okay.
keeper.
Rew's got 72. Banton 149.
Yeah, you know that old phrase, don't set fields for bad bowling. Ethan Brooks round the wicket to Rew with catches on the drive. If the ball goes down to fine leg, that is a horrendous delivery, unless Rew sweeps, which is unlikely to do, it seems. You see what I mean? So, so you've bought an extra fielder on the drive there, but at the moment they're protecting a terrible delivery. Nice shot there from Rew, just squirted that through the leg side, picks up a couple of runs. Somerset move on to 310.
Leeds now 156 and more than doubled that Worcestershire first innings score here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, which is, as you can see, glorious blue skies overhead, not a cloud in the sky. That's that scorecard. And after a decent start actually from Worcestershire, they started better with the ball than Somerset did. But that middle order, that engine room that Charlie and I were talking about, Abel, Banton, Rew. Still got Gregory, Aldridge and Overton to come. Abel, 52. He'll probably be the one Somerset player that didn't sleep that well last night because of the way he got himself in and then out. Oliveira to Banton. We're into over 76. That second ball is available soon. That's 150 for Tom Banton. A maiden first class 150. Oh, an overthrow. See, this is just summing up.
The wheels are coming off here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
And brilliant running. That's turned it into 4. It was just a push down the ground for 1. Now Tom Banton can celebrate that 150, 153 rather than just 150.
Off the captain's bowling as well. Really steam coming out the ears.
That strike rate up around 87. .88 now when you make it for 88.44, 153 from 173 balls, 27 fours from Tom Banton.
Bat on, bat on. Yeah, I love that on the live stream. Buzzers!
No better moment really in cricket.
Accidental Yorkers and overthrows get the crowd fizzed up just about as much as anything that happens in the game.
Did that 4 go into the boundary count then? I don't.
I guess it must do.
But is it boundaries or is it 4s?
Semantics, I guess that's that.
Well, it depends how you're defining it.
4's a 4, mate, isn't it? I guess.
Well, 4 is a 4 if you're doing 4s and 6s, but if the count is how many boundaries have they scored in the innings, it's not a boundary, that is it? Polly or no?
No, that sort of thinking must keep you up at night.
There's something else that I am kept up at night, but it's not thinking about boundaries.
You think Tom Abel had a rough night's sleep getting out on 50 odd? If you're thinking that way, crikey me.
I mean, I am up hourly at the moment, but it's just nothing to do with boundaries.
How is fatherhood treating you?
You know what? It's absolutely glorious. I love it. She's popping in this afternoon, actually, with her mother. She's not quite old enough to come in on the company. Yeah, it is the best thing that has ever happened to me. Knackered. But it is a joy. 314 for 4.
Yeah, it's one of the rare things that you do as a human being. You produce offspring that makes you tired and poor, but you love it.
Oh, yeah. There are no words for it, really.
You wait until the old. Give it a few more years, and you got Dad can have a car, Dad can have car insurance,
I'm
Dad
never
can
gonna
have
say no.
university fees. Dad,
she knows already. It's amazing how
just keep
smart
grafting,
they are.
so just keep grafting.
I know. She can have anything she wants, that little girl.
Right, we have a change. They've removed the. I mean, you want a fine leg or a gully, I mean, I'd really be going for the gully over the fine leg personally, but I love the change here. You've got Brett D'Oliveira in between the two, catch on the drive, another one on the offside. Frustration mode.
Still keep it
But
back,
I like
though.
it. 90% got it right here, in my opinion. I can't see fine leg in the game. Could have an extra man there, because I think the danger is anything on off stump. Rew could just play a forward defensive into that gully region, one easy run.
So we're talking an extra 5% for the fine leg and an extra 5% for the keeper wearing a helmet and standing out.
Yeah, keeper up as well. I mean, coaches. I've heard that coaching phrase of 1%ers. If it's a 5%er, God, you should really dive on that opportunity. Yeah, good though. There's just changing things a little bit, and again, dot balls are happening, which is what Worcester need now at the moment. Frustrate the Somerset players into playing a overly aggressive shot. I like it. It's taken way too long for the captain to get there, but he's doing something different.
He can but learn. Probably won't get, well, we definitely won't get that second new ball before lunch, so whoever is tasked with taking it alongside Tommy Taylor will have 40 minutes to put their feet up, maybe not have any lunch. If they're anything like you, they wouldn't be eating over lunchtime when they've got a spell ahead. Protein shake maybe.
Yeah, this is where the game has changed. They're pretty hot on the nutrition and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure they'll have a bit of scram, but protein shakes are always good. You want something, you need to be fed, but you need to keep your stomach light, so you don't want to have too much stodge in there.
I wonder if the caffeine chewing gum has come into cricket. That's massive in football. They're very big on that.
Yeah, I suppose it's okay if you're trying to fuel yourself for 90 minutes, whereas these boys are out here all day. So you'd be chugging a fair few of them, wouldn't you, in a day's play. Lovely little use of the wrists there from James Rew. Picks up a couple of runs, but all in all, a better over there from Ethan Brooks.
What have we got going on elsewhere? John Simpson's reached 150 up at Edgbaston. 471 for 7. Sussex are back in Division 1 for the first time in a while. Hampshire 229 for 9 now, so they've got a lead of 108 against Yorkshire. Sonny Baker is out there in the middle. Picked up the wicket of Johnny Bairstow yesterday. Oliveira perhaps to bowl a couple more overs before lunch, and then that second new ball should be available immediately afterwards. Lancashire have lost a wicket at Lords, 129 for 1 in reply to Middlesex's 260. Michael Jones, who's now at Lancashire, left Durham last year, he's not out on 40. Keaton Jennings 55. Marcus Harris batting at 4. Overseas signing, Australian opener. Scored heavily in the Sheffield Shield for Victoria and Western Australia over the years. A couple of spells in England already. Leicestershire and Gloucestershire, now up at Lancashire. No Jimmy Anderson for a while. Him still playing, does that make you think you could still be out there in a first class season now?
I quite fancy a bat, but I wouldn't want to bowl anymore. Hurts.
Do you bowl when you play in these Legends Leagues? You do your bowl your 4 overs?
Sometimes. The qualification age is getting lower and lower, so a lot of the owners are very wise that they pick their youngest players as bowlers, and the batters are all slightly older, so it works very well.
I do feel like
I was delighted in the last one.
Yeah, go on.
We've got a really good bowling attack, Triggs. You don't need to bowl this competition, you can just bat. I was like, oh, thank you.
Is that a backhanded compliment though, or like how did you take that? You're quite happy?
I don't take it as a diss or a compliment. I'm just happy when I don't have to bowl.
318 for 4.
I like bowling, but it's just, it hurts. It's, you know, when you've done it for however many years, you've had about enough. As we've got lots of great cricket on here at the Cooper Associates. England versus India, a mixed disability T20 fixture, Saturday the 21st of June. Tickets are just £10 and on sale now via our website. Ethan Brooks trudging in. I think this is probably going to be the last over before the lunch break. I think you're going to see another 5 pretty stoic forward defensives or backward defensives, and Somerset team will be very happy striding off. Well, a great session.
Well worth a look, that disability game. What they're trying this year for the first time is mixing up the physical disability, learning disability and deaf sides. So it's the sort of top 3 or 4 players from each of those impairment groups. They do it internally. There's a disability Premier League. England versus India. I did the England versus India Deaf series last year, the commentary, and some of the Indian players probably wouldn't have looked out of place in county cricket in the One Day Cup. So it'll be a good series. That first game of 7, I think that one is. One of the games is on Sky, I believe. You are poised with your lunch voucher, ready to run down those stairs?
Yeah, I'm concerned at the options, to be honest. I allowed myself the old fish and chips yesterday, as it was Friday. But I don't think if I have a summer of deep fried and pasties, the old chinos are going to fix it well by August. So I might need to scout around the ground and see if there's anything slightly on the healthier side of life. It's probably a good move that we don't get catering all the way up to the top floor in the Trescothic stand anymore. We're given free rein to go and grab something from one of the concession stands here. I did enjoy my fish and chips yesterday. It was delightful, but
from under the Botham was that?
Under the Botham stand, yeah. It's called is it called the Catch?
Yes. Great catch.
The Great Catch. I'm not actually. I tell a lie. I'm not sure anyone caught my battered sausage that I had, but it was very nice. As we finish the session here, Somerset 380 for 4. One opportunity for Worcester to break through, but Banton finishes the session on 154. Finally supported by James Rew, who's going to go into the lunch break on 77. We're going to be back in around about 40 minutes for the mid-session. We look forward to seeing you later. Thanks to Charlie and Sam for their company so far. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. And we look forward to welcoming you back later on.
There's also a match day Carvery available in the county visitors in the Conrad Hilton Pavilion. Can I remind everyone that the Somerset Cricket Museum is open? It's behind the Ondarchi Pavilion. Entry is free, but they do have running costs of more than £10,000 a year, so a voluntary donation towards them would be gratefully received either by cash or card. I have some scores from around the country in the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 games. In reply to Yorkshire's 121, Hampshire 229 for 9. In Chelmsford, Essex continue to bat against Surrey. They are 456 for 4 wickets. In Birmingham, Sussex continue to bat. They're 471 for 7. At Trent Bridge in Nottingham, Durham have been dismissed for 378. And at lunch, Nottingham are 34 for no wicket. In Division 2, Kent are 54 for no wicket in their second innings. They got 231 in their first innings and then dismissed Northampton for 143. At Derby, Gloucestershire total 222. Derbyshire in reply are 271 for 3. At Lords, in reply to Middlesex's 260, Lancashire 129 for 2. And finally, in Cardiff, Glamorgan were dismissed for 229. Leicestershire currently stand at 166 for 3 wickets.
They do beaten up in 50 different places.
It do look a bit squashed. They do look a bit like they've been through the mill.
They've been through the mill, back through the mill, then back through again.
They have been through it, but I've had a bit of a workout. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, you didn't go through this.
Oh, okay.
Don't be coming on this.
Why is it saying is it Wi-Fi?
Yeah, there is. You should be able to sign into it. If you go into the connection, you should be able to sign into Somerset
Yeah, what's
Scores.
the...
You can just go onto Wi-Fi. It'll come up and it'll just say guest, Somerset guest.
5 one? What did he do? There's no internet on it.
Oh, I think so. You've not got a second button. Wi-Fi.
No, it said. Oh, is it working then? No, it says on 4G.
Let me just show more. Wi-Fi now.
Yeah, I am.
You've got to get to Somerset.
Yeah. No internet. Yeah, Wi-Fi's better than this.
Yeah. My character's not really horrible at cheese.
No, I love the cheese.
It does lump of cheese. No, it's like a bourbon or anything?
Fun?
Would you like a bourbon
I'd go
biscuit?
for a bourbon. Mint. Just one.
One?
Yeah.
Then like a watermelon, we're going to pop the water. Okay.
I'll can in a minute, yeah.
Peter's got some left. You need to brush your top off and then see something. You know that way again. Oh.
I did it to Peter.
Oh, did you? What's that? Oh.
Oh, this is hot. But who? Me. Probably, I reckon you could take that catch out on the round.
Yeah, I think you've been disappointed not to take them. So
No, I think you should. So do you Foxy?
Because we were around here, I didn't actually see. I didn't behind see how far he moved to get to. So I put that back in the bag.
10 meters.
See it? Thank you. Do you want it in the back pocket? Okay. One more second. Maybe. Yes, I did tell me to know.
Oh, crikey, Moses. I'm well sitting there. Someone stood in it in training. I don't know, bench it.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the late notice. If you'd like a stroll on the outfield, you're allowed to come onto the field over by the Somerset stand. Thank you. To mark the start of the new season, we have a special offer for ticket purchasers. If you bought a ticket today to come into the match, we will discount the cost of that ticket from a 2025 club or platinum membership, which means you can see all the action at the Cooper Associates County Ground this summer and save up to £25. For more information, please visit reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion. Something else I've been asked to mention is that we'd like you to come and join us on Sunday, April the 27th at Witness History. That's the date Somerset women play their first professional competitive match at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Lancashire are the visitors for this historic Metro Bank one-day cup 50 over match, and tickets are now on sale. The game starts at 10:30.
Ready for another savoury event?
In connection with that, a Somerset Women's membership is available. It will allow you to attend all home games in the Women's Vitality Bast and all home group stage games in the Women's Metro Bank One-Day Cup. You will also get access to the England versus West Indies One-Day International at the Coopers Associates County Ground. Somerset members can upgrade their membership for a mere £25 to include the women's membership. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. We're also pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, again in 2025. Cooper Associates are an award-winning mortgage and advisors and financial consultants, with their head office based in St James's Street, Taunton. Somerset County Cricket Club would also like to thank our principal partners for the 2025 season, Cooper Associates Group, WPA Health Insurance, Trade Nation, Brown & Brown Insurance Services, and Vertu. I announced the phone had been lost previously. I need to inform you all that a ring has been found. If anybody's lost a ring, it's in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion reception. please welcome our umpires back onto the field of play for the afternoon session, Peter Pollard and Martin Saggers. Worcestershire returning, led by their captain Brett D'Oliveira.
Welcome back after the lunch break here at the Cooper Associates County Ground at Taunton. Still bathed in sunshine, as you can see. Our umpires arriving
Turning to the field of
on the
play,
scene alongside the
Somerset
Worcestershire
batters,
bowling and fielding
both sponsored by
side, and Somerset who are batting. It's still Tom Banton and James Rew, the two who came out at the start of play this morning. You are yet to be beaten, 318 for 4, and if you are just joining us for the first time today, it was a very Somerset heavy session in the first couple of hours of play. Banton has moved on to 154, his first class high score, and he looks like someone who wants to score a lot more. James Rew is a bit lucky to still be here, dropped on 30 by Hindley off the bowling of Ben Allison when the score was 219 for 4, but as you can see from the scorecard, that was 99 runs ago and they're still together. So this has not been a good day for Worcestershire so far. 318 for 4. Somerset have picked up 2 batting points so far, with 3 more potential to go, and still 6 wickets in hand. Should be a really exciting middle session of the day, the afternoon session. I'm Charlie Taylor, and alongside me is Sam Dalling, and we'll have Pete Trigo with us very soon too. Afternoon, Sam. What did you use your voucher on?
What did I have? Good question. It feels like such a long time ago. I think it was a falafel wrap.
Oh, very nice.
There weren't many sandwiches left. We were into wraps and salads.
I had a wrap.
Bit of popcorn as well alongside it. Nice.
Very nice. Banton is facing the first ball.
Yeah, what have we got? An over until the second new ball. So Ben Allison and Tommy Taylor took the first new ball. So Allison's going to start us off, I reckon, 1 over, and they've got to take it straight away, surely.
Yeah,
Tommy Taylor.
surely they are desperate for wickets. When did that last wicket fall yesterday? It was Tom Abel giving away his wicket, really, if we're honest. Popping it up to the fielder. 140 the score was then. So it's been a very difficult, well, session and a half really since then for Worcestershire.
Yeah, not found it easy going, as you said. Apart from that, the chance, it wasn't a half chance, was it? There's been very little. They've looked really comfortable, these two. Banton in particular. I mean, you run out of superlatives really to describe how he was playing last summer, how he's playing, how he started this summer back in the England white ball side. Will have his eyes on that England Test side, as most pro cricketers. I think Johnny Bairstow answered that question really well in the Yorkshire Media Day a week or so ago. Just sort of, I mean, it's the kind of question he knows he's going to get, right? There's the obvious questions they must have to answer time after time. Well, of course, what's the point really? I'm not looking to play for England or to get back in that side. Why are we doing this?
Maybe because you enjoy it.
Well, yeah.
I can see his point.
But the aim, isn't it? It's the aim.
You always want to play at the top level,
cricket.
don't you? You want to be doing everything at the top level, no matter if it's cricket or whatever else you're doing. But you're also allowed to just enjoy playing cricket, aren't you? It's a game.
It is a game. I think it's getting past you today. You got your season starting soon? Ashbrittle? No, is it?
No, it's Axbridge.
Axbridge.
Yeah, Ashbrittle's at the other end of the county.
Commute.
Ashbrittle, interesting. You mentioned Ashbrittle. Now we're on to my...
Okay. This is your local knowledge.
This is local knowledge here. Ashbrittle is the proud home village, not too far from Taunton, of one of the oldest trees in the country. 3,000 years old.
Wow.
It's a yew tree. Get these stats.
3,000 years old.
Yeah.
So how do they know that? Presumably they haven't cut it down and counted the rings.
Yeah. Yeah. The Ashbrittle yew is an ancient yew tree located in the village of Ashbrittle in southwest England.
It's got an inventive name as well.
Yeah, Ashbrittle yew. Yeah. It's believed to be over 3,000 years old, but defining its precise age is difficult due to its hollow centre. The tree is formed of a hollow central trunk surrounded by 6 narrower boles.
80 gone, 318 for 4. Second new ball now available. Tommy Taylor has his jumper off. So, the hokers, I've combined the words oak and hollow there. I don't know why. New ball has been taken. Second new ball has been taken.
Tommy Taylor with it.
So the centre is
Centre is hollow.
regenerated. Yeah, but how did it start hollow or is
No.
it?
So it would have been the original yew would have grown there, and then that kind of dies away. But what yews do is they sort of continue, like the same tree continues growing, and then it sort of grows, and then it around. There's more and more trunks sort of come up.
So is it the same yew then?
Yeah, it's the same.
technically
It's the same.
Is it?
Creature? Is it a
Right.
creature? No, organism.
Around the wicket, Taylor to left-handed Rew. Couple of slips back in. Second new ball time. Deep square leg, fine leg, fielder down at third. Need a wicket, Worcestershire.
So the sign next to it, there's a sign, and it says, "This tree is reputed to be over 3,000 years old. It was mature when Stonehenge was in use."
In use as a
As
not
who-
as a
as
tourist
who knows?
attraction.
No, not as a tourist attraction.
In use, I like that.
Yeah.
At what point did Stonehenge retire from
Yeah.
use and become a tourist attraction?
It's one of the oldest living things in Britain. There we are. It's Ashbrittle. Did a bike ride up there a few years ago. Had a look at it. Quite a tough little bike ride up that part from Taunton area. Lots of ups and downs.
What's older then? It's one of the oldest living things in Britain.
Oldest living thing in Britain. Oh, Vic Marks comes up.
Vic Marks, the Ashbrittle yew.
Yeah, afternoon, Vic. The oldest living thing in Britain is widely considered to be the Fortingal yew. Yew trees do live a long time.
There's a collection of yews.
Yeah, I've just found some pastry flakes in my leg hair. Estimated to be between 3,000 and 5,000 years old.
That's a big range.
It's a window, isn't it? That's
It's a
big old
window, isn't it?
Yeah, I think. Yews have a unique ability to regenerate, with drooping branches able to root. Oh, it's the branches that come down and form roots where they touch the ground. Oh, that's interesting. So, to get back to your question, have I got any games for my team coming up? Not yet, although the email for availability has been sent out and I haven't looked at it yet. But it was only sent out yesterday, I think, or the day before. But I will do.
You were busy yesterday, weren't you?
I was busy. I was on a mission yesterday, which I can't talk much about yet. But I will be next time I'm here, which is the Essex game. I'll be able to talk about it. Yeah, I was quite busy yesterday. So what's Taylor going to be doing with the new ball? That's the big question Worcestershire fans will want the answer to, because they desperately need this breakthrough.
It's coming really wide of the crease. So the natural angle is back into James Rew. Left hand, a couple of slips in. Just wanted to kiss that surface and hopefully get a little bit of movement. Try and find that outside edge. But James Rew, you say he's had that one lifeline, 77 he's got. I'm going to tell Vic Marks you grouped him in that. Yeah, up with the yew trees.
Well,
for
when
age.
you make a joke on this stream about someone who also works on this stream, you sort of think there's a big risk they may well be watching. I'm sure I'll get a text.
I don't know. I reckon end of the over, 81.
Do you reckon
gone,
Vic's here? 'Cause
318
obviously
before. I think he's probably got better things to do than listen to you and I.
That's very true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Got
So he might be watching,
grandchildren.
but he might have it on mute. that what you're saying?
Or alternatively, he might be paying it no attention whatsoever. I might be doing Vic a disservice. Maybe he's hiding under an alias in the group chat.
Actually sending us some vile abuse on there, is that what you're saying?
No one sends us vile
No,
abuse.
actually, it's a lovely community on there. Always good fun, actually. Tend to play along with whatever fun we're having. Down the leg side, is there an edge? No.
I'd say no, given that the bowler had absolutely no interest in that appeal.
Usually they know.
Keeper and both slips went up, sort of half-heartedly. But Ben Allison almost seemed surprised by the appeal.
How high was that? Was it sort of glove high? No, it wasn't. It was lower than that. Banton not interested.
Off his trousers, that.
Yeah, bowler not interested. It is a glorious day, isn't it? This is the sort of day you expect much later in the season. These early April games, especially the first game of the season, it's about a question of getting through it, trying to get as many overs in as possible between showers or during those cold days. But not this. This is lovely. It's sort of late May weather, isn't it?
Well, in the evenings you can still feel it. You know it's not height of summer.
Oh yeah, you can't. It's not really comfortable sit outside in the evening weather yet. Yeah, the cat. When I put the cat outside, he's still asking to come in quite quickly because he gets a bit chilly, I think. He just. Well, this is nicely clipped. Pick up at least a single. Yeah. Still, well, they're going to run two. One for the arm there. Well done. I realise he just cannot get too hot. The cat. You could whack him up, keep whacking up the temperature. He would never complain at the heat.
Really?
Yeah. He's got a great big thick coat as well.
It was 23 degrees in my bedroom last night. It was too hot.
Wow, during the night?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that's hot, yeah.
We know we have to have this thermometers in the rooms, or baby monitors.
Right,
on
yeah. 23, yeah, no, that's too hot. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because the thought flicked through my head as I was trying to get to sleep last night. Equally, it was very warm. Our bedroom faces south, so it's been picking up heat all day.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the problem. We didn't shut the curtains.
No,
shut the curtains this morning.
That's it. You've got to remember to shut the curtains on a day like this. And I didn't. And I did think, should I just open the window a crack? And I thought, I reckon, it's going to be cold. I will be cold if I do that.
Oh, no, we had the window wide open.
No,
Still didn't have enough.
I still worry about opening the window at this time of year. Still chilly. Comes Allison. I'll quickly pick up a single on that one. I had a friend once lived in a flat share, a house share in Taunton, and it was not too far from the river. And the friend I was living with hadn't really lived, I don't think, in that kind of rural area, like a very rural area like this before. And so he'd left his light on and the window open, and he was quite squeamish as well. And so he went back up to his bedroom, and there was just this scream, and his ceiling was absolutely covered in moths and bugs. He'd all seen this window,
Beautiful.
All coming off the river. Think, oh look, there's this light on through this window. Let's go in. Clipped. Picked up just a single. And we were like, well, how on earth do we get all these? It was like living in the insect enclosure in a zoo or something. And so eventually he was on one side with a great big sheet. I had a sheet on the other side of the room. We were trying to close, like pincer movement close to the window. We obviously turned the light off. Couldn't do anything about it, trying to get a light outside the window. It's really difficult to persuade them back out. Managed to get rid of most of them. Very funny night though. I just, to me,
you live and learn.
Obviously, you don't do that, but for me, that's because I grew up very rurally, and you sort of learn those lessons the hard way, I guess.
Tommy Taylor around the wicket to Rew. Couple of slips still. Nice shot from Rew. Just a jab into the leg side. Will be chased. Might come back
for three,
for
I think.
Yeah, good running. Good running. Very comfortable in the end.
Into the 80s then for James Rew. As I say, I've got it written in front of me. Rew dropped on 30. Ouch.
Do you always have that written in front of you?
I
or was
try
it
when
just
there's whenever I go anywhere.
yeah, I just didn't know if that was.
No, I think drop catches, because they don't get written anywhere on scoreboards, do they? They don't say, "Oh, this happened then." So that's one of the key things to write down.
Yeah,
commentary tip there.
You're an ultimate professional.
Yeah, that's it. So the drop, but it is really interesting, is that when a drop happens, and sometimes the wicket falls a couple of balls later anyway, it doesn't mean anything. But when it's like this, now that's 51 runs. That's a half century scored since he was dropped. Easy catch as well, should have been taken.
Banton advances. That's how confident he is. Tommy Taylor, probably definitely the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers.
Yeah.
Definitely the sharpest. Banton just walking towards him. 157 he's got. Leads up to 171. Very healthy. 61 overs remain on day 2 after this one is over. So loads and loads of time left in this game. No chance, he says, we live in England, of any sort of rain.
No.
Unless we have a Michael Fish style event.
Oh.
Every weather app has got it completely wrong.
When was that? Early April? I need to look back when that was. It was 1987, wasn't it? 1987.
Before we were around, Charlie Taylor.
Oh no, it was October. It's complete opposite.
Close though. Within 6, which is about as far away as you can be with a month.
Yeah. That day's weather reports had failed to indicate a storm of such severity, an earlier correct forecast having been negated by later projections. The apparent suggestion by the BBC's Michael Fish, the poor man.
Fish.
Poor
Well,
man.
you've got to be famous. If you're famous, though.
Yeah.
Driven,
Ooh,
lovely shot
what
from
a
Tom
shot.
Banton. No need to run those. Over pitched. Mid-off was quite wide. Banton has another boundary. 161 he moves on to. That was right out of the middle of that high-end Kookaburra bat, as Triggs was talking about. You'd be pretty miffed. Imagine if you're a pro and you walk in. Do you reckon they march you past the really, really good bats? If you're just mid-level, say, sorry, you can aim for this. But
yeah,
I love how honest Gray Nichols were as well. Your career doesn't really justify a range of bats. I mean, he had a wonderful career, right? But people that get their own bat range.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're talking about people that have made 100 international hundreds or something like that, don't you?
Oh, careful, sir. Careful. Oh, my word.
I mean, is that a lifetime ban for coming onto the
that
the
is.
pitch?
Can we escort him off the premises, please?
Get Harry Everett round there.
I thought he was going to
have a quick word, give him a lifetime ban, but sell him an earpiece, Harry, so he can sit outside the ground. That's what we need to find out. We've got the Hildreth stand to wave if they had earpieces on a bit earlier on. What we should do is do that again. Find out
outside the ground.
Find out if they were sold by Harry Everett. Flicked off the hips into a gap. Probably be just one actually.
Oh, something I spotted on my way in, talking about things around the ground. Something that's changed since last season. One of the Somerset flags on the flats. I don't know what's happened. He's got tucked up. It's sort of a triangle flag now. And I've got a feeling, you know, there's those rules, isn't there, about how you fly your flag, and if you fly it wrong, it's sort of, it's almost like treasonous. Technically, I think that's a big affront to like the Lord Mayor of. Look at that. See? Oh dear, it's folded itself up even more now. See, now the dragon's pointing upwards.
Why then?
I knew that was coming. So I don't know if we can get a message through to those flat owners to unfurl their dragon. Shot. Well, he unfurled that one, didn't he? That cover drive. Tom Banton. Lovely shot. Takes him to 166. That's a daddy 100. Pete Trigo said 160 was the level. Well, this is Tom Banton's first class daddy 100 if we go by Pete Trigo's definition.
Comfortably his highest first class score, isn't it now?
Yeah. It was 133, I think, before today. And I wasn't here yesterday. I watched the last hour at home. But Sam, you were. Is it a chanceless daddy 100 so far? Speaking of which, there's been none done by a good one there.
Beauty that, wasn't it?
But he hasn't given any catching chances, has he? He hasn't looked
barely been
too much trouble.
Barely been a scare.
That was a good ball. Played a bit down the wrong line there.
John Simpson's still
Yeah, he's
going.
nibbled a bit as well.
He's got 171.
Yeah, I did say Banton at one point was the highest score of the season, but Simpson was only a few runs behind him, so Simpson's just gone ahead, has he? Okay. I don't think Banton will mind too much about that statistic. But he might be thinking about the one that's 34 runs away. A bit early yet to think about that. That run rate's good as well, isn't it? 4 does help when you've got 2 batters set like this.
Matt Critchley's got 100 for Essex. That partnership with him and Michael Pepper still going, 166. But then Chelmsford's a bit like that early season, 484 for 4. He gets some huge scores at Cheltenham in April and May. I think Worcestershire were involved in one when Jake Libby batted for 9-10 hours.
Yeah, I remember that.
Start of the season, you only get 2 innings at Chelmsford.
Good shot from Tom Banton, who moved to 170 now. Really good. It's been put there for him, and at the moment he's gobbling them up, saying yes please. Another 4 to his total. Oh yeah, a bit over pitched. There to drive. Bit of width on offer. Push it through the covers. Lovely stuff. Current partnership 198. Oh, Worcestershire, that catch. That dropped catch. 119 runs ago. Big swipe, he's missed it, which is lucky for him because the keeper was ready to take it, Gareth Roderick. So Tom Banton's score of 170 is bigger than the Worcestershire total. Somerset with 6 wickets in hand, 2.5 days plus to finish off this game. At the start of the day, Worcestershire were well in this game. Okay, Somerset definitely had the upper hand, but early wickets, bit of a collapse, and you're talking about maybe a 50-60 run deficit, but these two have played so well.
It's been dominant, hasn't it,
Yeah.
so far today?
Dominant. Much more so. Yesterday was kind of even. Yes, Somerset finished the day in the better position because of that partnership with Abel and Banton, but there were moments for both sides today. It's just been total domination.
Yeah, it was probably a 2/3 Somerset day. You're almost thinking, if you're looking at broadly 2 hours of session, which it almost was yesterday, Worcester won that first hour, 70 without loss, and then the first hour of Somerset's innings as well. Taylor around the wicket. But other than that, it's been pretty dominant. Decent crowd in again today.
Great to see. Love the passion in this part of the world for cricket. Somerset fans will, especially on a day like this, they will turn up to watch. They want to see their team play cricket. They've seen a lot of good cricket here recently. Somerset have been a very good side for a long time, really. Probably haven't won the silverware their strength is deserved. But a couple of recent successes in the One Day Cup in 2019 and the T20 Blast in 2023. They talk about a golden era of Somerset, don't they, in the sort of the late 70s, early 80s. Well, you're probably just a couple of trophies away from talking about this one not being a sort of dissimilar era.
Good shot for no run. Nice shapes from James Rew.
So close to winning a trophy in 2024.
It could be a golden era, couldn't it?
It could be, and there's a lot of young talent that could be around for a little while that could help to sustain it. Because you look back at that era and you talk about Rosie at the helm. You've got Richards and Botham, and Garner, and Marks in that squad. Roebuck, Denning, all those guys. Names often echoed around the ground.
Just nip back at James Rew, ends up getting it stuck. somewhere between bat and pad. So 338 for 4. 12 shy of another batting bonus point. Was it 110 overs the cut-off, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, unless that's changed over the winter.
They change everything every year.
Yeah, it's so hard. It's not. I mean, football changes a bit, doesn't it? But not quite the same as cricket, where it's constantly tinkering. It feels like. But yeah, I'm assuming it's still 1-1-0. That's quite a hard concept to explain to the non-cricket fan, isn't it?
Yes.
The bonus point and the cut-off. The new ball stuff is also quite hard. When non-cricket fans are trying to get into it, and you want to encourage them, and you start getting into the real nitty-gritty, because there's obviously a basic level you can explain. And you start to realise, oh, actually, there is a lot to unpack, especially from red ball cricket.
Single to end the over, 339 for 4. 85 gone.
Which we all take for granted, because we're so used to it. But actually, there is a lot.
Strange old game, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's just when you strip it back and think about it, you start getting all philosophical about life. The idea, at what point does someone go, right, it's a good idea, 20 yards away from each other, these humans are going to sling this very hard ball at each other as fast as they can. It's just it's an odd concept how it's evolved as a, like, I can see a lot of ball sports I can see why it would evolve naturally.
Football's a good example of that, isn't it? Yeah. Yep.
And even some things like basketball where you're aiming for something.
Yeah.
Or racket sports, pick something up and hit it back and forth.
Yeah, rounders and baseball, I can see how that comes into existence as well in a way. Because
Yeah.
you're sort of hitting something as far as you can. Yeah.
But what we're saying is cricket shouldn't be here.
Cricket is almost an anomaly, isn't it?
It's not organic, is it?
No, it's very structured. And it's had to be very put together with lots of rules to make it work, basically, hasn't it? Which is why we love it in a lot of ways. So view the balconies, some of the balconies of the Colin Atkinson, the Andy Caddick Pavilion there.
Yeah, men's dressing room on the right-hand side this year as we look at it. Yeah. Somerset women's dressing room on the left.
Yeah, so here's a question then. With that, obviously, a few changes around the ground because of the women's side, which will be playing cricket fairly soon as this goes down the ground from Rew. Good shot. Get pulled in, yeah. Not quite enough on it to go all the way. Think of a third and they'll get it. Some good running. And that takes the partnership to 202. Those 3 runs, so 202. Is a huge number on a previous to this. We had that partnership between Abel and Banton, which was worth 101. So it's doubled that essentially.
And as Spencer Bishop points out, Somerset's previous highest 5th wicket partnership against Worcestershire was 176, set back in 1959 between Bill Alley, the great Bill Alley, and Colin McCool. Good surname that from Colin.
So it's the biggest 5th wicket partnership for Somerset against Worcestershire.
Yeah. And I'm always a bit dubious of those stats. I'm grateful to Spencer for looking it up. Unless he knew it, I suspect he's been on Cricket Archive.
Yep.
Don't mind the highest. If it was the highest 5th wicket partnership in first-class cricket, fine.
Yeah. But if you're going to do against one team against another, there are a lot of records to be broken there, aren't there? That's kind of, yeah. Okay, highest 5th wicket. Who's that going to be? It's a good game.
Big shout drifting down the leg side. I wonder if could involve Triggs.
I was going to say potentially.
And Hildy.
Hildreth was the one that came to mind.
Wikipedia'd it. I'm not going into Cricket Archive just yet.
Let's have a look at that shout. Yeah, I think it looks a bit leg-sidey to me. Drifting down.
So it is currently, according to Wikipedia, 320.
Give me the year.
2005. I'm not sure.
Fine.
I'm allowing it because it was a first-class game, but it was a university's game.
Okay. 05. Is Hildy there then? No, because he was playing
Hildy
there,
is
but
there.
is he in?
He's not in that partnership.
No.
It's been the James Hildy that bowled Somerset to the T20 finals.
Yeah, the T20, well, the trophy.
The trophy,
2005, wasn't it? Who might that be then? Is Smith around then? 05? No, earlier up than that. I'm not sure he'd be in the 5th wicket partnership. Go on.
Ian Blackwell.
Blackie, of course, yeah.
And John Francis.
John Francis? It was 320 against what, Cardiff Uni or someone?
Durham UCCE, which is even more weird, isn't it?
And did we make them travel down to Somerset? I
would-
assume so. Yeah. I'm not sure who.
Not sure our pre-season involves going to Durham to play the students.
That does sound like quite a long trip for a Uni's game. Do you think they paired everyone else up and then we're like, right, we've got 2 teams. Who we got left? We've got Somerset and Durham. Okay, well, there we go. It's just going to have to happen now. Yeah, those games have stopped now. I was going to say a bit of a shame. It is, I think there is a shame. If you look at through the MCCU pupils who came through it there, Jack Leach was one of them, wasn't he? Cardiff and various others.
Trees was talking about that game yesterday even. Not last year. Trying to find the scorecard for it.
Because there was that one where Nick Compton and James Hildreth scored.
That was it. It was Leach's first class debut.
No. It was Leach's first class debut. It was in
For
that
Cardiff.
game. Was it really?
Or UCCE it was. If you haven't got your tickets, by the way, for England women versus the West Indies women, ODI here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, always popular down here.
Yeah.
One of the original homes of women's cricket. 7th of June, tickets selling fast. Get yourselves online. Get those. Have a night. I'd imagine we'll be playing new skipper for England. Brand new coach, Lottie Edwards. The natural successor to John Lewis. Tommy Taylor around the wicket.
Nicely played. Off his toes. Rew on to 87, I think. Scoreboard just not quite caught up here at Taunton. The train pulls out of the station. A lot of work going on up there, not just in Firepool. There's also flats being built along that new road. Skyline of Taunton changing slightly. Not quite as much as it changed when they put these floodlights up, though. That really was a big change for Taunton. Yeah. Just pushing it up a bit here, Taylor.
Didn't they get stuck on multicoloured mode, the first T20 they were used? Can you imagine the stress of whoever was in charge?
I didn't know they had multicoloured mode. What, we can turn the stadium blue or pink or something if we want it, can we?
I think so. Oh, it was a light show.
Yeah, I've never seen them in multicoloured. I don't know why you'd ever need multicoloured.
Well, why not? Oh, it was a light show. Okay.
Yes, that's right. They did the first season they had them. These new floodlights, because these are LED ones as opposed to most. I think there are some other. These were the first ones, weren't they? But I think there are some other ones that now do have lights like these. But they can do all sorts of flashing and showing off. There was
multicoloured.
No, I don't think they're multicoloured. Are you sure you haven't read April Fool's Day thing?
No, I just think
added multicoloured.
Just misremembered the flashing.
They got a bit stuck.
Someone didn't press the button. Yeah. They just stood there waiting to start a T20. Be a good new format, that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Semi-darkness. You just got no idea.
Yeah. Maybe during the power play.
Oh, inside edge. Going to be fought.
When your luck's in. Or alternatively for the bowler, when your luck's out. Because that's not far away. Just taking a little edge. Oh dear, if he'd missed that completely, I think he was gone. But he got enough on it, and he's actually picked up not only a 4, but he's taken Somerset past another batting point with that shot. So, not that that's the sort of batting you really want to see rewarded, but it has picked up another point for Somerset, who have now got their 3rd.
So they need, 98 now? Off 23.1 overs.
Yeah, they're looking all right, I think.
Which is about the current run rate, isn't it?
Yeah,
What's that saying? 4.05.
So it's fine. 23 takes you to, yeah.
Well,
pretty
it
much
takes them,
100.
what does that take them to? 80, 92?
Yeah.
So there or thereabouts.
Yeah. You can accelerate a bit towards the end if you've still got wickets in hand, can't you? Try and get that extra point. I say it every year. Teams do not value those points enough in April, May. It's a hill I'm going to die on. I say it all the time. I think you're so close and you've given away something there. You could have had an extra point, and who knows what that point might do for you at the end of the season.
I'm going to go Triggs to that.
I know Triggs will have some very strong views on batting points, I'm sure. Come and talk to me about those. Thank you very much, Sam. Glorious day today. As we see some of the scenes from the ground. Bit of digging going on, gardening from James Rew there. Banton 177. This could be a really big moment for him. It already is. Can he get himself to his first class double 100? He's 23 runs away, and I'm going to say he's looking fairly good, although he's a bit lucky to still be there after that last over. Vitrigo is alongside me. 23 runs away.
Afternoon, Charlie. What have I missed?
Well, he's got his double, his daddy 100, hasn't he? Not his double yet. He's got his daddy 100. We said 160, or you mentioned that as being the threshold. Here he is now, defending.
Yeah, he's played beautifully. Started yesterday like a train. Everything hit in the centre of the bat, and I suppose when you bat for that amount of time, you're going to make the odd minor mistake, as you saw in the last over, but it's been pretty flawless apart from that, from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Definitely starting to slide in the category of grazing and day in the dirt for the Worcestershire bowlers. Everything seems to be going Somerset's way. Even the false shots are picking up runs. There's only been that real slight glimmer of hope with the skied pull shot from James Rew, the only real positive really that you can see from the Worcestershire bowling innings today.
And even then, I'm sure the Worcestershire fans wouldn't see that particular moment as a positive, because it was dropped. And it was these days, or even not even these days, it's just an easy catch. Just should have been taken. Yeah, that was when the score was 219. 219 for 4 at that point, and now it's 353 for 4.
I always remember the words echoing across the ground from my first second 11 coach here at Somerset, Pete Robinson. If ever a sort of high catch went down, he'd shout from the boundary, "I could have caught that in the cheeks of my backside." Always, I've never forgot that.
Nice.
So yeah, set the tone for the middle session, Charlie.
Thanks. How many minutes have you been with us? Another single there. Quick look round then. Critchley's 122 and Pepper's with him on 95, and Essex are 513 for 4 against Surrey. Yes, that's a big total coming up there for Essex. Surrey struggling. Yorkshire 10 for 2. They're bowled out for 121 in the first innings. Hampshire all out for 249. Bean and Wharton both out for ducks.
Something you don't want on your CV early season, especially if you pick one up in the first innings as well.
Should we have a look
at Charlie, see what happened.
Bean and Wharton 14 and 13, and then 0-0.
The dreaded pair, every county batter out there.
Are there any ducks?
Always became a bit of a thing, even players with the class of Marcus Trescothick. I think he eventually got one towards the back end of his season and the back end of his career, and he was a broken man.
Not 65 for 1 in reply to Durham's 378. And Sussex are 521 for 9. 2 scores of over 500 out there already. It's been going on very quickly, those two. Simpson not out, 179. Just 1 run ahead of Tom Banton. It's Division 1, that's how it's looking. What was your favourite ground to bat at other than this one?
I was used to like batting at Trent Bridge.
Of course, yeah. Went there towards the end of your career. What did you do, 2 seasons there in the end?
Yeah, it was actually just liked the place.
Yeah.
Like, it seemed to suit my cricket. You know, there's a little bit of pace and bounce in the wicket, and I used to like to cut and pull. We were often in a situation up at Trent Bridge where we were kind of in the mire, you know, 40 for 4 or 50 for 4 or 5 or whatever, wherever I was batting, and I used to get sent in with the counter-attacking message, and always used to enjoy batting there. Old Trafford as well was a reasonable stomping ground, but no better place to bat when the sun's shining than Taunton. I'm sure I could echo many county cricketer through the decades that really do lick their lips when they stride through the Richards gates.
Two great places to watch cricket as well. You mentioned there, Nottingham and Manchester. Fantastic test grounds. Very different to Taunton, but I think Trent Bridge manages to retain that sort of small ground feel. I don't think Old Trafford does really now. I think Trafford feels like a really big ground. But Trent Bridge feels like you sort of watch, when it's a county game, and I've been there for county games, it still feels like that kind of county feel.
An event.
Yeah, exactly, like it does here. And then you see it, I must admit, I've not been to an international at Trent Bridge, but I see it on TV or you're listening into it and it sounds big and it sounds like a great ground for that as well. So, yeah, I do like Nottingham.
One day, 2020s on the Friday evenings, always high sellouts. Yeah, just a relatively quick run scoring ground as well, so always quite exciting cricket. And in the era that I played, Notts were a very strong team as well, with a good bowling attack. You always knew you were, it was always a sense when you were driving up the M5 in the bus that you were in for a fair bit of competition and produce some great games.
Yeah.
But I have to say, very jealous looking down the wicket now, seeing that wicket just brown off in the sunshine, and Rew closing in on what would be a very nice start to his season, and Banton flying. I wouldn't say a dejected Worcestershire team at the moment. It's too early in the season for that, but you can certainly sense that with 8 overs of the new ball being used, they haven't had that breakthrough, so the shoulders are a little bit lower than they maybe were on day one, especially when they came out fighting. And I thought we sort of touched on it yesterday, but didn't quite finish the conversation. I thought they came out after being blown away for 154, and I thought they showed an awful lot of character in the way that they bowled and went about things. But the Abel-Banton partnership yesterday, I thought, was exceptional.
Yeah, loved watching it yesterday, those two.
Yeah, it really has laid the foundations for James Rew to come in and enjoy himself. Just took that little edge of pressure off.
Yeah, something about that, an Abel-Banton partnership, it works really well because you've got two very different players. Obviously here you've got a left-hand, right-hand split, and that's great, but for those two right-handers, actually you've got very different styles of play, different ways of going about getting their runs, and it's great to watch, actually. That sort of fine technique, textbook stuff of Tom Abel, and then a lot of the timing and slightly more sort of laid-back approach, I'd say, of Tom Banton. Two great players. One who's scored bucket loads of runs for his county, and one who looks like, carrying on from last season, like he'll do the same eventually, Tom Banton. Yeah,
I think Bance has got that extra element, hasn't he, where I think as a bowler at the top of your mark that if you get it wrong he's going to hurt you, and that's always a tough thing to combat. Batters that don't allow you the odd loose delivery, he 9 times out of 10 punishes you for a boundary, so you have that little bit of pressure on your shoulders when you're running in.
Taylor changing ends here. No relation, I might point out. Awful lot of Taylors around, too many.
I haven't seen his legs, mate, so I couldn't possibly comment.
Yeah, they're a bit pasty white at the minute, my ones. Need to get out in the sunshine a bit, get on the bike a bit more.
James Rew batting a good 18 inches out of his crease, and Taylor's over-pitched in his first delivery from the river end, and he's been clipped rather elegantly through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, elegant's the word, I think.
It's a very Marcus Trescothic move he makes, actually. He bats 18 inches out of his crease, makes a big backward step to balance himself, and I think that is a feature of James Rew's batting. His head is very still when the bowler releases the ball. Makes a lot of good judgments. James Rew is a very, very fine player.
Yeah.
Great technique.
Lefty as well, so there is that echo, isn't there, of Trescothic. Similar shot, not quite the same placement. The fielder will do it.
Yeah, he's an incredibly elegant player to watch, actually. Very easy on the eye, and going back many, many years, you kind of, it's hard not to think sort of, he's got that David Gower flow to his bat. There's lovely rhythm to his batting when he's playing well.
I remember watching a double century here against Hampshire a couple of seasons ago. Him and Shoaib Bashir it was for the 11th wicket. Great, great innings. All the class, all the elegance, showed off everything about his game, and I think that's where the rest of the world sort of noted up. Ears pricked up and thought, oh, hello, James Rew, there's a name we need to know. One of those innings that you don't forget. We might be watching one from this man now as well. 178 he's on, 360 for 4 is the score. He's just defending this one. Rew on 95. Need to remind myself how many first class centuries he's got. 6 or 7, I think. No, that's not going to do it. 8. In fact, he's got more hundreds than he has 50s.
Yeah, you've done him dirty there, Charlie. Yeah, fine player. He's got a great temperament as well. Even when he doesn't score big runs, you know, bar the slight error early, he's a very good decision maker.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it? He's 21. He only turned 21 in January. He's 5 runs away from his 9th first class century. It's a fairly good return. Still got to make these 5 runs though if he wants that number 9. 1 hit away, as Sam would say, as he did earlier with Banton. He has scored a 6 already in this innings, James Rew. Bowling of D'Oliveira, but that will be 1 more. He moves to 96. You can get too carried away with individual landmarks, can't you? Just look at it as a team game. Somerset 362, it's a lead of 207.
Yeah, it's hard not to when you're in the 90s. Everyone in the ground, including yourself as the batter, are fully aware. And yes, it is a team game, but team game played with individuals. Only you can score your runs for you, and it is a huge part of the game, scoring hundreds.
Eight off the over just gives you an idea of the way the runs have been flowing here for Somerset today. Run rate over 4, just about.
Yeah, there is a danger that Worcester are going to run out of ideas pretty quickly. You know, they've got to do something differently. If get through this new ball now, I think something's going to have to change with the plans or the strategy in some way, shape, or form. They can't afford another session like the last one where Somerset are easing themselves at 4.5 and over, and this game will be rapidly away from them, if not already. stroll through town just now. There's a good amount of Somerset and probably Worcester fans walking around and grab themselves a bite to eat or a coffee. It's definitely cricket season.
Yeah, and I'm sure the local coffee shops and bakeries notice that. Sandwich shops. Such an important part of Taunton's culture, isn't it? The cricket season in particular. Especially when there's play, when the sky looks like this and there's people come to the ground, they look at the forecast, they say, yep, I'll be there. Not missing this, not after 6 months of waiting.
That's one of the great things about county championship cricket. If you're in a town centre, which you more often than not are, you can always drift off for half an hour and pop to the shops, come back, and generally you don't miss too much. You certainly would have on day one with the rather ominous start actually that Worcester put on. Roderick and Libby were batting beautifully, 70 without loss, not really much going on, and then all of a sudden Leach into the attack way earlier than anyone would have expected or predicted, and he picked up that wicket of Libby, and then Casey Aldridge had his first spell and really did tear through the middle order of the Worcestershire team. Lovely punch through the covers off the back foot from James Rew. He's going to pick up a couple more.
It just shows, doesn't it, having someone like Jack Leach as your go-to spinner. Okay, he might be able just to bring a bit of control, but just as likely he might just get something, get a breakthrough. And that breakthrough, look what it led to. Wickets come in partnerships and they come as a team, don't they? And Aldridge will look at his fifer and think, yeah, but if Leach hadn't made that breakthrough, perhaps those 5 wouldn't have come.
Yeah, it certainly all helps. I was doing my pitch report earlier and I called him the catalyst. He was the catalyst for the collapse that we witnessed. But yeah, taking nothing away from Aldridge and certainly the comeback spell. I mean, I think I did mention yesterday that Overton self-admittedly didn't get it right in his first 3 overs, got whipped out the attack, and he'd have probably felt a little bit sore about that. But you know with Craig, when you watch him year after year, his most dangerous mode is when he's got a point to prove and maybe he's not had a great spell the one before. He very rarely backs up a bad spell with another one, and he bowled exceptionally to pick up that 3 wickets that he did.
Comes Finch. There's a bit of an edge there. Not where Banton meant to put it, I don't think. He's glanced quickly behind him. That's usually a sign that a batter's getting a bit worried. Where's that gone? But he does pick up another run. Moves to 182. Rew there on 99. On strike now.
The obligatory fielder on the deep comes in to try and cut out that one. Both sweepers have come in to try and make Rew earn this run. No freebies. I'm sure Rew will just be playing the ball on its merit. Finch into bowl. He's got the perfect ball that you want on 99 into the thigh pad and clipped away to the fine leg boundary. James Rew matches Banton and has scored 100 on his first outing in the Rothesay County Championship. Well batted, James Rew.
What a sight for Somerset fans. The 2 batters yet to be beaten today. Both of them ticking into 3 figures. And it's a good sign. Sun beating down. Somerset batters well on top. And Worcestershire needs something now. They are desperate for a breakthrough. They haven't been successful today. James Rew and Tom Banton working together. And really pushing them through it now, Worcestershire. Now the next landmark, we sort of keep looking between them. Rew's. Oh no, hang on a minute. The scorecard saying Rew's on 98. He's gone down a run since I last checked.
What's gone on here? What's gone on here, Polly?
Well, there's a bit of a pause.
Is it? Was it?
Now, I've got a feeling there might have been a leg by that wasn't noticed before in the previous delivery. Well, he's still on strike, but he's on 98. Okay, cancel that.
Someone on the live stream has pointed out that he is still on 99.
What? Oh, yes, he's now on 99. Well, that's the second season in a row that we've called it 100 when he's been on 99.
Oh, my word. Please don't get out now.
That would be...
There will be fingers to be pointed.
Oh, dear. Well, I think... Thank you. Our director's just said this one wasn't our fault. Yeah, okay. Rew is on 99. He's got Taylor to face here as he gets ready. Well, we've had a practice run at it. It's not going to be this ball, no. Picked up by the fielder.
How good would that be? Celebrating 200s in the space of a couple of minutes if he can get this extra run. A bonus celebration.
Well, he was celebrating there, wasn't he? Am I right? I must admit, I sort of took my eye off him a little bit once he'd done it.
Well, I played with a few people who count their score, but
You would have looked up at the scorecard.
Yeah.
At this point, you'd have lost count by 9. I certainly would have about 10.
The way he celebrated, he certainly felt like he'd...
Yeah, they were celebrating. They definitely were, weren't they? I'm doubting myself now. Right, Taylor around the wicket. And he's carved that one. That's a shot to bring up 100. James Rew, it's going all the way to the boundary, so even if it's only a single, he knows he's definitely got past that 100 mark now. Takes his helmet off for the second time in a couple of balls. And there's a high five and a hug with Tom Banton at the other end as well. James Rew has got his season underway with 3 figures. His 9th first-class century. He's just 21 years old, always worth reminding everyone. He is just a youngster, and yet he plays like he's got 15 seasons under his belt.
Lovely work from James Rew, and more importantly, Polly is off the hook.
Yeah, it's not the moment to lose count, is it, on 99? Leaving that one, wasn't far away, but good leave in the end. Well, there was that one chance, wasn't there, where he should have been caught when he was on 30. But since then, he's looked very solid.
Almost kicked him into a next gear as well, so yeah, it's been a pretty costly error there from Tom Hindley out on the deep square boundary. Every single run he's scored since then, it'll just be a little dagger to the side. Oh, and he's picked up a 4, no, just a 2 off the outside edge. Everything going Somerset's way at the moment. Got a feel for the Worcestershire players.
Well, it's not a bad day. It's my first day of the season, wasn't it? Yesterday, turned up and Somerset haven't lost a wicket, and I've seen 2 players tick into 3 figures. Lovely
Get yourself some more days' work,
yeah,
Charlie, with that sort of record.
Look at the blue skies as well, absolutely beautiful.
I actually think it was my first ball back on commentary was the Rew drop. Oh, I nearly jinxed it. Another clip into the leg side and another 2 runs to the tally.
Yeah, Hindley let you off the hook there. His drop.
James Rew, sponsored by King's College. His 100 count has been 186 balls with a 6 and 11 4.
Just have reports from we just celebrate here, the 100 of James Rew. That there's an emu running loose near Taunton. So if you're on the A358 at Thorn Falcon, just down the road.
I thought Rod Hull had passed away. Oh wow!
Got a picture of it.
Yeah, I used to get occasionally stuck in traffic on the A370 coming down Western to Taunton with the Pern Farm cow drive. I've never come across an emu in my way. That would be quite the sight.
I think the seagulls here better be careful. Emus are big birds, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I think there are a few Worcestershire cricketers out there that would be very happy with ducking their head into the sand, but might be a bit more difficult to do it on tarmac.
Finch will try and find that breakthrough. Banton on 182.
Yeah, boy!
Ball really not doing much, is it? I don't think the pitch was offering much for those bowlers. And the bowlers themselves won't be the most dangerous that Somerset face this season.
It's hard to see a wicket falling, if I'm honest, at the moment. I'm sure it's just potentially going to be the case of a lapse in concentration. It takes a lot of focus to bat out there for 221 balls and 189 respectively. These two batters, both in the early parts of their career, showing quite exceptional mental skills as well as the technical ones that they show.
We've talked a lot last season and also yesterday and today about Tom Banton's mentality as a red ball batter, and he just looks so set now, doesn't he? He just looks so comfortable. Really, really good to see.
Yeah, I mean, I find what he's done is excellent, but I find the real in terms of the club from a Somerset perspective, I really do wonder how much of an impact Tom turning down white ball contracts and a few franchise gigs to get better at 4-day cricket. And not only has he got better at 4-day cricket, he's then had his best white ball off season, and everything in his game has just clicked. I wonder how much of an influence that's been on another outstanding young talent here at Somerset in Will Smeed. He was all over the press as being one of the first youngsters to straight out the gates only sign a white ball contract, and now he's signed a multi-format deal. I wonder if Tom Banton's success in playing all the formats has maybe just swayed Smeedy's decision there, just to feel like doing the work that Banton's done is going to be the good thing for his longevity in the game.
There's a lot of history in cricket, isn't there? If you're going to play the sport, you sort of need to know a bit of the history. And at Somerset, there are names that you just, when you think of the club, you think of those names. And those players that play all those formats, that have that success, but in particular in red ball cricket, those are the ones who get really remembered.
Yeah, well, I think there's a technical aspect to it as well. The red ball does more than the white ball, so I think if you can find success as Banton has there, beautiful cover drive, full face of the bat, elegant, technical, plenty of power, a beautiful way to finish the over. Yeah, I think if you can, super talented cricketer, there's no doubt about that from the get-go. But that investment into, again, his longevity in the game, to play 4-day cricket, to be able to counteract spells of bowling for sustained periods of time where the ball's zipping around, moving around, you get getting bounced out, and you only really get exposed to that in 4-day cricket. And I've always struggled to think how playing white ball only would make you a better cricketer in the grand sense of the word. You look at all the superstars that have played T20 cricket, your David Warners, your Chris Gales, your A.B. de Villiers, your Virat Kohlis, the list goes on. They all have that technique that was really born and nurtured in 4-day cricket. Where in a 4-day game, in a T20 game, would you get the opportunity to bat for over 200 balls and really fine-tune your skills? So I really do think that hopefully this message will be wider than just inside this ground. It will go out to all players that are thinking, I'll just take the white ball contract. No, actually, if you want to play this game for 15, 20 years, really invest some time in it early on. And I think Banton's done the great thing, and I'm sure had some level of impact into Somerset securing Will Smeed across the formats, which is a great thing for the club, and I really do think it'd be a great thing for Smeedy's career in the long run.
I also wonder about what it's like for the cricketer as a person to be playing 6-7 different leagues across a year, bouncing from one country to the next, your feet never staying still. Probably not great as a way to live. I'm sure you've got the luxury and all the money and everything that comes with it, but actually, oh, it's bounced just in front of first slip. Does well actually to get a hand on it.
Well, I think as we saw with Bant and Smeedy, taking those two as example, not picking them in any way, but if you track their performances when they were playing predominantly white ball cricket, you know, their sort of success graph would look like a heartbeat. You know, highs and lows, and you know, you go to one tournament in Pakistan and then you go to one in Australia, different wickets, different surfaces, different bowlers. There's, you know, massive spikes of performance, and tournaments where, you know, Bant's couldn't get a run, and then he'd have a couple of good knocks, but then lots of lean spells, as you will get as an opening batter in T20. Whereas he's got a foundation of his annual cricket playing here in the county championship, where he just gets the opportunity to go out there. There's no overs ticking down, really, in the grand sense of the word, and he can just bat and really learn his trade, and we're seeing the product of him investing the time in his own technique, his mentality. And I would debate until the cows come home how you could not see that as a benefit to your T20 game, being out there right now.
Well, it's an interesting point. You said about overs counting down. Okay, some very rarely towards the end of a 4-day game they do really come into play, but here he's playing at his pace, isn't he? He's not looking suddenly in a T20 so quickly. You're looking at run rates for the team, you know, and it's going above 8 or 9 and over, and you're thinking, right, I've got to start again. And that isn't how you play a comfortable game. But here you can just spend your time working out who you are as a cricketer, as a batter.
Well, you obviously, for obvious reasons, you're limited in a T20 game. You have 120 balls to bat. You might be chasing. The game very much dictates what you have to do on any given ball, any given over. Whereas here, the directive to Tom, I'm sure, from Jason Kerr and Andy Hurry and his captain would have been, have a great day, mate.
Yeah.
See you at tea.
Yeah.
That's a great place to be, and a good learning ground as well. So more power to him.
Yeah, bit of pad rash for Casey Aldridge, though, we've just seen on our screens there. He's been padded up since, well, probably what, just before 11 o'clock this morning. He's been padded up.
Yeah,
waiting for that moment.
He's probably got a bit of heat rash on his shins.
Here he is. Yeah, that's not the great position. Obviously, you want your mates to do well. You want them to be out there for as long as possible on a warm day. And you're wearing all your kit like that.
It's such a tough thing when you're next in and there's a big partnership. You often see a failure after a really long partnership, because it's so hard to find the balance between, okay, the lads they look like they're bedded in here, I can switch myself off. And the real skill is when the wicket goes, can you, by the time you've crossed over the rope taking your guard, can you fire yourself back up? Because it's very easy, because you're mentally on. You watch someone else bat for an hour, you get so tired. I bet you he's yawning like a good one up there. It's so hard to keep your brain going, and I think with all the support staff now, you know, he's up there now. I can see him in the dressing room. He's shadow batting. He's probably, you know, doing some fast feet just to try and keep himself invested in what he's going to have to do at some stage.
Yeah, the only upside is if they bat well enough that you never get to bat because the declaration comes, but that's still a while away, I'd have thought, from Lewis Gregory's mind. I mean, Gregory is down on the card as coming in next part, as we've seen from the dressing room. Well, they may well both be padded up, actually, in case 2 quick wickets fall. But Gregory, a bit more of a laid-back character, I think. Have feet up somewhere, won't he, Gregory? What's he like in the changing rooms?
Very easy company.
Yeah.
He's... I think it's why he's known around the place as being such a great captain, very level-headed, knows the game very well, but again, he's not really emotionally high and low sort of character. He's one of those guys that really has a consistent demeanour, which I think is important when you're around the dressing room as the captain, just to be stern at times, but calm. And Lewis has both of those in spades.
Banton, 189 runs. By far his biggest ever first class total. 11 short of what would be a momentous day for him, his first double ton, but still 11 runs to get. It'll be Rew on strike first though, off the bowling of Finch. It's a little bit wide, yeah, and Rew has creamed it through the covers. There is a fielder out there, but that ball got what it deserved really. In fact, it probably got away with it a little bit. Pushing it out there. I guess that's why they've got the cover on the boundary. Always looks good though, look at that. Textbook stuff.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Penny for the thoughts kind of moment with Brett D'Oliveira at the moment. There was that period, 65 to 80 overs, where you could almost visibly see they were trying to tick down to the new ball as Banton plays one of the most glorious shots today. He's not going to get 4 for it, but from an aesthetics point of view, it deserved a couple more runs, but he's going to pick up 2. Yeah, that you sense that with the field and the bowling changes, it was very much a right lads, let's just try and get the rate down, and we'll wait for the new ball, we'll wait for something to happen. The danger is that now it's like waiting for a declaration, which is a really bad place to be. I'm right in saying the weather's set fair for the rest of the week.
I believe that is the case, which is excellent news.
Often happens on maybe like the first innings, because on day 4 there's rain around, and I don't think that's the case, even though I haven't trusted a weather forecast since my finishing.
How old were you in 1987?
I don't know, but I just remember it. I don't know why. It always sticks in my mind when I talk about anything to do with weather. Don't worry, it'll be fine, and there are house tiles flying down everyone's road.
Oh, he's not played that particularly well there. He was trying to pull it, or hook it really.
Oh, I'll wake him up.
Yeah.
Copped one in the chest there. He might get a little bit of a bruise out of that. But sometimes focuses the mind a little bit. That cricket ball is pretty hard. It smarts when it gets you on the flesh. I got hit a couple of months ago, Charlie, and I haven't been hit by a high velocity ball for quite a while. It popped off a length and it hit me right on the left nipple.
Oh.
It was so painful. Even the umpire walked down the wicket to check if I was all right. I kind of had that sort of attempt at a stoic, stern, I'm not hurt face, but oh my word, I was in absolute agony.
The nipple survived. Only just. You're going to show me a picture now, aren't you?
I got the hot sweats on. You know when you get hurt, when you stub your toe or something like that, where you just get that instant sweat, and you're trying to sort of like, dare I say it, man up, and you're just struggling. It was a horrible lot.
So paint the picture. Where were you?
I was playing in a place called Srinagar in Kashmir, on the India-Pakistan border. They hadn't played professional cricket there for 40 years because of the issues in that part of the world, and it wasn't a very good pitch. And there was quite a sprightly bowler that had just been recruited to the old man leagues that I play in. He was about 32. He was bowling pretty sharp, and one just popped off a length as I was coming forward, and it sort of hit me on the nipple and just rolled back down the wicket towards the bowler, and it was not very nice. But yeah, it focuses the mind. You definitely watch the next one, that's for sure.
Ooh, ouch! You can see the actual impact point on the bruise. Yeah, that's a painful one. That.
For those who can't see my phone, I just showed a picture of my nipple to Charlie. It's definitely a post-watershed moment.
Yeah, people on OnlyFans will be interested to see it. Get that going.
Do you think there's a market for cricket injuries? on
Yeah,
that-
I
on
reckon
that
there's a market
kind
for
of
everything,
website?
Pete. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, Penguin.
It's always a possible career path for you if you
Anyhow,
have extra income.
James Rew
Yes.
has had a little bit of a wakener with that mistimed pull.
Yeah, I don't think he would have ended up quite as bruised as you did on that one from it. But yeah.
It does focus the mind, definitely. I like this field that Worcester have set. I'd still like to see the keeper up to the stumps. But yeah, I mean, you know, if you have a look at the pitch, if we can have a picture of it sort of panned out a little bit. If you imagine batting there, James Rew with the bowler running in, there probably doesn't look like there are many gaps there for a sort of a conventional shot, and maybe he'll just try and open the hands on one and create an opportunity here. So I like the field. Just throwing it over to the batter to kind of asking the question, how patient are you really going to be? Because with this field there'll be a lot more dot balls, you'd imagine. There might be a few the odd boundary, but with this field it's going to be hard to pierce. And I suppose you're just asking the batter, are you willing to get funky at this stage? You know, try and, you know, use your feet, slide your wrists on one, and yeah, so it's a good option here from Brett D'Oliveira. First slip with the helmet on, standing very close. A reaction to that nick the previous over that dropped way short of first slip. Not sure he really needs a helmet there, if I'm honest, but better safe than sorry, because as you find out when you get a little bit older, teeth are quite expensive.
You had to get yours done, have you?
I haven't had anything that I didn't need doing to my teeth, but I did take a cricket ball into the top lip years ago, which damaged one of them, and yeah, you've got to keep up the run-in repairs on a crown, and it's not cheap. Especially when you can't, for the life of you, get an NHS. But that's a whole other rabbit hole that we don't want to go down.
391 for 4. Somerset 9 runs short of a 4th batting point. That's almost inevitable, that. They're going to score 9 runs with 6 wickets in hand. And they've got 10 overs to get another one. Assuming it takes about 4 overs to get maybe there, the way things have slowed down a bit. Well, let's see, because it's going to be D'Oliveira. This is trying to be forced through just forwards of point. Oh, there isn't a run there. The fielder's done well. Not too sure what Banton was trying to do there. Eventually got out of the way of it. 320 is the record for Somerset in the 5th wicket. These guys are on 251. Now there will be a run there. Just past the bowler. Picked up at long off. And Banton moves on to 194.
Interesting question here on the live stream. Asking my opinion on, do you declare at 450? Absolutely not.
No.
Not with 2 good days of weather, a wearing pitch, Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan, and the mental fatigue. Really, I really do think that Somerset will be eyeing up a 550, 600 at this stage, especially if the run rate stays at around 4 and over. I could easily see a sort of, well, if it goes really, really well, Somerset will. I'd be surprised if they didn't bat the day through at least. I mean, I suppose you could throw an argument for a naughty little session at the end of today if things keep going well. It's not a given that we bat the remaining 48 overs, but you think bat for 40 overs, you might be able to, we're on 400, you could easily put 200 on that, especially if they, your Lewises and your Caseys at some stage put the hammer down. Yeah, you could easily see, a 550, 575, something like that. That would leave a bit of time for one of those horrible sessions where the Worcester openers wouldn't be able to achieve anything, but they're risking their wicket. That's certainly in the conversation, I would imagine.
I think you also want to see this as a bit of, I don't want to be too rude about Worcestershire. I'm trying not. I don't mean it like that, but almost a bit of batting practice. Like you lose Gregory, Casey Aldridge. Yeah, okay, they might have practiced, but give them some time out there. Let them have a bat. First game of the season, let them get some runs under their belt, heading into a bit of a confidence booster maybe ahead of next game.
Yeah, we've both watched enough cricket though that you can't ever predict this game, and there's nothing to say that a wicket here won't bring 3 and then the dynamic of the whole game changes. Banton just rocks back and thumps the ball back past the bowler's stumps for 4. That really is a shot of a batsman in prime form.
198 he moves to. Let's not understate this. This is a huge moment for Tom Banton.
Well, I think you could extend the 200. I actually don't think he's that bothered about the next few runs. There's 300 out there for him if he wants it.
He's on 199. This is a player who, for a long time in his first-class career, could not really get to 50 was his ceiling for a while. The way he was getting out in 20s and 30s. Last season, breakthrough for him. Top score, though, going into this season was only 133, and I say only because you look at a lot of the top players and their top scores are big hundreds, double hundreds, some of them even triple hundreds.
Well, I know it's early days in the English summer, but I think the question is always, what do you do to I know he's in the England setup in the one-day game, but how do you change people's perception of what you are as a cricketer? He's in the white ball setup with England, in and out a little bit. How do you change the perception of, I am a 3-format player? It's by scoring not 100, it's doing what he's doing today. And if he goes on, he's then on the back pages, and all of a sudden people will change the idea of, Tom Banton's a white ball player and start taking his 4-day cricket seriously. I mean, I was sat talking to a very successful England cricketer yesterday that captained in that magnificent 2005 series, Michael Vaughan, and he was waxing lyrical about the way Tom Banton was batting and those messages getting out there, and what he's done today could really, really catapult him into that conversation.
Yeah, well, if you think Somerset will be being looked at by England because Trez is very much part of that setup, so Somerset will be on the radar for sure. You've got people like Michael Vaughan now interested in Somerset because of his son. As you say, that conversation. How do you separate yourself? It's those really big scores, and this already is one of them. But ticking that over to 200 makes a difference. Really does make a difference. Now, we've got to be careful because I think the scorecard's been a little bit up and down here. I think they've got it right now. As Rew will bring Banton on to strike with 1 ball in the over left.
I think as well another level, if you think about I don't like the phrase myself, but the Baz ball, the whole sort of setup, the narrative around English cricket is about positivity, and Banton, if he scores a weight of runs, he plays in the mode that they want as well. Someone that can go up and down gears, bat for long periods of time, but also if a test match requires you to press the accelerator, he's got that in his locker as well. He's on 199 now. Somerset also closing in on 400. The field has come up to try and force an error. How much do you want that extra run? Are you willing to wait?
Not this ball. Not this ball. Then he'll have to wait as the over ends there. Well, his heart will be pounding, I'm sure, and even though he looks as laid back as ever, there's that big scoreboard in his eye line that says Tom Banton, 199. He's got his partner there, James Rew, on 111 as well. These two have been going so strongly for Somerset. 398 for 4 the score overall, so Somerset 2 runs short of that 4th batting point as a team.
And it's amazing to think that maybe last season, or certainly the season before, these two would have been playing games of cricket for Taunton St Andrews on their days off. So You know, these two have played a fair bit of cricket with each other, know each other well. I'm sure Rew is doing the work of the mate down the other end, just keeping him focused. I don't know actually, who knows what their dynamic is. You like to think that Rew is like, come on, Bants, get your head on.
Yeah, keep it together. Of course, Rew's already been there. Double 100. Banton has not. Here he is on strike then. 399 for 4. This is a huge moment for Tom Banton in his career. Has he found the run? No. That heart, I mean, my heart's pumping, let alone I wonder what his is going through at the moment. She's got to try and keep cool. Olivier in again. Excited, he's going to do it! He runs through, punches the air. Tom Banton is a double centurion for Somerset for the first time in first-class cricket. And he raises his bat and his helmet to the Andy Caddick Pavilion and to his teammate, James Rew. And they come together. What a performance from Tom Banton, who, as we saw last season, is renewed in this format. And I am so pleased for him, seeing him succeed so well on this level after all the hard work he's put in. And Somerset fans, I'm sure, will echo that. Banton 200, Somerset are 400 for 4. And Tom Banton now a double centurion.
Yeah, you can really see how much that meant to him. His first few strides down the wicket, hunched over, fist pumping. That meant an awful lot to Tom Banton, and geez, has he deserved it in this innings. Hopefully he's hungry for a few more.
Well, you said it, Pete. There's runs out there. There are runs out there, and Somerset don't need to hurry. Really, what they got? They got another 11 and a bit overs to pick up 49 runs if they can for that final batting point. But other than that, plenty of time. Weather set fair. Just keep the concentration. Really, I think that's it, isn't it? Just as long as you stay focused.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount of time now before we'll be thinking about a tea break as well, and that might just be a focus. Get through to tea, have a cup of coffee or something, chill out for a bit, go again. It's all out there for these two at the moment. Banton could be on the cusp of doing something really, really special today.
Well, just to recap, we're hearing these stats now. 200 off 241 balls. 149 of those were dot balls, which means he scored 33 boundaries in that time. No sixes as of yet. But that is a incredible sight to see. Tom Banton going at 83 strike rate as well.
Maybe also, I think within those stats, a little bit of an insight into where his head's at. A ball striker of his quality and his power, he hasn't hit a 6 in 200 runs. That says an awful lot that he's really taking care over his wicket, and he's happy to deal in 4s and spend a long period of time out there. And even though the ball hasn't cleared the ropes on the full, it's been an absolute spectacle here for the Somerset patrons. Crisp ball striking, elegant shots. One of the easier on the eye partnerships I think you'll ever see.
Yeah. All right, so they're both King's College boys, I think. Banton definitely isn't. He is, isn't he? Great moment for Somerset fans, in particular for Banton and his family. Of course, he's a Worcestershire boy. Tom Banton. Bant Green, I think, is his part of the county, isn't it?
Yeah, very nice part of the Midlands. Bant Green. The only other person I know that lives in Bant Green is Ron Atkinson, the old former Manchester United manager. I wonder if they're buddies. Visitor here in the commentary box, enjoying the view.
Shot, leaning back, allowing it to through third area for another 4. And he moves on to 118. This is just going too well, really, for Somerset. Worcestershire so far on the back foot.
There you go, Millie. Give everyone a wave back home. Millie's popped up to take in the view up here in the Trescothic stand. Hope you're having a great day, Millie. You enjoying the cricket? Yeah, I bet you are.
Somerset fan then. Not sure many Worcestershire fans will have been enjoying too much of this. Although some very good cricket on show, but not so great as far as their team's concerned. Millie's brother turned down the tour. He was one of those superstitious followers. Didn't want to move because Banton was on 199. Made the right call. Got him to 200. He can come up now, though. Oh, now is there a top edge? No. Rew gets away with that one. The lead now is approaching 250. Is it 248? Already it's going to take quite a good performance to make Somerset bat a second time.
Yeah, Somerset 3 down early in their reply to Worcester's 154, and how things have changed since the two Toms got together, and then followed by James Rew's magnificent century. Runs have been flowing, and it's been all Somerset after that first hour and a half of excellent Worcestershire opening partnership. Somerset have just turned on the afterburners and really have blown Worcestershire away, and struggle to see that there's any kind of a way back into this game at this stage for Worcestershire. It's going to be rearguard action for the next 2.5 days for the Worcestershire men.
The big question is, I wasn't here yesterday. I haven't done commentary for a while, obviously, over the winter. Can I still remember how to commentate on a wicket? Because I've only been here for 3.5 hours, so...
I'll come back in tomorrow. Hopefully you can commentate on
9 or 10,
plenty.
yeah.
Brett D'Oliveira bowling here at the Trescothic stand end, hoping that he can bring a little bit of magic on to turn sharply, but at the moment it's all too easy for the Somerset pair out there.
As a team, you must start a day and think, right, how would a good day turn out? What's the ideal situation? Do you think even the most optimistic would have come up with this?
Yeah, I think that last ball, I think, is what Worcestershire need to happen. If you notice, that was like a just outside off stump ball. They've got Ethan Brooks at extra cover, and Banton's just tried to open the face and has played and missed at one. That's really one of his only false shots for quite a while now, but he's tried to create an angle that wasn't there. That's kind of what Worcester are sort of living off of at the moment, and a run out would certainly have been a disappointing end to this partnership, but was nearly the case with a better throw. I think that was actually quite close.
I think it was. In the end, the bails haven't even been taken off because I think the throw was bad enough. The keeper was, he couldn't even, he was moving away from the
direct hit. Direct hit, I think, would have been very, very interesting there. The ball just spun back towards the point fielder.
Yeah.
And gave him a slight bit of an opportunity. But in this situation, I think you need something to happen. You need someone to take a great catch, a run out, or just somehow pull a spell out of thin air and pick up a couple of wickets. But again, as I keep saying, it doesn't look like you can foresee anything but a Somerset dominant rest of this session, and that really would be quite a quiet dressing room, I'd imagine, at tea time if Worcestershire haven't taken the 5th wicket.
I was mentioning earlier on. Sorry.
There you go.
Mentioning earlier on how I helped out a friend with. Our friends at WPA have been helping us out with this. I was helping my mate out with his fantasy cricket team. We were talking about which Somerset players to include. And the two that I suggested he include, Banton and Rew. He owes me a drink tonight.
He's going to be top of the league by the end of the first round of games, I think, if it keeps going this way.
Yeah, he was tapping me up for some insider info.
Is that legal?
I think you could talk to commentators. I think if I was Banton myself, and I said put me in your squad, it's a bit different, isn't it? But I mean, the only insider info I've got is any info I can, that I've seen or watched or that I've got online. I'm not being passed notes from the coaching squad here. Just a bigger shot there. Timing it.
Yeah, he's just looking to open his shoulders a little bit there. Tried to muscle that down the ground.
He's got Rew as his captain and Banton as his vice captain, so I think he'll be very, very happy. .406 for 4. I wonder whether Somerset will. Just think, well, there's that 5th batting point. I want to miss out on that. In the same way, they don't want to give wickets away, really, in that, don't want to collapse from here, although it's not the end of the world, obviously. But with the chance now of putting on such a big score, you don't want to throw away that opportunity.
There's that fielder coming into play straight down the wicket. This is where you are kind of at the bitter end of your ideas. You see that field, 4 fielders all in close-ish proximity, but Banton just decides to launch one over the top, and that's his first maximum, his first 6 of the innings. Banton's had enough of finding fielders, and he's just taken them out of the equation and lofted that beautifully back over the bowler's head. And a real ominous sign here.
Great catch in the crowd. I'm going to leave you now to bring in our 6-hitting specialist, Sam Dalling, to come and talk us through exactly that and a few more big hits. Oh, yeah.
Luckily, we're unlikely to see an all-run 6. And we don't have to have that debate again of if it's a boundary or not, which is good. There we go. We're having a little look here. See who took that catch in the Lord Ian Botham stand. Nicely taken, if you did. Banton's definitely looking to press home the advantage now.
Life feels good right now, Peter, for Somerset fans.
Yeah, I mean we're all pretty happy, no doubt about that. I mean it's quite the partnership we've got brewing here.
I'd say it's more than brewing. I'd say it's well brewed right now. While there's loads of time left in the game, so you don't need to rush it, is there something to be said about having 12 overs at the Worcestershire openers tonight because they've been stood out there all day having to try and concentrate and just trying to get them while they're mentally in a batting zone? They won't want to bat tonight, right? If you're an opener, you won't want to bat for 8-10 overs tonight.
Yeah, I think, as me and Charlie did mention, that is probably one scenario. I don't think it's in the conversation right now.
Okay.
Where there's plenty of cricket to be played. There's 2 good days in the forecast. You're probably in that stage now where you're just trying to grind the opposition into the dirt as Rew plays a reverse sweep all the way for 6. Somerset are in very buoyant, confident mood here. 6s in successive overs here for the Somerset pair. And it is becoming quite the show out here. Yeah, I think there's so many ifs and buts, but yeah, I do think that is going to be a conversation at some stage. Do you want one of those awkward sessions, depending on the run rate? But the way that it looks like it's going, 4-5 and over for here, you're going to be somewhere in the 550-600 range, which is declaration range. So yeah, Somerset are in full control of their destiny at this stage. some explosive players to come in. You've got two guys that have already backed the truck up and got a load of runs. They could, push the accelerator as it looks like they're doing now. Could easily see that being one of the scenarios.
It just looks so easy for these two, doesn't it?
Yeah, good running as well. Running that first one hard and picking up two. Yeah, it's going to be, well, it is a tough day for Worcester. It doesn't look like it's relenting at all at the moment. Oh, he's absolutely thumped that. Almost through the hands of Ethan Brooks at extra cover. It's taken a thumbnail with it all the way to the boundary. Serious power there from Tom Banton. Boundaries are flowing here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Myself, Pete Trigo, Sam Dalling and Charlie Taylor enjoying what we're seeing today. Not that we're not very welcoming of our Worcestershire supporters that are on our live stream, but I'm guessing it must be quite tough viewing at the moment.
Well, you wouldn't blame them if they turned it off for a bit and just taking advantage of some sunshine. Harry's gutted downstairs, Charlie, that he gave up today. He hasn't been able to watch any of this partnership. He's got his head in League 2 football. You're always welcome here.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier about losing sort of over the last, I suppose, 18 months or so. They've lost some sort of spearhead bowlers from their lineup. What are the stocks like in the squad? It's just, I suppose that the one criticism is the four seamers are quite samey in their pace and trajectory, and Brett D'Oliveira and Tom Hindley, you wouldn't probably classify them at this stage as sort of frontline spinners.
Even they've lost Leach to retirement, and then Tongue and Pennington the year before. As Charlie says, they've got a young lad called Jack Home, who I reckon might get. He became famous a little bit last year for his celebrations. He didn't mind a send-off. He's got that little bit of X factor that you were talking about earlier in a session like this. A little bit of character. Someone who's prepared to have a word. And I know there are lines that perhaps can't be crossed, and I don't know if he does, but just something a little bit different, a bit of a character. So I reckon he might get a game, Jack Home, at some point.
Former Nottinghamshire player as well, Fateh Singh, good left arm spinner as well, nice batter. He'd certainly add something different as Banks just swats that drag down from Ethan Brooks to the square leg boundary for another 4. The run rate is showing no signs of slowing down, even with this defensive field. The Somerset men are still finding the way through and picking up regular boundaries at the moment.
You've got Jacob Duffy arriving next week, New Zealand international. So you'd imagine if he's here on time, he'll get straight into this side. You do, I know it's only the first game, but you do worry about this Worcestershire bowling attack and how it's going to pick up 20 wickets.
Well, I think it definitely looks like it needs a bit of assistance from the pitch, a little bit of a fresher deck. I mean, it's a tough place to bowl, no doubt about that. It's, if you miss your line and your length here at Taunton, the outfield's pretty quick, especially with the square spanning pretty much the width of the ground. If you stray off line sideways, you generally do get picked off a 4. But I think it's almost unprecedented partnership we're witnessing at the moment. Rew and Banton look like they're in tremendous form. Oh, Banton's just looking to capitalise on anything now. Not necessarily a bad ball there, but he's just muscled that over wide mid-on. One bounce into the James Hildreth stand. Somerset are motoring along here on this rather lovely Saturday afternoon.
Partnership's up to 294 now from 408 balls, so closing in on 300. Record partnership in first class cricket for Somerset. For the fifth wicket is 320.
Another 4 runs just clipped off the pads. Banton's timing has been sensational the whole innings. Even the defensive shots are fizzing to the fielder. Just a lazy little clip off the pad there, and it's raced to the boundary out there near the Somerset stand. The longest boundary on the ground, but it's still motored all the way there. Another 4. An expensive over.
The problem is, where do you bowl him? If you look at that wagon wheel I've got on my screen, he scores both sides of the wicket. He has scored these runs pretty evenly. Leg side, offside. Is that something he's developed since you first remember him coming in, or did he always have scoring areas all around the ground?
Well, I think that was his USP really. He's always been a 360 player, but he's just added that temperament and hunger to his game, and yeah, it does. I suppose it does smell of the bowlers missing, because I don't think Bance has played across the line much. He's played with a very straight bat, so if he's scored an even spread both sides of the pitch, that suggests that the Worcestershire bowlers have offered him that opportunity. So they've bowled a lot of balls into the pads, strayed too far outside off stump. It's not easy. There's quite clearly, against a high quality player, a very small margin for error here. You know, it's one of those situations where you have to throw the credit to the batter, not necessarily criticise what the bowlers have done. He's played exceptionally well. Ruiz clouted that through mid-wicket. Bit of an inside half on it, but plenty of power on it to take it to the cow corner boundary. I think as a Somerset cricketer, we're allowed to use the phrase cow corner quite legitimately. What do you think, Sam?
Do you need a vegan alternative?
We do not.
The toffee corner. I suppose they're probably, and they're going to get there comfortably, is looking for that 450 as well, that last bonus point, 110 overs, but they're going to get there with 4 or 5 overs to spare here. May have been in the thinking, probably was in the thinking when they accelerated. And that is the 300 partnership up as well with that boundary. 302 runs and 413 balls. Batted all day so far, these two.
I think the partnership must be somewhere close to 5 and over as well. Remarkable stuff from the Somerset pair. Yeah, it's all the elements added in. You kind of feel for the away skipper at the moment. You've got a good pitch, 2 players, hungry, young, good. There's not too many things he hasn't tried so far, in fairness. The big moment is obviously going to be that drop catch. That's the only real focal point that you can pick on as a sort of failure, I guess. You just can't drop good players.
Yeah, it's costly drops. Cost them nearly 100 runs. They cost the drop of Rew now. Charlie Steele, I think it's on 30 or 31.
Any tacticians on the live stream? If you were in Brett D'Oliveira's shoes, is there anything that you've seen on the live stream that you might think you'd turn to? All answers don't have to be sensible.
Probably a can of Thatcher's.
That's probably not a bad idea.
Or an alcoholic alternative.
Change of bowlers roll round.
The great Ian Bowen's highest first class score for Somerset was 228. We're into sort of record territory with partnerships like this, with scores like this. to that.
Yeah,
sort
there
of.
could be a few nervy record holders around the place. I'm sure they're all enjoying the idea that their records will be broken at some stage.
320 is the highest 5th wicket partnership in first-class cricket. Highest 8th wicket partnership. Oh, Ryan Davis, there's a name. Big Trigo and Ryan Davis versus Lancashire.
Yeah, I definitely had to talk him through a lot of that.
Width. And on the boundary. Tom Banton moves in onto 231, making it look very easy. Goes past Ian Bogham's. Lord Ian Bogham's record score. 236. How many of those do you reckon you got then?
I don't know. I got 150 something. 154, I think.
Out.
Yeah.
86 for Ryan Davies. Jack Leach
Let me
went
down,
out
didn't he?
then. Yeah.
I have to admit, that was one of the... When I think we declared, I was devastated. I was absolutely devastated.
Do you know what your highest first-class score is?
That was it.
I see.
I was flying as well.
Yeah, 154 for 156. You didn't look at Chris Rogers in the eye there.
Oh, actually, I think we need to scratch that out of the archive. No sixes, doesn't count.
You were ready to go though, weren't you? You were saving that for
I
the last
was
50.
obviously woke up on the right side of the bed being all sensible that day. Yeah, great time to bat here. Tom Banton, 231. He's done something special, but he's got the opportunity to do something really, really special. He's got at least another, I would say, 25 overs to bat. At least another 25 overs to bat here today at Taunton. Plenty of runs out there for him. Be closing in on CEO's record score. One of the records that he's in touching distance of now. Jamie Cox, I believe, got a 250 for Somerset, so I'm sure he'll be out on his balcony at some stage if he manages to get to 251 to give him a clap.
He did indeed against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge back in 2004. And he's up there. 450 up, so that is the final batting bonus point for Somerset. So they've got 4 bonus points from this game so far, so I'd say the perfect start to the season. Best first-class score for Somerset is a way away yet, 342. Justin Langer at Guildford. Was that year he came and just played he played 2 or 3 games?
I think he got back-to-back triple hundreds.
Yeah,
it was first game of the 07 season, last game of the 06 season.
Middlesex.
Not bad for the old average, that is it? 600 runs.
It helps, doesn't it?
Thank you very much.
It helps. James Hill drifts up there. 303 against Warwickshire. That was the first game of the season, wasn't it? That was an April game.
Please, Piggy.
Hildress 303.
He was cutting like a lumberjack that day, Hildy.
Chris Wokes played.
They were bowling leg stump and he was still managing to cut it through backward point for 4. It was remarkable viewing.
Ricky Clark played in that game. Chris Wokes. Neil Carter, was he the left arm seamer? For Warwickshire.
Yep.
Very good one-day bowler as well, wasn't he, Neil Carter? Was he one of the original pinch hitters that used to hit?
Yeah, he got
top of the
thrown
order?
up. He did well. He went up the top of the one-day stuff and gave it a thump. Big, strong South African.
Speaking of one-day cricket, tickets for the Vitality Blast are on sale now. That'll come around quicker than you think. Tom Banton will no doubt be looking to play a starring role in that. And remember, if you have a look at the fixtures, there's a few double headers as well. Somerset women will be playing. I think there's 3 games where Sophie Luff will be playing in the early part of her day and then rushing up here to commentate the second part of it. So log on for your tickets.
Oh, let's hope on those days she gets a few runs so she comes up in a nice, happy mood after Somerset women have won a game. That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
Would you fancy, what are you like after a low score? Would you fancy, if you got the 2 strings, but would you commentate after a game? Would you be dependent on result and you might sneak out?
Yeah, I think you definitely have to have 2 hats on the day. You'd have to try and separate your emotions somehow, but it's tough. This game gets you sometimes. as it's certainly getting a few out there at the moment. Finch running in to Tom Banton in quite stunning form. He has just flat batted that through mid-wicket for 4. The bowlers just don't seem to have an answer for what he's offering at the moment. A real special innings here from Tom Banton. Very ably supported at the other end by wicketkeeper James Rew.
Takes the lead past 300 as well, that. 301 runs. Somerset are ahead.
I mean, it does look like Tom's he's in hit mode at the moment. I mean, if he can just keep executing those shots, he could rack up a mammoth score here. He already has. But again, just imagine another 20 overs of this.
Still brewing. Well, 20 more overs of this and he is in proper record territory.
Yeah, if he's still batting in 20 overs, he will have the crown. It's kind of, I don't think you think that way when you're out there. But he's on, he's got something truly special in the palm of his hands here. I mean, like, history-making stuff. You don't want him to think about it too much to change the way he's playing, but as a mate of his, you kind of think, come on, Tom, this is special.
Wow, arms outstretched, trying to hide that ball. I think is the tactic from Adam Finch. Just too wide, that.
Yeah, there hasn't been the requirement for the umpires to do anything with their arms in the last 3 or 4 sessions here, so I'm sure Polly's appreciated the opportunity to have a stretch there. Oh, down the ground. He hasn't quite got hold of it, and it's landed pretty soft. He's got a little bit of drop and stop there. I know he's a keen golfer as well, so that's landed next to the pin and didn't quite go for 4. But you can really sense that Bance is smelling blood here. Well played. I'm actually getting quite tense watching him. I'm actually buzzing him at a 4 defensive. I'm like, come on, keep going, son. Doing well. Do you see any way back into this game for Worcester over the next couple of days?
Well, we've not got WinViz anymore. I'd love to say what WinViz says at this stage. You'd probably have it about 50-50, would it?
Trade Nation WinViz. That might be a graphic that we could organise in the next couple of overs, hopefully.
I don't know. I think we're
sure we'll all be on it as we speak.
I mean, the sign of how it's going is Banton's still 100 short of that record, but already he's batting so well that he's got 240 now to his name, 239. We're already thinking about it.
I mean, the fact that Somerset have got Leachy, there is a bit of spin out there as he showed on day 1. Archie Vaughan, you've got so many runs on the board, you can have catches in for as long as you want. It's going to be you think it's going to be a batten down the hatches, tin hats on, rearguard action when Worcester get the chance to bat again in this game, but it's a long time to bat. It's going to be 2 days, if not a fraction more. Have a look at that scorecard if you're a Somerset fan. Very easy on the eye. Oh, Banton just back foot punch through cover. The bowler's kind of staring down the wicket to the keeper. What could I have done better? It wasn't a bad ball. Bance is in the form of his life.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? And that is easy on the eyes it comes. Only 14 men have made 250 plus scores for Somerset in first class cricket. Those last runs were the highest 5th wicket partnership for Somerset, beating the record of one of your old mates, Ian Blackwell, and another left-hander, John Francis, against Durham University students, I think it was. Which is an odd pre-season for Durham to come all the way down here.
That doesn't count. I'm glad this is the new one.
I think the highest one is another student one. It's Leachy's debut, actually, we were talking about yesterday. I think it's that one, isn't it? Compo and Hildreth. Is it 450 odd they put on?
Yeah, I actually have. I have a photo. It's one of my my loved photos is Bance clipped. Another one through square leg. Boundaries are flowing. Worcestershire just don't have an answer to the quality of Tom Banton and James Rew at the moment. Rui's just, he's ticking along. He's not really scoring at the moment, but Bance is just going like a train. James Rew is doing the perfect job up the other end at the moment, keeping the feel the same, so Bance can just enjoy himself and do what he's doing. Yeah, I've got a photo on my phone of it was a Taunton Vale against Cardiff University, and there was, if I remember, like a cream leather sofa that someone had obviously donated to the club, and me and Trez are like top and tailing on it, fast asleep. I think I was next in. I had my pads on as well.
I know those sofas. I don't think they were donated. I think they were bought.
Really?
The club's choice.
Big budget club.
They weren't particularly comfy though. It wasn't very homely, that, as a clubhouse.
Must have been that day.
Six, 7 for 4. Banton 247. Closing on his first batting bonus point individually. Chipped over the top of D'Oliveira, and that's 250 for Tom Banton. Becomes the 15th man to score a first class 250 for Somerset. He joins some illustrious company. He's batting absolutely beautifully. 251 and 282 balls. The helmet is off again. The bat is in the air. There's a big smile from Tom Banton. Life is pretty good for him right now. It's that strike rate, isn't it? 251. Somerset's lead is 317. Not an easy day to be a Worcestershire supporter, not an easy day to be a player either. The phrase Trees used earlier on today was in the dirt. It definitely feels like a day in the dirt. Closing in on 2 sessions now without a wicket. 4 overs left. We break for tea. It's around about tea time now, but we keep going until there's 32 overs left in the day. Looks like it's going to be Ethan Brooks. There is that photo. Can we get that on the live stream? Must be able to get that in the group. That was great kit as well.
How good is that? Yeah, that's how exciting that partnership was.
Next in, send that across to the live stream group. Let's get that up. Flick to mid wicket by James Rew. Can we see your pads in it?
No, it was nearly a good story. No pads on, but it was definitely that day.
Under that TV in the corner of Taunton Vale. Goes past CEO Jamie Cox's best as well, 250. Nick Compton 254 in that. In fact, that was in a game against Durham up at Chester Street. We've got Nick Compton in his sights. That must be in April. Was that the time that Compo Went very close to 1,000 runs
Yeah, he
before
did.
April. He got it in May. Was that not against
Funnily
Worcester?
enough, sorry, the game that he could have done it on before the end of May was at New Road. Yeah,
And didn't it rain on the day he
Yes.
could have done it,
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
got it on the 1st of May?
yeah, he did.
He'd have been fuming about that.
Good memory.
He was in good nick that year, wasn't he?
Nick was in good nick. Yeah, he certainly was. Played beautifully. He scored a magnificent 100 up at Durham one game.
Might have even been a magnificent 254.
Yeah, that'd be it.
Oh, someone nearly got a magnificent 100.
He sapped me that bad.
98 for
Honestly.
balls. LBW to
he was on 250 odd. He was on. Well, he'd have been on like 220, playing like God's dad. And he was coming down the wicket for our chat, and he was like, "Oh my God, I'm playing so badly." I was like, "Really, Nick? Really?" I was like, "I need out of here." 98.
LBW to Borthwick. Wrong one? Borthwick Googly, do you
I
reckon?
just probably tried to slog sweep it, I would have thought. I wanted to go in style. Yeah, got a few late 90s, unfortunately. It's, you regret them when you're done. A couple of hundreds that I could have got by being a bit more on the sensible side. But do you know what, Sam? I don't think I'd be sat here now if I was the sensible kind, you know?
You might be taking photographs in South Africa somewhere. Yeah. You had fun. You got some stories to tell.
Yeah.
You got 25 Pro 100s, mate.
Mate, do you know what? Loved, we talked about earlier about, the Leachy podcast that he did with you and the smile on his face when he got his new kit, and that's my home coach. Exactly how I felt. It's just like, it's just such a nice thing when you get to represent your county of birth, and you see those lads come into the team that find it as special as you did when you got your first bit of kit, and it's just it's nice. I'm sure every county has that, and it's very special, and certainly what clubs should really drive. Somerset do it excellently. I'm saying other counties don't, but obviously have a good interest in what goes on here, and I don't think it's a fluke that a lot of young players come through here at Somerset and have success, because it's a really strong dressing room. They keep the message that you're a lucky lad if you get the opportunity to put that wyvern on and step out onto that field, and we're certainly seeing two prime examples of that pathway.
Yeah. A couple of King's College students as well. Good day for them. And Banton, actually, though it's not his county of birth, like it's basically his adopted county, isn't he? He loves it down here.
Hinley into the attack. Left arm leggy. He's going to. Off memory, he got a couple to turn away from the bat of James Rew. There is a little bit of rough outside of his off stump that will certainly interest Hinley if he can just get a bit of consistency into his bowling. As you said, leg spin is a tough skill to bowl and be accurate, but there is something there to work with.
Rumi is 8th over out of 100 versus 110th of the innings. I do enjoy a dip into the record books. Do this in a few years' time, we'll be able to dip in and find this partnership as well. Best 5th wicket partnership for Somerset in first class cricket. Tom Banton 251. 260 by Cameron White is the highest score in first class cricket by someone batting at 5 for Somerset. It's that 3-4-2. It's that next milestone while there. Hildreth's got one. Gimlet, Smith, Cook, Richards, Langer twice. They're the only triple centurions. Skoffick not quite there. Matt Wood. think I remember that game.
Yeah, good player, Matt Wood. Jimmy Cook, what a player he was for Somerset. Scored, I think, 1100s in one of his seasons. Fantastic player. Yeah, he's right on the cusp of the real higher echelon of Somerset greats there.
'91, 1100s. To back up a decent season the year before, we got just the 9. Looking ahead to August, what's that? 4 months' time, but why not get your tickets now? Somerset versus Durham here. Beer and Cider Festival, that's always a good one. Metro Bank One Day Cup. Always something going on for those games here at Cooper Associates County Ground. That one's a favourite of many.
Yeah, we did talk yesterday a little bit about moustaches and Jimmy Cook. One of cricket's great moustaches.
So did he come back, was it sort of a mentoring batting consultant role when he was coming over here?
Yeah, Rosie got him back involved. He was a great guy to talk to. He's one of those batting coaches that, you'd have an hour with him, and whether, it was a technical success or not, he just had a brilliant way with him, and he would make you feel $1 million. And, that's half the battle sometimes, when players go through the highs and lows of what it is to be a batsman, and he would just fill you with loads of confidence. He would sometimes, you could almost tell, he would structure the session so that he knew it was going to be a good outcome for you. Give you a few nice long half volleys just to get you going. And he was a big believer in the feel good, play good thing, rather than just, some batting coach I've worked with just want to hit you and test you and almost like expose your flaws sometimes. Whereas Jimmy was quite the opposite. He was a real good mental coach, and yeah, he's influenced a lot of players in my era here at Somerset, but also I know he's done lots of work back home in Johannesburg, where he does a lot of coaching.
And he'd brought players over, I think. A lot of the young lads that came over and played club cricket as sort of young pros. I think Devon Conway might have been one that he brought over around that time. There was a few that played for Taunton Dean. We had one up at Taunton Cricket Club as well.
Yeah, he was Rosie's scout in terms of procuring quality players. I mean, let's be perfectly honest, who really knew Xander de Brain, Charles Willoughby and Alfonso Thomas in this country? And he got the green light from Jimmy Cook that they were players that would be an asset to the club, and the proof was in the pudding. They were 3 brilliant performers for us.
A swing from Ethan Brooks. Quite as has been the case though. You've got one ball that's way outside off stump, and the next one's drifting down the leg side. They've just not put Somerset under enough pressure.
Yeah, I know. Ethan Brooks is young in his career. He looks to me like he's not really enjoying bowling. Even in his first spell, doesn't look like he's really invested in what he's doing. It just looks like he's going through the motions a little bit. Like, so I know he's the 5th choice seamer, but it's bowl the ball straight back to your run up, bowl the ball straight back to your run up. It doesn't look like he's in the battle, and I think I could probably throw that across the board to the Worcester players. As soon as it's become tough, they've just become bowling machines. They haven't fought. I don't get the feeling that they're really scrapping and trying to do something here, and I think the end result is you end up with a mammoth partnership and a huge total to defend. We've got the Easter Sunday Carvery, Sunday, April the 20th, 2025. You can come here and fill your boots. You don't have to worry about washing up afterwards. That's always worth the 20 quid, isn't it, eh? Sunday lunch, and if the missus does the cooking, you just put in the last spud in your mouth, and do you mind doing the washing up, love? And you're like, that's just ruined it.
Could cook though.
Come into the county ground and it's all taken care of.
Was it 3 courses for £22.95 as well? Beautiful.
I might book myself in. That's worth the drive from Western Superman, that.
What's this partnership up to now? 337.
Yeah, for those Worcester fans and supporters. Please forgive, it's been quite challenging to find some positives. Certainly the way that since that drop has kind of transpired in the game, that was really the opening that Worcester had to take. I thought they were, as I've said a couple of times, I thought they were exceptional the way they came out after that first innings disappointment. They got 3 quick wickets, they were right in the game. But when they're, I suppose the concern is you are going to come across quality players on good wickets, and if this is the sort of mode that the team are going to go into, it could be a pretty long season.
Trying to work out, trying to find a list of the biggest partnerships for Somerset. That's cricket. All I can get is per wicket.
You and Harry love your you love these. You love your laptop and your stats, don't you?
It's
the perfect foil. It's the perfect foil, mate. We're a partnership. You love the stats and you bring all that information, and I waffle a load of nonsense and hopefully entertain people. Mate, we're a team. Ant and Deck.
The problem is,
of cricket commentary.
you're always on the left, I'm always on the right. The problem is I don't have the benefit of 600 pro games to lean back on in the stories. I've got a couple of second team 50s and that's about it, so no one wants to hear about that.
They all count. They all count.
You always peer over when there's a Trigo-based stat there, don't you? You quite like it. Good session that, Treeks, for Somerset.
Yeah, great session. 482 for 4, Banton 257. Not out, and James Rew 136. Fantastic batting. We're going to take a little break here, fill up your cups of tea, slice the Battenberg, and we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Can I remind you, the Somerset Museum is open during the tea interval, located behind the Ondarchi Pavilion, and is free to be admitted.
I'm James Rew, and today we are recreating some classic Somerset photographs to celebrate 150 years of the club and the launch of our new County Championship shirt.
"150 years of history."
And he gave himself some room there for the stroke and paid the penalty. Ball Garner.
A century and a half in Somerset.
Straight, but out.
Spin to swing, this county's seen it all. Records set and broken. Somerset's spirit endures.
The cider that flowed with the fans' roaring cheer, the hopes and the dreams that have spanned every year. From rookies to masters, the club's beating heart, each player a thread in this vast work of art.
From Atkinson to Abel.
Banton to Banton.
From Garner to Gregory.
Lewis Gregory does what Lewis Gregory has done for a little while now.
Cricket is very much alive in the southwest.
There it is. James Hildreth was there at the end.
So here's to the club, to the game, to the law, to the echoes of laughter, the battles and more. The Somerset's legacy, rich and profound, shall forever be cherished in hearts all around.
Rothsay Championship scores from around the country. In Division 1 at Southampton, Yorkshire are 91 for 3 in their second innings, which means they trailed by 37 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Yorkshire got 1-2-1 in their first innings and Hampshire 2-4-9. At Chelmsford, Essex have declared 582 for 6 against Surrey, who are 28 for 1 in their first innings. In Birmingham, Sussex were bowled.
We got involved because I think we wanted to raise our profile locally. We were a growing business and Somerset County Cricket Club is well known, obviously within Taunton. We recruit primarily from the Taunton area, so really and honestly to start with it was all around improving our brand, making sure that people locally knew who we were and it really benefited us in terms of feeding our recruitment channels. The team at WPA really enjoy interacting with their colleagues at Somerset. I think we've seen incredibly high levels of commitment from the team, the commercial team that we work with. So nothing's too much of a bother for them. They're responsive, they work hard on our behalf, they've delivered on everything that they've said they're going to do from the beginning and more. It's been a pleasure, to be honest. It's the easiest partnership that we have to work with. Well, the benefits initially were around the kind of our profile locally and helping our recruitment. Now we're a growing business. We've expanded by quite an amount in terms of staff, but also customers in the last 4 or 5 years or so. And it's helped recruit the people that we need to fulfill our service requirements. But more than that, it's helped build our brand nationally as well. You know, being on the front of the County Championship shirts, as well as sponsoring the live stream, has allowed us to reach a wider audience than perhaps we expected to at first. We really thought this was going to be a local thing first, but actually it's gone beyond the boundaries of the local area out to the national. I think the big innovation from when we started to where we are now has been our involvement in the live stream. That's been amazing in terms of, again, that brand exposure. So many people watch the live stream from so many different parts of the country, in fact nationally, but all the way across the UK. and to see our brand up there when the live stream's on is a big thing for us. I think the success of the partnership for us comes down to those two things I mentioned earlier. First and foremost is, are we recognised locally? Well, yeah, we are now. Very much our brand is recognised in the Taunton and Somerset area as being linked to Somerset County Cricket Club, but also for what we do. We've also seen the more national kind of brand exposure coming through in a bit more brand recognition. So when we talk to potential customers, there's more brand recognition there now than perhaps there was in the past.
At Thatchers we get real benefits being involved with the Somerset County Cricket Club. I think being part of the fan experience on those amazing match days, but also when Somerset step onto that national stage, is really fantastic to be involved with. We've had a long-standing relationship with Somerset Cricket and Thatchers Cider, and I think it's perfect because Somerset is ultimately synonymous with a few things, cricket and cider, so therefore bringing them both together is absolutely perfect. I've had some lovely evenings watching cricket at Taunton. I think my favourite memory altogether was watching the highest ever T20 Blast score against Derbyshire a few years ago. The crowd atmosphere was absolutely electric. Somerset's advancement of women's cricket has been a really positive, innovative step forwards, and we're delighted to be involved with Somerset as they grow that next stage of the cricket's journey.
Unfortunately, Dan has passed away, but his legacy lives on.
County Cricket Club is 150 years old this year. It's been an anniversary book.
We are Somerset Disabled Cricket Club, and this is our story.
Contributions from Liam Bowden, Brian Rose, Vic Marks, John Cleese, Marcus Driscoll, I think, Anya Strupsall, Josh Butler, and many more. The book is available in the Somerset County Sports shop.
Somerset Disabled Cricket Club was formed back in 1997 by a wonderful chap called Dan Hodges. Unfortunately, Dan has passed away, but his legacy lives on. The club is now into its 26th year and has established 3 successful teams. Access Sport recently conducted a survey that highlighted 70% of young people with additional needs experience loneliness and isolation.
It starts to affect when you start school, so making friends at the start of school is quite challenging, and then
Somerset Disabled Cricket Club is an excellent remedy to this because not only does it bring people together, it helps develop those friendships and those bonds, a lot of which people in mainstream cricket might take for granted.
It's helped by the social aspect, so meeting new people and something just to do that is enjoyable, and especially in the hard times at school, after school then I can just go and play cricket and kind of forget about the rest of the day.
Probably more for the social side overall, so just being able to sort of interact with others within her team, and it's not that she doesn't want to, but she can find that quite difficult sometimes, and I think specifically with the disability team, the fact that she's part of a group who probably understand her better and she understands them, I think that makes her feel even more part of it. So.
The years of training sessions and matches has creating lasting friendships, and these bonds will always be the best thing about Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. As the friendships develop, so does each individual's confidence, self-esteem, teamwork and resilience. These are the guiding principles that I'm sure Dan would have instilled 26 years ago, and it's great that the club is still achieving these outcomes.
It's really good. It helped me bat and bowl really good. Get my confidence up.
All of those, she really enjoys the disability cricket because just the atmosphere that's created, and I think that in itself has really sort of brought her out of her shell a bit more, and she seems a bit more sort of communicative with others around her. So yeah, that's definitely helped her.
It's helped me develop as a player, helped me become probably a better player I am now, really, because it's helped me through my social aspects. It's probably helped me a lot. I know these boys like they're my family, really.
Somerset County Cricket Club means so much to so many people, and representing the county with the wyvern on the shirt creates a whole different level of togetherness. It's something that's bigger than any individual, team, coach or league title. It's a chance to proudly represent Somerset.
Being part of the team is almost as important as the result or the cricket match.
I suppose it just sort of means that
you're representing something that's bigger than just one person and just oneself.
Just it being Somerset, still Somerset, and representing the same people. Even though it may be disability cricket, but we're still representing everyone in Somerset.
The one over on your shirt, it's all the same. And it's such a welcoming club, whether you, as I say, from the first team all the way down, and I can't big it up enough because they're just wonderful people.
What does success look like for Somerset Disabled Cricket Club? For me, it's about providing a level of opportunity that meets our membership. Of course, the Super 9s team want to win the South West Division and become regional champions, but we also want to recruit more players to allow us to establish a second team. Like any club, we are keen for more volunteers to support as coaches, scorers, umpires, as well as wanting to raise awareness about the club so that we can attract more players. Long term, perhaps a hardball cricket team that can compete in the regional D40. However, whatever the future holds, our players will always be at the centre of those decisions, in line with Dan's values when he started the club 26 years ago. We are Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. This is our story.
Nice to meet you, Finn. I'm Dan. How you doing, mate? You okay?
Hi, it's Tom Abel here. We're at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and I'm with Leachy and Craigie. We've got a little surprise in store for Finn Mackay, who has an incredibly inspiring story. He's a huge part of the Somerset disabled cricket community. He doesn't know we're here this morning, so we're here to surprise him. And we've got a little gift for him, kindly supported by WPA. So, yeah, here goes.
We're here today at the Cooper Associates County Ground to talk a little bit about Finn and the Super Ones. Just tell us how important the Super Ones has been to your family and to Finn.
It's fair to say that having a lad with quite severe learning difficulties, it's not easy. There's struggles both with the formal stuff, education, and getting what he needs, and also the fact that he's different. And he does have enough insight to know that he's different. So he can be lonely, can be sort of isolated.
We had all these plans for his future, like you do when you have a new baby, and it was a really, really tough time thinking, what his future would be. He was a very, very difficult baby and toddler, as you can imagine. And we felt very isolated. Friends, you find, they say when something like this happens, you discover who your friends are. You certainly do. And we felt very much on our own.
He's got two older sisters who, obviously, as parents, you're trying to balance the special needs requirements with an ordinary family life for his two sisters. So it's not been straightforward,
We planned to have 3 children and do wonderful things together, and it impacted a great deal on the time that we could spend, with them. Doing stuff, so they've had to put up with an awful lot, really. Having him, you're not accepted in the normal world, taking him places. So when Super Ones came along, we jumped at the chance that there was something for young people like him. You immediately felt that he felt relaxed. We felt relaxed because we were always on edge with him. If we took him, to other places, people would frown at you and stuff with his behaviour. So to be able to relax knowing that he could do what he wanted, he was fine.
What's developed through this has been amazing because it is life-changing for him, but I think on reflection it's probably life-changing for all of us as a family, actually, that there's more support from other families and other parents.
Someone without additional needs, I guess, we take that for granted, that you can go out and find a place to belong and have that sense of belonging, but for some young people that's not always the case. So to provide that, and they can build that identity, feel part of the community, and then begin to experience what we might take for granted it has huge impact.
The statutory bodies, as we all know, everyone's under financial pressure. So Finn, without this, wouldn't have a great deal now that he's left formal education. He wouldn't have a great deal of interaction.
It completely changed all of our lives to, be a part of something like that.
Yes, it's cricket, but then you've got so much more that comes off the back of that, which actually is, for Finn, has just helped him grow as a person. So that's been great. And, you know, long may it continue.
And also your favourite sort of Somerset players, I'd like to touch on that. We spoke before we started actually about some of your favourite players, and one of them was it Tom Abel was your favourite player?
Yeah.
If Tom was around right now, that would be great, wouldn't it? What would you say to Tom?
What would you say? Do you think he's good?
You could always ask him.
Hiya, Finn. Good to see you, buddy. You okay? Hiya, how are you? Nice to see you. Bit of a surprise. We always see you here supporting us, Finn. So, yeah, we obviously thought we'd come and have a bit of a knock around if you fancy a bit of a game. So before we do that, we've also got a little gift for you. Leachy's got a little award here. So
no problem.
It's an exclusive invitation. There's a disability game at Lord's, so we've got you an exclusive invitation.
Wow, Finn, to
and
go to
WPA are kindly covering the cost of your travel and your accommodation.
Oh, wow.
And on top of that, there is also tickets for you and your family to day 3 of a test match against Sri Lanka at the Oval, which hopefully, you know, Leachy will be playing in. So, fingers crossed, yeah.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Session 3 of the day here on day 2 in the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset, very much the dominant side here against Worcester. Somerset are currently on 482 for 4. A quite magnificent 257 by Tom Banton. Ably backed up by James Rew, who's amassed 136. I'm joined by Charlie Taylor for the final session of the day. I think it could be quite an exciting one.
Wicketless so far today. Worcestershire, yeah, it's still 4 wickets down. Somerset, what were they overnight? 180 something, weren't they? 187 was it overnight? Now 482. Amazing, really. Banton 257, Rew 136. Rew, who's sort of going under the radar a little bit because Banton is, you know, getting towards record-breaking territory. Rew is on a score which was higher than Tom Banton's first-class record score as of this morning. So it just shows, you know, that's a serious score for Rew.
There's a lot going on. I'd be really interested to find out. Sam's the man because he loves his laptop, loves his stats. When Rui was on 120, I'd be interested to know how many Tom Banton was on at the same time, because it seems like Bant has just pressed the afterburners as Rui's just consolidated and he's very much partnering. Ethan Brooks running into bowl from the Trescothick stand end to start us off. And a thumping back foot cover drive. Well stopped there by Captain Brett D'Oliveira, but he's going to start his session off with a single.
Well, I mentioned this on social media over the tea break, how it seems an absolutely crazy thing to say, but Banton's really opened his shoulder since he reached 200. You think, well, what was he doing up before then? But he has. He did. He sort of said, right, now's the time to get going.
Yeah, well, he's creeping up close to a runner ball now, which is quite fantastic, really. 289, 257 runs. 88 strike rate. He's batted beautifully. Be interesting to have been in the dressing room. I'm sure a very happy dressing room. I'm not sure too much would have been talked about. I would imagine that it would be a bat for an hour and see where we are kind of vibe. James Rew opening his account for the session with a equally nice back foot cover drive through to the sweeper.
What did you want to know when James Rew was on, what, 120?
Yeah, it seemed. I just feel like there's been a real big surge in Banton's score around about. I know Rew had passed 100, but all of a sudden he's just seems to have massively accelerated.
Rew was on 117, Banton was on 207. So that gives you a bit of an idea, doesn't it? Full.
Yes, well, so he got 50 to. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah. So he's scored another 44 since over 103. Banton scored 44, and Rew has scored 13. So there you go. Gives you a bit of an idea.
Yeah. So there's something is some method in my madness.
Yep.
There isn't always.
I definitely think so. Although Rew himself has scored the odd boundary, hasn't he? Kept things ticking over, but just not in the same way that this man has. Who's on strike now, shorter and down the leg side, and that would be a shame to get out that way. And he hasn't. He's avoided it, but there was an appeal from Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. It's been a great day of cricket for Somerset fans in particular. I think probably quite painful, although there's always something about watching, record-breaking partnerships. It's just quite demoralising if it's your team on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, I think one of the fun things in that last half an hour was having the highest Somerset run scorers list up and just keeping a track on who Tom Banton is hunting down. He's 9 runs past CEO Jamie Cox, his 250 at Trent Bridge. I'd imagine somewhere around 2000, 2001. 24, 25 years on, Tom Banton's just gone past him. I think Cameron White had a 260 off memory, but lots of great Somerset players. Tom Banton is just etching his name up next to.
Who is he? 259. He's just overtaken Elsie Braun from 1913.
That was a good knock.
Yeah, it was actually one of your favourites, wasn't it? Growing up. 257 not out, that was. And he's about to draw level with White. 260 not out against Derbyshire in Derby.
I mean, that's great. Those lists. You've got an innings from 1913 and the most recent real big score, 2007 Trez, 2007 Justin Langer, Hildy 2009,
Compton 2011.
Yeah, really,
but what we haven't
really
seen.
Nice to just touch on the history of the club while Banton's just having an absolute day out.
Yeah, the most recent one. There's the 2012 scores, obviously, for Hildreth against Cardiff University. But actually, I think since 2011 in the Championship. That's the most recent Championship one.
M. Walford at Clarence Park, Weston-super-Mare versus Hampshire, 1947.
1947. Yeah.
The dressing rooms are still there.
It's a shame, isn't it,
in a bit of a state of disrepair, but they're still there.
It would be nice to take cricket around the county a bit more, I always think. But Taunton is a fantastic place to watch cricket. There is something quite fun about being on tour, isn't there? A little bit within your own county, I think.
Yeah, I used to like the Bath Festival. That last ball there turned sharply past the outside edge. Leachy and Vaughan will be very happy seeing that little puff of dust there as that ball pitched and turned sharply away from James Rew. So certainly enough there for the bowlers when their time comes. Cam White. He's just levelled Cam White with that 260. I think Cameron White was also batting at number 5 during that innings as well. So the Somerset high performer in Banton's sights. I mean, cast your mind to the batters this season that won't have a great season. He's probably got more runs in one innings than some guys are going to get all season if they're having a bad trot.
Well, just getting a big score like this, it just massages your average nicely over the course of the season, doesn't it? I mean, obviously now, because he's... Well, when he gets out, he'll have an average, and that'll be 261. But even across the whole season, when you split these runs up...
Well, if we're talking massages, this is a deep tissue amount of runs. This is a deep tissue shoulder rub.
Absolutely. I saw a stat about, what was it, averaging... He averaged a fair amount in the 2024 Championship as well, Banton.
Yeah, it's been good to see. Good to see.
Well, he's overtaken Cam White now. He's 3 runs short of M.M. Walford.
That's the...
Mickey.
That's
Michael Moore Walford.
That's the Clarence Park knock.
Yeah. Clarence Park in 1947.
Oh, does a bit at Clarence Park as well.
Picking up one there.
Sadly not used as even a recreational cricket pitch anymore these days, Clarence Park.
350 run partnership.
Yeah, records are going to be tumbling
Yeah,
here.
let's get that up as well.
I think they're now comfortably the highest fifth wicket partnership. I think it was 230 or 330 something.
320 I think it was, something like that. So beaten that already by 30 runs. What number was Banton?
5.
In number 5. So
it's a new
yes,
list
now
for the name.
It's a
new name for the list even.
Yeah, he's the new high scorer for the number 5 position. Yeah, that's a record that he's just broken in the last run. This is now the highest ever Somerset first class score, coming in at number 5. The records are tumbling. It was Cam White in that 260 we mentioned at Derby that he's just overtaken. Well, now Tom Banton is the highest scorer ever at number 5 for Somerset in a first class game. There's only one position, one partnership of the 450, which is going to take some beating still. Need another 100 runs for that one. But
what a great couple of names on the first wicket list there. Herbie Hewitt, Lionel
Palleray,
who
put on 346 for the first wicket in that game. That's not a bad opening partnership, is it? That was against Yorkshire at Taunton as well in 1892. Well, they've overtaken that partnership.
Yeah, that could be there for a while, that one.
Yeah, you don't often get that these days, do you? God, against Yorkshire, it would have been fairly strong, I'd have thought, in the 1890s. There's another record I'm looking at from Clarence Park. The highest ever score for a number 11 in first class cricket is 99 not out, scored by Jimmy Bridges against Essex in 1919 in Weston. Not bad, 99 for your number 11.
And that really is in the day where your number 9, 10, 11 were proper tail enders as well.
Oh, yeah. I won. Yeah, Jimmy Bridges, was he? Yeah, he was he was a bowler, so he wasn't. I wondered whether he was injured and just coming in and managed to score a 99. No, he was a bowler. Wow.
What does that say about
And he
Jimmy
was
Bridges?
99.
Was it something? Did he have that not getting himself ready for the First World War? Was that after the First World War?
Yeah, no. Before the First World War, he played as a professional. But after the war, he was one of Somerset's many amateurs, so he changed from a professional to an amateur.
Brilliant. Imagine that, playing for Somerset as a pro, going to war, and coming back and still turning out for Somerset. Brilliant stuff.
Amazing.
494 for 4 here. Kashif Ali there on your screen. He's been doing a lot of boundary sweeping this innings. He'll be relishing the opportunity to get another bat here at Taunton. Long on has been pushed back to Tom Banton. Had a little bit of a bonus with my my food voucher, as I told you, Charlie. Anyone in the ground that's a little bit peckish, the sausage rolls that look absolutely delightful are available in the stragglers and they're half price, so a great time to get yourself a little bit of a mid-afternoon snack if you're peckish.
Yeah, he came up here looking very pleased with himself.
I was over the moon. I've got one for me and one for Ron. He's always hungry.
Rew, pick up another one here. I mean, he's approaching his 150, but when your partner is approaching a 270, 280 mark. Start to lose, you know, if Rew was the leading partner, you'd be saying, oh, wow, look at Rew go. But at the moment, he's playing the supporting role while he's on 143. 500 nearly up. Could come up this ball. 496 for 4.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the way Rui's played the last hour. He's quite clearly identified his mate up the other end is in pretty dominant mode, and he's just reined himself back in. He's really smart, mature and very teamman-like batting so far from James Rew. Not to be understated how much having a solid buddy up the other end really does help your concentration, and my, Tom Banton has showed an awful lot of that today. Best I've seen him play.
Yeah.
And he's played some pretty awesome knocks in Somerset colours in his early career, but ticking over 300 balls face now.
A couple of words to the bowler there, I think, and maybe the bowler was giving him a few. Not sure he's in any place to start giving out having words with this batter.
Yeah, I think the Brooks lads were around Warwickshire, and I know Bant's played a bit of junior cricket for Warwickshire, I think I'm right in saying that. So they probably know each other, or he might know his older brother.
Yep. A few more words there. 268 is the next target for Banton. He's 3 short of that. That was the Hildreth innings in that incredible partnership, but it was against the MCCU, Cardiff MCCU, when they put on 450, Compton and Hildreth, which is the record partnership for Somerset. Hildreth contributed 268, while Banton here is on 265. So that's his next one in his sights. But they don't look rushed now, do they? There was a moment where they were, I guess there was the batting point on the line, when they were really going for it. They just slowed down again here. It looks so comfortable.
Just looking to play themselves back into the session. Ominous signs for Worcester, as he just late cuts to the backward point fielder. He does well to cut that off and you concede a run.
Nice little dab for a single. 266. Well, this is it now. People, in the end of your career, you look back and your high score is one which people look at, isn't it? Pete, I'm sure you know yours. What was yours?
154, a measly 154 not out. Declared on, absolutely devastated.
Who was your captain?
I did not want to be a team player. I wanted to carry on selfishly.
Who was it?
I would have thought it must have been.
Was it Trez?
Must have been Trez or Justin. No, probably Trez. I blame
5-4.
Trez.
Cut off in your prime.
I blame Trez for my measly 154.
No, that's a decent score, that.
You know me, Charlie. I was out there for a good time, not a long time.
Well, you're quite often.
Tickled fine. Could be 4. Gashi Valley in hot pursuit. He's done well to reel that in. They're going to pick up a couple of runs.
Your job was often to come and smash it a bit, wasn't it? You weren't always there as a...
I don't think I had the option of anything else, Charlie. 500 up for Somerset. 500 for 4.
That is very pleasing saying that, isn't it? 500 is not a score that teams make all that often. Certainly not when they're only 4 down.
And 3 down early for not too many as well. So, again, we've spoken about it. Not to understate the work of Tom Abel early on.
Yeah.
The 2 Toms really did weather the storm. Worcestershire came out scrapping after their collapse to 154, and I thought, oh, game on here, but the way the 2 Toms played nullified the attack, and then James Rew has just picked up where Tom Abel left off and is on the cusp of a 150 himself, on 146 at the moment.
Yes, Somerset, a reminder, we're 39 for 3. Must be a fairly good deck at Edgbaston. Sussex made 528 all out. Warwickshire 112 without loss in reply. Might be a draw there if that pitch doesn't start doing a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, how many did John Simpson end up with in that innings? Simpson, eh?
Simpson, eh? 181 not out.
Oh, that's a lovely start to the
yeah,
season.
that's not
as well,
bad, is it? But there is no doubt which batter is going to be making the headlines, I think, across the first round of matches so far, anyway.
We've got a birthday shout out from Emily Dedicote. Barry, wherever you are, my friend, happy 50th birthday. Tom Banton, by the way, has already got 5 of them today.
That's the 150 for James Rew, who brings up yet another batting landmark. And it shouldn't really be forgotten as well, because Banton is only able to continue as he's continuing because of how well his partner is doing at the other end too. So James Rew is going under the radar a little bit today, but 150, that's still a very, very good score. Not far behind Pete Trigo's best, I might add.
Yeah, he's played beautifully. We're used to the easy on the eye batting style of James Rew. He's got it all, James Rew. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He's clearly not just thinking about his own batting. He's consolidated for a while Tom Banton was absolutely flying, and he's picked up the rewards as well, ticking over 150. I think I'm right in saying that's his 9th first-class century already in what is such a young, very promising first-class career.
Now, I've kept mentioning my mate who I've helped out with his fantasy team. He's just texted me. He's 26th in the world at the moment. I think I've got a couple of drinks coming my way now. I hope Benjamin, wherever you're listening in, probably from London. Not bad. Make the most of it, because I'm probably not going to be much out for the rest of the season, but I've had one good round here.
26th in the world.
Yeah, that's not bad. I gave him the nod for Banton and Rew, and he's captained Rew, and he's put his vice-captain as Banton. So,
well, maybe we'll keep an eye on that through the season,
yeah.
Charlie.
Yeah. I'm invested in that team now. I don't have one for myself, but I actually really care how that team
Emotionally or financially?
Definitely not financially. Definitely not. Whipped away by Rew. 151. I will make way for Sam Dalling. He's going to come in. It's going to be your final stint of the day, Sam. And then we might even get a bit of Harry Everett.
Now that's worth waiting for. Sam's been on dad duty through the tea break. I caught him walking his newborn Millie up the stairs. Very cute couple. And of course the wife, Bex, as well. Let's not leave her out. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued support as we are witnessing a very special day's play here. Banton and Rew batted all day together here on day 2, and they are backing the truck up. Rew 151, Banton 266, 506 for 4.
Is that a general phrase, or is it a Trigoism, backing the truck up?
No, it's commonly used when you back the truck up. Fill the boot.
You got a broad idea of when you were in the field what the biggest partnership against you? You've done 300-400. Remember any times?
No, they normally sneak up on you. You normally hear them from the ground announcers. They normally mention, don't they, when you tick over certain milestones.
Oh no, sorry, but when you were fielding, any in the memory, long stints out there, people racking out runs?
I remember Graham Hick and Ben Smith both getting double hundreds. So Worcester versus Somerset, Worcester having the better of that game, and yeah, Graham Hick was just smacking it to all parts, and Ben Smith just cutting us to death and peeling off a massive score himself. I don't know the end result of that game, but it was quite tough to be involved in. Yeah, it's quite the challenge when you get that sense that it's you're not going to get a wicket, or it's got to be a mistake to get a wicket, and it's just it's a lonely old place out there when things aren't going your way in this great game that we love.
Yeah, lonely place to be a captain. This Bath in 04 are we talking about, maybe?
No, I don't. No, it was here.
Okay. 405 not out.
Early 2000s, I'd
Okay.
have thought. Yeah, that's probably the headline. Hick and Smith destroy Somerset.
18 years after scoring 405 not out in the corresponding fixture. 444 for free. I'm being 151, Smith 121, could that have been it? 274?
Yeah, I thought it was more than that, but there would have been a few. You'd have to bring the scorecards up that jog the memory. Yeah, Graham Hick, he was a sight to behold when he was going. You always over-celebrated if you got him cheaply.
Yeah.
He was a serious player. I mean, they had that era where you had Lehman, you had Ramps, Hick. Yeah, when Trez was back from England and flying as well, there were like 3 or 4 batters on the county circuit where you just, if you didn't get them cheaply, you knew you were in for a long day. As Bantz lofts over mid-on, it's plugged a little bit. It might just cut off. No, that's 4 runs. Come on now. It's definitely gone for 4. Come on, Waity. Yeah, not sure about that. There's no way you don't see that hitting the rope, in my opinion, but there we go. Only 2 for Banton.
Where are we then? 3, 6, 7.
See, even though he's moved to Worcester, still a bit of Yorkshireman in him.
Yeah. Why not? Umpire's cool. Umpire's cool. We've got to help out.
I don't know, Governor. I didn't see. It was about 6 inches away from his nose when that hit the rope. I'd have probably done the same.
Yeah, of course you would. Who do you reckon the current batters are now? Who are people thinking? Someone like Beddingham?
Keaton Jennings?
Yeah. Because to get that sort of reputation, you have to have done it over a number of years, right? That was the thing with Hick and Ramprakash, Trescothick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying there aren't great players around now, but there were a lot of, Trez, Ramps and Hick. They were like the 1,800 runs a year scorers, so they really earned that reputation of being incredibly dangerous. I mean, I think Ramps, if I'm right in saying, he got 2,000 one year, didn't he? I don't think there are too many batters out there that get sort of 12, 13, 14 and above year on, year out.
2258 in 1995. He got past 2003 times.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Ramps was, sheesh.
A couple more 1,500.
He was a bit of a sneaky accumulator. He was a great player. He played great shots, don't get me wrong, but he sort of like slid up. His score just slid up, and it was very consistent flow to it. But you bowled at like a Lehman and a Hick, and once you knew they were in, just a bit like Banton in this innings, actually, everything just thunders off of the bat, especially Hick, who's so powerful down the ground, where you'd get him here on a decent pitch, and instead of the wicketkeeper having sore hands at the end of the day, mid-on and mid-off, their hands were ringing. If they did get the chance to stop the ball, it was absolutely flying when it was stopped by them. So yeah, he was an immense player. I mean, I don't know what you end up with 150 first-class hundreds, just put it into something like context.
Goals in.
Banton very watchful this session so far. He's played that one lofted shot over mid-on, but for the most part he's having a good watch, taking care of his wicket still, even on 269.
Do you think that's an indication that they probably had that conversation at tea about what they're going to do tonight, and they've decided not to?
It's probably quite a difficult conversation as a coach or a captain to speak to the guy on 260 to tell them what you think they should bat like. But again, hopefully it's the power of his own mind that he's just thinking, right, I've got an opportunity here, and he sees all of those numbers and names ahead of him, and there's a little bit of an added motivation there. I mean, he's done a great job. I mean, his job is done, but like I said, there's very few times in a career you have the opportunity to put something extra special up on the board. He's in that realm now, but anything that starts with a 3 then really does start to get really special.
285 takes him into the top 10 in terms of scores. It takes him past Trez and into the top 10 first-class scores for Somerset, and presumably scores across all forms of cricket. I can't imagine many of this day scores higher than that. Is it Ali Brown got 250 once for Surrey in a 40-50 over game?
Yeah, wow, he was a player. The Lord.
Decent side that Surrey team, wasn't it? Brown.
Yeah, I think my first championship game was against Surrey, and it was Ward, Butcher, Stewart,
Good
Thorpe.
catch. Brilliant catch that. James Rew's wonderful innings of 152 has come to an end. He just punched that one back at Brooks. It was really close. It was actually harder for the bowler caught and bowled when it's right up at your body. It was an awkward height. He got both hands to it. James Rew's innings comes to an end for 152. That partnership comes to an end. 371. Finally on day 2, Worcestershire had a wicket.
Well, that drop catch only cost 120, but Rew has played a special knock there, 152, backing up his mate Tom Banton. What a partnership. Enjoying the applause as he leaves the Cooper Associates county ground up to the dressing room. There'll be many well-deserved pats on the back, no doubt. Let's just have a look at that replay. Yeah, he's played what you'd say is a pretty good drive there, and that's a fantastic catch from Ethan Brooks, just to give the Worcestershire team something to smile about.
Looks like Casey Aldridge on his way to the middle. So that partnership 371. It could well be the second highest partnership ever. I can't quite get it from these stats. I know the highest opening partnership was 346. And there was a 450 from Compo and Hildy, but
so this is the highest championship.
In theory, but there could have been a 420, for example. If there was a second wicket one that's higher than 370. Unlikely, probably, but you never know. Someone will know.
Brilliant knock, which brings Casey Aldridge to the crease. A little bit of a change in momentum for the man up the other end. Tom Banton will look eagerly on to see how that develops. Casey Aldridge has been padded up for, well, it probably feel like 3.5 weeks. But he's out there now.
At least probably got to take them off overnight. He's had them on it's fairly early this morning.
Yes, you don't want to understate the quality of that return catch from Ethan Brooks there. Always difficult when you're in your follow through to be able to change position there and catch that, but what a great job he's done there. Well done.
Probably done umpire Pollard a favour, is it, at this end? Because that was heading straight back at him and his hands were still in his pockets.
Yeah, you always worry sometimes with the strength and. Oh no! Polly was like Neo from the Matrix there. He was dodging bullets, wasn't he? Look at him.
Staying away.
Love to see that again.
He's on his caffeine gum.
Polly, that's exceptional.
Here we go.
If anyone has seen the Matrix, Neo when he gets bullets fired, he's already moving. God. Good reactions there from Polly.
Done him a disservice, haven't I? New batter then, finally. A chance to bowl at a new batter.
Yeah, Casey has emerged a number of times, showing some real good batting credentials. So, unfortunately, from a Worcestershire perspective, you've got Lewis, Gregory, Overton and Davey to follow. The man that scored the best one not out there's ever been. Jack Leach, lots of batting to go on. Don't think we'll be seeing them for a while.
Well, the plan would be next time we see them, probably Overton and Davey will be with ball in hand, whether that's tonight or tomorrow morning. I'd be tempted tonight. I know there's so much time in there. I'm just thinking Gareth Roderick, the last thing he wants to do after 130 overs of keeping is bat for half an hour tonight.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the Banton personal score element might change things.
Yeah, fair enough.
What have we got now? 15 overs. So he'll be close to club record. I would say the perfect, because you want the new ball in the morning.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like 8 overs max, because you want the ball to be fresh. 8 overs won't do too much to the new ball. So
you have to declare it 10 or 8.
4 overs you lose for the changeover. 2 overs for the changeover. Okay, so we've got what? Yeah, mass is horrific. 12 overs from now. Banton can just bat along and maybe start to open the shoulders as he did towards the back end of the previous session.
Well, if they decide, we might be able to know, because they don't have to tell him, right? So someone will come out with a pair of gloves and a drink and we've got to give him a bit of notice.
Yeah, I think it would be one of the instances where a personal achievement maybe does come into the mindset of the coach and captain. But again, there's a bit of water to go under the bridge before we're there. Banton's on 270, playing well.
There's that partnership. It dwarfed. There was a 100 partnership between Abel and Banton, and that, because of the context of it, looks tiny. 371 runs. We think second highest for Somerset in first class cricket. Potentially the highest in the county championship. I wonder if Dan Kingdom knows. Feels like the kind of thing he would know.
Do you have like a WhatsApp group of statisticians at your armoury?
Yes, it is now. It breaks the 3-4-6.
Oh, Banton's gone reverse sweep and he's going to pick up 4. Maybe that set of gloves was the countdown. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I mean, Banton scores so quickly when he starts the reverse sweep stuff. Wow, it's impossible to defend when he gets that thing going. First time I ever met Tom Banton was a second 11 game. I think it was against Kent, and he got 200, and he was reverse sweeping seamers. They had I've never seen a field like it, but he reverse swept about 150 of his 200 runs. I've never seen anything like it.
How old was he then, sorry?
Probably about 3.
Like scoring runs against Kent. Hasn't he got 2 T20 against them?
Yeah, that was a real sort of burst onto the scene moment, and I think the following season he played in the Royal London, so that would have been 2019, so maybe 2018, somewhere around there. Put into play, well, almost like a short third man, and a backward point, probably on a gully line to try and talk Tom Banton out of the reverse sweep. Just block those last couple of good deliveries there from Tom Hindley. 5:15 for 5 here. 124 overs of this innings have been bowled. Some tired bodies and minds out there. Somerset probably having a couple of meetings up in the dressing room of when they want to strike. Thanks to our sponsors, Harris Fowler, Medical Negligence Specialists. That doesn't sound very good, does it, Sam? No win, no fee. What's that one? That scenario where you have like your appendix out and they leave a scalpel in your stomach or something, that kind of thing.
I'm not sure that happens too often, but that would be painful.
Or a gauze or something like that. It sounds bad, doesn't it?
It's not great, is it? Yeah, these things do happen.
Excuse me, Doc. I think you've left something behind.
Just imagine that feeling of just you're counting the stuff back in. It's not on the floor. Aldridge yet to get off the mark. Ethan Brooks.
Well, they left something behind with my old man the other day. My dad fell over a couple of weeks ago and broke his neck. Ow. And he's had to have like the he's had his neck plated, and the X-ray is like Terminator stuff.
Yeah. Can't
Amazing.
go for an airport
it's
security.
Unbelievable.
Oh, is he all right?
Well, he's not all right. He broke his neck, but
that's what I mean.
He's
like,
as good as he can
he?
be after breaking your neck. He's lost a bit of movement in his right arm, which we're hoping will be just the inflammation and stuff. But yeah, he broke his neck, had an unstable fracture. So they've fused 4 of his thoracic and the whole of his neck. It's a nasty operation.
Yeah, that is. How long was he under for that?
Well, it was a long operation as well. Yeah, he was sort of early in the morning, didn't come out till sort of mid-afternoon, but. Yeah, they've done a grand job on him at Southmead Hospital, so thanks for that. Hopefully you haven't left your scalpel, sponge or anything like that.
But if they have,
you
know where to go.
I'm sure the X-rays will pick it up. He's actually he's moving better than he has done for years.
I mean, I can't bring myself to bring in with light-hearted stuff about that.
Well, I've tried. One of the best parts about the whole thing, it's quite a shock for a family when you have a loved one have a nasty accident like that. The only high point was some of the pain meds.
Yes, probably quite strong.
The opioids he was on. He got very conspiratorial. He was coming up with some great stories. He announced at one stage on day one when he was in hospital, he said, "Carol, I need new glasses." Why, Paul? Well, when I've got my glasses on, there are flowers everywhere, and when I take them off, they've disappeared. That'll be the painkillers, Dad.
That will.
And, if you're listening, Dad, hope you're well. Ethan Brooks into Tom Banton.
Wasn't expecting that tangent, actually.
Amazed I haven't told you already, actually.
No. Conspiratorial. It wasn't a conspiracy theory I was expecting. It's not one you hear often. There's not many internet forums around that.
He came up with a theory that the night porters were stealing things from the toilet and eBaying them through the night. That was another one of them.
There can't be that many things in the toilet to steal. I mean, toilet rolls, seats.
I have to admit, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I did go on eBay, a round meat toilet roll, any available, but there wasn't, so I'm pretty sure they weren't doing that.
Did he accuse anyone?
No. He didn't quite go that far.
Okay. Yeah, is he out of hospital now then?
Yeah, he's back home now.
Okay, good.
Bit of a stiff neck, but apart from that, he's
would
doing
do.
all right.
Yeah, he would do. Good first name though. Same name as my old man.
Paul.
Western based, is he?
Yeah. He's probably been outside of Western Supermarket 2 or 3 times in his life.
Dabble. Maybe a little bit edgy.
A little bit of an under edge or something.
Yeah. Try something.
Certainly bounced before slip, but that's
another look.
Oh yeah.
Trying to open the face out. That's right. Got it quite where he wanted.
Sort of like soft hand, dead batted it. Benefit of the doubt to Casey there. He's played that with nice soft hands into the ground. A little bit of miscommunication there with the running, something you often get with a new partnership, just trying to feel out what looks like a run with the guy up the other end. mean, that is one of the features of the innings as well, on top of the quality stroke making. Banton and Rew, they didn't miss out on any runs. They ran the first one hard if there was a sniff of a two, so doing all the right things. LBW shout there from Hindley and Odrick. No, pitched outside leg. And going down, I would have thought. Good decision there from Martin Saggers. And the reverse sweep hasn't quite got hold of that. Bit of glove on it. Looking to create ways to score, Tom Banton at the moment. Feels like something's going to happen. Just a one. Back foot punch out to the cover sweeper. Banton on to 275.
Got a bit of golf tonight? Saturday evening?
Wow, it's such a lovely day. I might just nip out and give it a little flick around.
I think
Work
Mrs.
on
T
the
will
old.
appreciate that. She won't want you putting in the front room again.
Mate, I'm quite keen on getting this putter into the wild.
Is it a newbie, is it?
I've got a little bit of a putter collection. I mean, it's the make or break of a round how you putt, really, if you're a reasonable golfer. And I've got sort of like a naughty step of putters that sort of have misbehaved from time to time. So occasionally one goes cold, you bring out a new one and try and make a few of those pesky 12-footers. Got a change of bowling here at the Marcus Truscothic stand end. Tom Taylor, if I'm not mistaken, back into the attack.
I'm afraid you are mistaken.
I am mistaken.
Yeah.
I need to, hang on, let me put my goggles back on. Allison, there we go. It's amazing what these glasses do.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they? No flowers though. You won't see any flowers.
No flowers, no.
On.
Yeah, we had a conversation about glasses, didn't we? Being a glasses where I'm not quite full time, but it's coming.
I tried to as a kid. I always just tried to avoid it. And now I can't really see without them, so they're pretty crucial.
Yeah, some days if I have, too much driving, you get a few headaches, put the glasses back on, headaches go, and I can actually see better, but don't like wearing them. I'm quite keen on, I'm quite happy with seeing blurs, to be honest. It's all right. Allison into Banton, just angling into the pads.
Trez back in his glasses, didn't he? Back end of career.
Yeah, he did.
You never fancied it.
I did try it last season, but just so uncomfortable, and I think at point of contact I've probably got my eyes closed anyway, so I don't think it makes too much difference.
Straight out of the coaching manual, that one. That's why you got your own bat range.
Thanks, yeah.
Oh, Banton dismissive. He's got hold of that one. One bounce into the Truscothic stand end. And that one definitely went for four.
I was thinking it, I wasn't going to say it. There's no denying it. Just in his zone, that, isn't it? Right in his slot. Even if he's not on 270 odd.
I think he's going to force one of those fielders to drop back at anything over pitch. He's just going to open his shoulders and swing through. He's presented a beautiful straight bat the whole innings. I think that's been the real standout feature of all the work that he's done.
Just be one that. Fielder down at fine leg.
280 now for Tom Banton.
$17 overs left after today. Decent over rate actually. Only about an hour or so's play. 6 o'clock scheduled finish. Conversation going on here between Skipper D'Oliveira, Older Allison. I think that's Matthew Waite as well involved.
Yes. Popping a slip in here as the new batter Casey Aldridge is on strike. as we discussed yesterday, Alison's actions always just pushing the ball into the stumps.
See, Ashley Giles was interesting on that because Harry asked him about it and he said it looks like he can't, but actually he can. He has got that one that goes away.
Just decided not to bowl it. Fair enough.
I was waiting for that. What do you reckon? Trade Nation, we're gonna have the win predictor at the end of the over. What do you think it's going to say, Triggs?
I think the algorithm will sense that the wicket's very good. So I think the Worcester win will be flat as you're at. And I don't think that's going to be much percent at all, if any, maybe even 0. I think draw will probably be the talking point. I think it'll throw up a reasonably strong potential of a draw. I'm thinking I'm going to go with 1 Worcester win, 19 draw, 80 Somerset.
I can draw a bit lower, 15 draw, but I see what you're saying. And even 15 I think is a bit high. We need some kind of countdown music, don't we? Wow.
0-2-98. Optimism from the Trade Nation Gremlin.
Well, I suppose there are still well over 200 overs left in the game. So Somerset would have at least 3 new balls. But to say 2, would you...
0%? Is there ever 0%?
Probably rounding down, isn't it? From
I agree with it. I do think it's 0%, but... Oh, what's happened there? Tom Banton's sort of like... I think he's got caught up in the gloves, the wrists. He's nearly dragged it onto the stumps, and then he's nearly done a Jonty Rhodes 98 World Cup and cleaned the stumps up himself. Let's have a replay of that. A lot's gone on. Yeah, caught up in the hands. It's oh, crikey me.
He was in more danger of destroying his own stumps there, I think.
Desperate not to get out. That's
like
what that
yeah.
smells of to me. Brilliant. 281 and still diving on the grenade. Oh, big slog sweep there from Bant. Inside edge, he's running hard, showing great fitness to come back for 2. He's been out there all day and he's scampered like a good one. In and out. Picks up 2 more runs. Who's he creeping up on now, Sam? As we have a look at a replay of Banton's sprawling dive to save himself.
Well, with that run, he's level with Marcus Edwards-Trescothick's 284 against Northamptonshire.
That was a good knock, that.
Back in 2007. 1 more takes him into the top 10.
Let's have a look at that scorecard.
He already got 100 in that game. 6-4-1 for 6 Somerset made in that game. 32 not out for 23 balls from the man next to me. A couple of 6s, so that counts as an innings for you.
How did we go in the game?
Didn't win the game.
Importantly.
Maybe rain. Must have been some rain. Because you batted for 146. And there was a... They declared... A bit flat in that one, was it?
Just throw it.
Because they were only 2 down following on. You must have lost time in that game. 250. Yeah, you've only had 250 overs there.
Two pairs of Banton's batting boots up there. Burnt hole in the sole by the looks of it. 284. Somerset 530 for 5 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 16 overs left in the day's play. The hot debate at the moment is, will Somerset have a bowl this evening? In full control. There's time left in the game. 2 whole days of cracking sunshine, a wearing pitch showing signs of spin. All roads lead to Valhalla for Somerset at the moment.
Still a slip in for Casey Aldridge and a man catching a straightish mid-wicket. Tough day. Demoralising day for Worcestershire. Aldridge has got 5. Let's have a look at what's going on elsewhere, shall we? Why not? A 6 declared, 582 for 6, Surrey 63 for 1. Burns and Pope at the crease, Sibley is the man out. Next 3 batters in are Jamie Smith, Ben Folkes, Dan Lawrence. So that's a decent middle order for Surrey.
Allison running in hard. Trying to make something happen for his team. Casey Aldridge is shaped up well so far.
Fielder down there, so we'll just be 1. You ever make a 100 in any form, 2s or anything like that?
In a season.
What was your top score? In any form?
What did I get? 218. Got a couple of double hundreds in second level cricket.
Absolutely shattered at the end of them.
Couple of club ones. No, they didn't take long, mate.
Club double hundreds are good. Is good going in a 50 over game.
Yeah, I think I got out with about 10 overs to go on one. I was savage.
End of the over then. 533 for 5. Charlie Taylor is going to come back in alongside Triggs. Not quite for the rest of the day. I think Harry Everett's going to pop up and do a guest stint after he's finished doing his football work as well.
Cheers, Sam. Good to see you. Go back to doing your duties as father. Yeah, the powers of concentration. One of the main skills as a batter, and Bance has batted, what, 330 odd balls already. He's been out there all day today. Records tumbling, and he's certainly in sight of Justin Langer's highest top score. He's swept hard to the square leg boundary for 4. 290 now for Tom Banton.
Into the nervous 290s, as we say. Wow, what an innings, what a day. One of those innings where you'll say to yourself, I know where I was exactly that moment when Banton hit that huge.
I was here longingly looking at my sausage roll that I haven't managed to eat yet, because I don't want to leave the chair as Tom Banton sweeps again and sweeps hard. Another 4, 294. Boundaries have been peppered today. Tom Banton is in prime form. For those that are here today in the ground and watching on the live stream, you've been treated to an absolute masterclass. Hardly a false shot in the hours that he's been out there.
And it really is hours. You know, that's another thing to bear in mind, the time. Building an innings like this. The patience.
Just trying to dab that one into the offside. Play and miss. A rare play and miss. Another loose ball. Cut away. Will it make the boundary? No. Good fielding out there on the boundary.
7.5 hours. Just have a look. Cool. Including obviously yesterday, so that includes the break overnight, but still he's been at the crease 7.5 hours.
That's a long haul flight, that, Charlie.
Yeah.
Whew. 7.5 hours. Could have watched 3 films. Yeah, it is a real special knock. Hildy's 303 is now very much in sight.
Well, absolutely. Who's he overtaken with? Those couple of fours has probably put him, beyond Palare from 1896. This is the sort of level we're talking about now.
Matt Wood is next.
Matt Wood in 2005 against Yorkshire here.
The Devon Bomber.
Who scored 297 in that one. Incredible that we're talking about records tumbling from 1896.
Yeah, there is a comment out there. Taunton is too flat. Well, that's... I'll look back at that in maybe a day's time. It's very different.
Worcestershire were out for 154.
Yeah, when you've been out there fielding and bowling attack of the quality of Somerset, I feel like there's enough in the wicket. There's enough pace in the wicket, and I really do think it's going to spin.
Tom Banton's high score before today was 133. He's now 162 runs beyond that, so it really is smashing his best. His PB, his ceiling has gone way higher.
We've gone double spin. Brett Dollar, Vera onto bowl now. Will we see the array of sweeps from Tom Banton we've come accustomed to down here in the southwest?
Proper cricket shot, takes him within 4. Just one short of Wood scoring against Yorkshire.
I mean, it really is it's an incredible personal tally, isn't it? To get
this is insane. What we're watching.
296 runs in one sitting. Really is quite the achievement, however long it lasts for. I hope it goes for a little bit longer.
He's nearly doubled Worcestershire's score by himself here. Double Worcestershire's score would be 308. So 12 runs away from doing that. Shows the sort of the difference.
Yeah, it's going to put the Worcester rear guard under immense pressure. The benefit of being so far ahead of the game is the field settings that you can set. You can have men around the bat. Any false step, you'll be in trouble. You've got an international quality spinner, a young spinner who's been successful. You've got a 4-pronged seam attack of bowlers that offer different things. You've got the pace of Aldridge.
Just a reminder that the team score, and I'm focusing on Banton rightly when it's a day like this, but 543. That 400 lead is not far off now.
Yeah, I think
389 is the lead.
I think the double spin, I've just noticed on the scoreboard, the over rate's -1. Worcester would not want to lose that one bonus point they've got at this stage. No. So I think that's probably part of the reason. Sniffing a potential declaration, and Brett D'Oliveira has gone double spin just to try and get that one over back as quickly as possible.
many English players for Somerset have gone above 300. Quick look down the list, those above 300. Langer, Richards, Langer, Cook, Smith, then you've got Gimlet and Hildreth, so not many English lads who've got to be on there. A lot of the overseas players.
Oh,
there's runs there. Good shot, Hildreth.
Serious power there from the tall frame of Casey Aldridge, whistling back past the bowler and umpire. Got a little bit of scoot across the Daffabet sheet that's on the outfield. It certainly picked up pace across that and rattled into the boundary.
When these mammoth stints go on, you see sort of Joe Root at international level doing it. Just wonder physically what your body's going through. Constantly crouching, focus obviously we've talked about, but physically, as Banton now moves into 8th position on biggest scores in an innings ever for Somerset in first class cricket. He overtakes Matt Wood, goes to 298.
I reckon, looking forward to 5 or 6 hours, I reckon he's going to have one hell of a night's sleep.
Yeah. Probably feeling a bit stiff in the morning. I suspect if he says to Lewis Gregory, look, can you just hide me in the field somewhere, and Somerset do start bowling again, I'm sure that Gregory will be happy to oblige.
Knowing Bance, he'll be out there in the warm-up, in the football, trying to score. I know he keeps a goal tally of how many warm-up goals he scores throughout the season. He'll be full tilt in warm-up, running around.
Hearing you talk about Banton going full tilt in the football warm-up does make me slightly worried, though.
Yeah, he used to sort of call himself. He was like, I play like Salah, don't I? I was like, salad. Yeah, he fancies himself as a bit of a striker.
Banton is on strike here. He's 2 runs away from a 100. He would be just the 7th Somerset player to do that. Langer managed it twice. Well, that was there to hit, but he's only going to pick up the 1. Moves to 299.
299, Charlie. Wow. Amazing stuff.
There's the tension around the ground, isn't it? You can sort of feel that nervousness from the fans. Desperate for him to get to that 300. Dot ball there, so he stays off strike. Aldridge on 11. I mentioned it too. I was chatting to some of the fans downstairs, saying actually your partner's really important at this point as well.
Oh, not a run out. Not a run out, please. Thanks for that, Case. We've been out here for 7 hours and you're just going to dab and run. Cheers, pal.
Well, I was just saying your partner's quite important at this point. Now, Banton did get stuck behind the bowler a bit there, so I wonder whether, had there been a run out, whether Worcestershire might have said, you know what, actually, he's on 299.
I love this. They bring the fielders in. The guy's on 299. I don't think he's going to do anything drastic at this stage, but, you know.
You never know.
Arbitrary field change just because of 1 run. Will it bring the wicket they want? He comes down the wicket and hacks it through mid-wicket, raises his arms. 300 up for Tom Banton. What a day. Records tumbling. Enjoy the applause, young man. What a great knock we've witnessed here today.
This is something special. Remember this moment. Where were you when Tom Banton brought up his 300? Only the 7th man wearing a Somerset shirt to manage it. This is a special day for Somerset County Cricket Club, and in particular, Tom Banton. 300 not out.
Yeah, it had to be something special to keep me away from my sausage roll, and this is well worth it. A real defining moment in the career of Tom Banton. A triple century, as Justin Langer used to call it, the Platinum Club. Welcome to the Platinum Club.
That is a serious score, isn't it? 300. Last time we saw it happen was 2009 when James Hildreth managed it against Warwickshire.
I mean, sorry, Charlie, I'm just trying to think what's going to happen. I mean, now you're into. I mean, it's going to be such a tough decision, and I think, like, for the game, not that I don't think Somerset need 2 days necessarily to bowl Worcestershire out, but you know, you've got a guy who's on the cusp of the club record, not too far away. 11 overs left. Do they want that little spell at Worcester, or are they just happy to continue witnessing this incredibly special achievement from Tom Banton? For me, I wouldn't be declaring. I just couldn't do it.
It's tough, isn't it? Because these guys are such close mates, such close friends, and we know how important this would be for Banton. How special a moment it is for a player who's worked so hard.
I mean, if this was day 3, I think it's a different conversation. But two whole days, and let's be fair.
Or if the weather was different.
From a tactical point of view, the more time those guys have spent running around the sort of Jack Leach, Archie Vaughan landing area, tactically there's a bit of sense to it as well. Get the ball, get the wicket older, more roughed up, because I do think spin's going to play a massive part in the success of the second innings for Somerset. So I think there's quite a legitimate tactical reason why you just let them continue into tomorrow morning, and also the mental toll of these lads having the day that they've had, knowing they've got to pitch up tomorrow and do some more fielding, and I think that will be equally as challenging for the Worcester team.
Let's see that moment again.
Probably the worst shot he's played.
Yeah,
in
it was
the whole
a poor
innings.
shot, actually, wasn't it? Just got it over the man. He had to quickly think, no, we only want the one. And then there was a bit of a Chris Gale celebration going on here. We've seen that before here at Taunton. Look how happy he is.
Yeah.
Tired but happy.
Silhouette that celebration. I'll make a great photo at the top of the stairs in the Banton house.
Oh, we might have a champagne moment of the season. We've got certainly an option in the first game here as that goes it's gone all the way. Lost sight of that. It's gone for 4 in the end, but he came charging out the crease. Beautiful shot. And he overtakes James Hildreth. So he is now the 7th highest scorer for Somerset in one innings.
That's an exceptional shot. Inside out, over extra cover. 4 runs. He's done it all today, Tom Banton.
Yeah, leave that one alone, I think. Let's not give away. He just watched it past the bat. Banton 306 now.
Oh, that was interesting bit of cricket. That they're running out of. Well, they've ran out of ideas. Brett D'Oliveira trying to buy a wicket with a wide delivery. Bant's having none of it. Knocks one down the ground.
It's just having watched so much of Banton when he really wanted him to succeed because he knew that he had this talent in him and he just couldn't get going. He didn't look right. He was a bit fidgety at the crease. The change, what we saw the starts of it last season, and now this has been fantastic to watch. I'm so really pleased for him. And he's gone. No, he hasn't. It's Aldridge. Calm down. Aldridge goes for 13. Just a little nick behind. And another one goes. 560 for 6.
Where's Banton going?
Banton is sticking around.
The bat goes down. He's waiting for a drink. I'm happy about that. I thought he was trudging off with Casey Aldridge, who's got a big part to play in the rest of this game. He's been dismissed for 13, caught behind. A nice reward there for Captain Dolliver. A little bit of spin away. Tried to create an angle there and just got the edge through to wicket-keeper Gareth Roderick. He'd be happy to get one in the gloves. Off Aldridge trudges. Lewis Gregory, Somerset captain, striding out.
Mel, all this good news for Somerset. I'm afraid I do have some bad news to bring you. And that is that the New Zealand seaman Matt Henry's return to Somerset has been indefinitely delayed as he recovers from injury. He was supposed to join on the 7th of April. He's going through, apparently, to quote the New Zealand medical team, a phased rehabilitation programme, which does not sound great.
That sounds like he's got a laminated rehab programme on his desk. That doesn't sound. That sounds like my worst nightmare, a phased return to cricket programme.
Fingers crossed that isn't sort of the end of that. Well, hopefully we will see him here at Taunton at some point, but it won't be as early as Somerset will have hoped.
Well, back to the action here. Lewis Gregory strides out. The very capable batting of Lewis Gregory. Very clean striker of the ball himself. 561 for 6. Somerset. Banton on quite magnificent 307 runs off 358 balls.
It's incredible, really, when you hear it like that. Brilliant.
Oh, he's nearly picked up another one.
Well, I could have had a hat-trick ball then on a day like this where there wasn't any wickets in 2 sessions. Lewis Gregory trying to slap it. Great deal of footwork going on there. See it in. Did you get yourself in then, Lewis? No, thanks. I'll just slap this one away. .561. A lead of 407. Now, what's that? Is that big? Is that an English sheepdog? I'm not good at breeds. That looks like one to me.
I only know them as the Dulux dogs, aren't they?
Yeah, some people. Yeah, you've got to be careful. I always have to think twice about that. Because there's another company that sounds like Dulux. You have to make sure you know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I constantly get them mixed up. Which makes for some awkward conversations at B&Q. 562 for 6.
What colours do you have?
Gregory straight back to the bowler, Tom Hinley. Captain's first bat of the season. He's a laid-back captain, but there's a lot of pressure on him. He's got to play as many games as possible. Someone who has had injury issues through the past. He'll manage his workload, I'm sure, but it is a risk, isn't it, when you have one of your fast bowlers as a captain. Naturally, there's rotation. Problem is, Somerset's vice captain's also a fast bowler, so got to make sure you rotate them in the right games. Straight back to him again.
Doesn't look like Lewis wants to slow the rate down. He's just looking to get himself going.
Yeah, I do enjoy watching Lewis Gregory bat.
Decent over there from Hinley. Got a couple of googlies, if I'm not mistaken, in there as well.
Yeah, his figures don't look great, but it's not really down to him, this situation that Worcestershire are in. Largely down to a superb innings from Tom Banton, 308 not out. Still going.
8 overs remaining in the day. I think we can safely chalk off the idea that there's going to be a declaration, bar a Banton dismissal. And he's gone big, and he's nailed that into the stand. Maybe a bit of an under edge on it, but he's got enough of it to take it for another boundary. Takes him to 312.
Yeah, so he's overtaken Harold Gimblett and Graham Smith with that one shot there. Gimblett from 1948, Smith from 2005.
Another fielder's gone out onto the leg side boundary.
This is now the 5th highest innings in Somerset's history.
Jimmy Cook's 313 is next. And there it is, he equals one of
there it is, yeah.
Somerset greats from the 80s.
Yeah. Oh, he had some big seasons, didn't he, Jimmy Cook? Crikey.
Great player,
1990,
great bloke.
That was at Cardiff.
Great Tash.
Yeah. Good era for Tashes, obviously. He had a big bushy one, didn't he? Jimmy Cook.
I remember trying to tease him once and asking him what he looked like without a tash, and he didn't even know. He said, I grew it at 16 and it's never left my lip.
The next one above that is 315, so he's so close to that too. I mean, his records really are tumbling here.
Number 2, that's a man you don't mind going past as a Somerset player. 322, Sir Isaac Vivian Richards.
Yep. Famously against Warwickshire here in 1985. That fantastic picture of him in front of the old scoreboard, where the temporary stand goes now. He's with his back, isn't he? There, the scoreboard behind him. Yeah, what a day. Stephen Lamb often talks about that day, doesn't he? He was here watching that one. I expect I'll be talking about this in the future. I was here watching this one.
Well, be part of history. Sunday, the 27th of April, Somerset women take on Lancashire in their first professional game here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Lots going on, and if you're talking about history, it's certainly being made today. We're on the cusp of something very, very special here.
Banton on strike will pick up one. So he now moves to, by himself, 4th biggest score, rather than being joint 4th. He is now 4th. He puts Jimmy down to 5th. Jimmy Cook.
I think with the way that Banton's looking to sweep, I think there's a good chance we might see the record broken if he's still in at close of play.
Yeah.
7 overs to go.
What does he need? He needs another 30, 28.
Well, he's certainly capable of
29
hitting,
to beat it. Sorry.
He's capable of hitting half of those in 1 over, the way that if he gets a couple of those sweeps away.
Gregory's off the mark.
Powerful shot through, almost through the bowler's arms, and then I think Jake Libby at mid-on has dived over that one as it races away to the boundary. Yeah, half a... Yeah, probably just sums up Worcester's day, that.
Yeah, this is a day to forget for Worcestershire, I'm afraid. Very much a day to remember for Somerset fans and players. Not one to forget.
What's a little googly there?
Gregory dangling the bat in a bit late, but surviving that one. It's going to be a single. So Banton back on strike. How's he still moving?
Youth.
For so long.
Youth. He's got youth on his side.
Yeah, that does help.
He's enjoying himself out there, you can tell.
Well, it won't come along very often. You know, he may do it again, but it won't come along very often in his career. Oh, he's got a bit of an inside edge there.
Yeah, no matter how good you are, these sort of scores are... Yeah, I mean, if you get anywhere near this once, twice in a career, you've had a miraculous career. This could be the one. Make the most of it.
Yeah, I think that'd be going through my mind, is just enjoy this. Don't throw it away, enjoy it. So he moves to 315, I think. Is he on 3-1-4? Maybe he's on 3-1-4, might be overcounting. Scoreboard says 3-1-4. Let's go with that.
Brett D'Oliveira
Banton's on 1.
deliberating whether to go again. Is he going to bowl another over? Looks like he is. He's going to remove his cap and give it to the umpire, Paul Pollard.
There's the
Trescothick stand end.
Lovely Jeff. Photographer Jeff Roberts.
Good old Jeff.
Yeah. Cracking badminton player, Jeff.
Is he really?
Yeah.
First time I sort of spent time with him, he travelled around with us when we did a charity bike ride. He was the jelly baby man. Oh, he's not quite got hold of it. Is it going to be caught?
Oh,
it's been dropped by weight at mid-on. Banton's gone for the big shot. A bit of an inside half. It was a tough chance. But you really want to be taking that when there's a guy on 313 diving forward, low down. And he spilled that chance. Oh, he's got there comfortably as well.
Yeah, should be taken.
Maybe a little bit of karma there for not calling that ball for earlier on.
Well, they might live to regret dropping Banton on 314. How many more has he got in the tank? But he moves to 315 actually, because he came through for the run, which draws him level on the third biggest score by a Somerset player in the club's history. That was Justin Langer against Middlesex in 2007 here in Taunton. So he's level with that now.
Oh, Lewis.
Gregory.
Very T20 mode there. Rocks back on to the back foot and swats it straight back over mid-on into the boundary. One bounce for 4.
Well, this is the luxury that Banton's innings gives to Gregory, isn't it? May as well just come out, play those kind of shots. If you lose your wicket, so what?
Yeah, that's a real sort of T20-esque shot there.
Yeah.
Hitting that so straight.
Keeps the strike, obviously. Playing it up to the offside now. Better looking red ball shot that for a single.
Right, what are we going to see here? I'm surprised he hasn't gone for the reverse sweep, but I suppose there is it's kind of protected. He's swept on the leg side well. Low trajectory of Brett D'Oliveira's spin. He might be worried about the LBW potentially with the sweep shot. He's just going to knock it down the ground and peel off another run.
So he overtakes Langer. Langer pushed down to 4th. He's also first, Langer, but that innings has been pushed to 4th, and Banton now 3-1-7. Not out. They did add on the extra run. I thought there was another one in there. Yeah, 3-1-7 he is.
Well, there doesn't seem to be too much going on in the Somerset dressing room in terms of bowlers with whites on. I see someone with whites on, but I think that is probably Craig Overton with his pads. So, yeah, I don't think there's any sign of a declaration. And
Craig, yeah.
Over to you, Tom Banton, if you want it. It's there for you.
Well, the thing is, Tom's out with his skipper now in the middle.
Yeah, there's the tall frame of Craig Overton.
Banton on strike. 317 in the air. He's going to bounce in front of the fielder. He'll come round. He'll only pick up a single. I don't think he'll mind. All the runs now are getting him closer to Somerset's highest ever total. So a reminder, for a single player in one innings, Justin Langer made 342 in 2006 against Surrey at Guildford. That is Somerset's highest ever score by an individual batter. Gregory. He's having a funny innings the other end.
I'm going to boo if they declare.
Yeah?
I'm going to get on the balcony and boo.
I don't think you'd be the only one. I think the fans want to see this
It's a nice piece of bowling there from Hindley, that googly. I don't think Lewis is quite picking him at the moment. He's defeated him on the outside edge a couple of times. That's what we want. Banton back on strike.
Yeah. Viv Richards, on that famous day here in 1985, scored 322 against Warwickshire. Oh, he's reaching there. He's going to be given as a wide.
Was that harsh from the umpire, or was that outside the... Pretty much have to go outside the wide line. Yeah,
oh, yeah, it got wider, really, didn't it? Yeah. Banton, you see him getting himself back up to his feet there. He did look a bit tired.
Oh,
full toss.
Freebie.
4 runs. He draws level with Viv Richards. 322. He's now joint second on Somerset's leaderboard of individual scores.
No, that's got to feel good. If he knows that, he's just drawn level with the great man, Sir Viv Richards.
Oh dear. That's a name you don't mind drawing level with. And he'll go ahead of him. And it goes for 4. And Tom Banton is the new second place. Highest run scorer ever for Somerset. Only behind Justin Langer. That's what's in his sights. He moves to 326, which means he's just 16 runs short of that, Peter.
Well, Viv only made 322, so, you know. I mean, it's just amazing. I just think there's a lot of people on the balcony at the moment, but I just think they're there, just enjoying what they're seeing,
witnessing history.
Yeah, I mean this is tremendous stuff. Lewis, read the script. 4 overs to go. Dab it. Get a 1. Get Banton back on strike.
Yeah, there they are. They know something special's happening.
He's within touching distance now. What is it? Was it 16?
17 runs. Yeah, 17 of overtaking. Yeah.
If Banton faces enough balls in the last, what have we got, 24 to go.
With the spinners on as well, he'll fancy those sweep shots.
This could be the most special of special days here for Tom Banton and the Somerset team. And the fans, of course.
Yeah, a word for James Rew and Tom Abel, who really did help set this up, this partnership, this innings by Tom Banton. You can only be as good as your partner, really, in that they've got to be there. This goes down the ground off Gregory, all the way.
Lewis, that was supposed to be a 1.
He's not reading the script, is he? Got a long way to catch up with Tom.
Yeah, I don't think it's time sensitive. He'll have tomorrow morning, yeah. if he's still in. Probably be a little bit of a psychological blow to get the Worcester boys back into the field for a short while in the morning. But I suppose selfishly, we've seen so much of it today. We want him to tick over that score tonight. That would be the ideal end to what's been a magnificent day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We hope you have enjoyed watching on the live stream, and if you're here live in the ground, I'm actually amazed that the ground isn't filling up, let alone a few people disappearing off to catch their trains.
Gregory knocking this for a single, which will be Banton on strike.
Single that gets one of the bigger cheers of the day.
Of the top 6 scores ever in the county championship, 3 of them are against Somerset. None of them are for Somerset. The 6th place one is on 357, so still a little while off that yet. But it would be Somerset's first entry.
Edgbaston, Taunton, Leicester, Taunton, Oval.
That is the 600. Somerset, the 600. I'll say that again.
How many points do we get extra one for that?
Yeah, we're on about 15 bonus points now, aren't we? 601 for 6.
Oh,
Down the crown from
Lewis.
Gregory. It's going to bounce in front of the rope a couple of times.
One bounce into the boards in front of us in the Trescothic stand. One ball remaining in this over, and kind of hope we're seeing Banton on strike at the start of the next one. Been a quite magnificent change in momentum in this game from the first session of day one, or the first hour in particular. It was all Worcester, but Somerset have been immense.
Yeah, 604 for 6. Somerset at one point were 39 for 3. That's got to be one of the big turnarounds, hasn't it?
This Alfie Ogborn out there running a drink out to his teammate. Wonder if he's got any words of advice. Come on, Tom. Tom might not know.
Would you rather know or not know?
I think you'd want to know. I think you'd want to know. You're playing that well. You're in control. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued support. One of our many excellent partners. I hope they are watching and enjoying the show. Banton 327 not out.
I need an update from my mate, see where he's gone up to in the world rankings now. In his fantasy team. He was up to 11th at one point.
In the world?
In the world, he was up to 11th in the world. And this was a
quite,
team.
Is it a worldwide thing, county championship?
I think so. I mean, most of the players will be in England, won't they? But I just think you can play from wherever in the world. But he was texting me late on Thursday night. Mate, I need your help. Who should I put in? Who's going to be good at Somerset?
Oh, we've got to change bowling. Kashif Ali bowling his first ball of the innings. Sam talked up his wrist spin. And he started it with a no ball. Landed it nicely though.
Yeah, that's tough, isn't it? You've been in the field the entire day. Oh, Kashif, do you want to go and bowl at a batter who's on 327?
Well, in fairness, he can only go well, really, can't he? Well, not much can go wrong in the last couple of overs.
Yeah,
If he got him out, he'd be saying, Skipper, why didn't you put me on earlier?
No, that's just a single there. I think Banton's happy with singles at the moment, isn't he? Just ticking off the runs. 14 short of that record score. Gregory, he's not going to stick around. We'll have a look. Took a very edgy shot, nearly put it into the fielder at short third's throat, but in the end, gets away with it.
I'd love to go back 5 years and ask Tom Banton, do you reckon you'd be able to bat all day? I wonder what his reply would have been a few years ago. He's just on the edge of doing exactly that.
Yeah. Yeah, not out overnight. Maybe not out 2 nights in a row. That's
what was he on overnight? 80. So he did a fair
84.
bit of fair old stint on day one as well.
He did, and he played brilliantly. And he's
sweep.
sweeping here. That's going to be cut off, I think. They're going to have to bear in mind they're running as well, because Banton's legs have got to be. I know he's saying he's young and he's fit, but surely his legs are aching a bit. Probably not as quick between the wickets as you were yesterday when you were fresh. That's the last thing you want, isn't it? A run out.
Nicely bowled. It's been a good over so far from Kashif Ali. I don't think we're going to see the. I don't think we're going to see the 342 today, unless Bants really does get a few away. I think if the message is you've got a bit of time tomorrow as well, he might just consolidate for the next 18 balls that we have left in today. Sorry, we only have 12 balls left, 2 overs remaining. It's probably going to have to take a chance to get there today. You know what, pal? Just knock it around. Come back tomorrow after the world's best night's sleep and biggest Nando's you've ever had. I'm really trying for this Nando's sponsorship, you know.
Yeah, I was listening to you yesterday talk about your go-to.
Everyone's got a go-to.
Bit of a chat going on between 4 Worcestershire players, including the captain and the wicket-keeper. And one of the umpire. They're going to have a look at the ball. I'm surprised we haven't actually seen this yet.
It's popped. It's popped.
Yeah. And you can see the ring, the gauge come out. Having a look. That's a wagon wheel you don't see the likes of every day. Quite a lot of 4s there.
It's full, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a good juicy wagon wheel, that. Yeah, he's hit 54s.
Stop talking about food, Charlie. I still haven't had my sausage roll. I'm starving.
Sausage roll is grown feet, walking away.
You used to have a wagon wheel in your packed lunch when you were a school kid?
Have a wagon wheel. Yeah, 373 balls, 54s, 1-6. That's quite interesting. You mentioned that earlier on. 1-6 in all of that. It just shows actually his game is different now. He's got a red ball game that he plays. 50 times as many 4s as there are 6s.
That's a lot of runs. That's
200 runs just in 4s.
329.
Rew hit a couple of 6s while he was here. Gregory's hit one.
It's amazing. Sometimes you look down at the live stream and you just catch a sentence, and the first one that caught my eye was dog drool creates reverse swing, and I was like, what is that conversation all about? Dog drool creates reverse swing. Might have to test that one day. Yeah, a couple of close your eye moments for the bowlers there as we have a look at those bowling figures. Brett D'Oliveira continuing. Oh, Tom Banton's top edged it. Is D'Oliveira going to take the catch? Oh, he's dropped it! Brett D'Oliveira has dropped Tom Banton on 329. It was a swirler, a steepler, and he's given him another life. Woo!
Banton dropped on 329. He was also dropped on 314.
That's not a bad habit to have, being dropped in the 300s, but come on, Tom. Oh, Lewis, well struck, all the way for 6. Lewis Gregory just sits deep in his crease and has belted that back over the bowler's head for 6. Really is rubbing salt into the wound now of the Worcestershire men. The bowling figures are taking a hammering. 3 catches dropped. 1 had major consequences. The Rew dropped. The Banton ones, you know,
yeah, damage is done, isn't it?
The horse has already bolted, but
no,
even still,
I mean, that 2 hands to it.
That would have had, because it was a top edge sweep, that would have had a lot of spin on it. But so it was a tough chance. But if you can't catch them off your own bowling,
it's a much tougher chance than the one that was put down off Rew for sure. But still, that'll be a single. Banton will have another go. 50 partnership came up in amongst all of that, which is a pretty paltry partnership by the standards of what we've seen today. But
are you trying to get a Nando's sponsorship as well?
Yeah.
Banton on strike, 330 not out.
I actually thought about dinner to get that sorted.
12 runs away for the Somerset all-time club record for individual score. Does he want to rush it, or is he going to leave dessert for tomorrow?
Couple of 6s, easy.
Oh, lovely shot over extra cover. He's going to pick up a boundary. 8 runs.
He's 8 runs away from the all-time greatest Somerset score. This is special. The lead is 467 now. Pick up another one here. Just 7 runs short, and he'll keep the strike. That's the last ball, isn't it? He'll keep the strike, and he's 7 runs short.
That's the important thing. He's back on strike.
Pete, what do you do? What do you do? 7 runs, 1 over to go.
I think even if he got it now, I think Somerset would still bat for a little bit tomorrow. So, I don't know. I just want him to get it.
But as Banton, would you say, right, I'm definitely going to get these 7 runs here?
I mean, the guy's on 335. I mean, it's just, you've completed the game today.
Yeah.
Cricket. How much does a record like that mean to you? I mean, I genuinely don't think it would mean heaps now, but at some stage in life, it really would.
Yeah. When you look back
to be
on
top
a career,
of that tree,
yeah.
And it's such a big score. I know. Viv's stood for 30 odd plus years, 40 years. That would take an immense achievement to ever break that.
Yeah.
Again,
well, yeah,
what a position to be in.
Banton on strike.
So I think Kashif Ali's style of bowling is quite hard to get after as well. I think it would be real high risk for him to try and chase those boundaries in this over, because there's an element of unpredictability about a part-time bowler as well. You can't really trust running at it. The sweepers are out,
but you might get a bad ball.
Well,
Keep
that's
an eye out
probably
for that.
That's what you'd be trying to feed off. He's got probably the worst ball bowled today. Did he nick it? It's going to go for 4. He's given it as bias. Boo, Martin Saggers. What are you doing? He's missed the worst ball he's been bowled all day. Somehow.
I did say there'd be a bad ball. That was one.
I mean, if ever there was a ball to hit for 4 or 6, that was the one. I mean, I suppose you got to throw the old fatigue element in. He must be absolutely hanging out there. Keep going, Thomas.
4 balls to come today. He's hit that into a gap.
Swatted that away. It's going to be 4.
Oh,
he's within a hit.
3 away from the all-time greatest score for Somerset.
Ooh, I've got goosebumps. This is awesome.
Oh my goodness, we've not seen this for a very long time. It might be something which we've never seen ever here in a Somerset shirt.
It's been amazing to watch, but can he just rubber stamp himself at the top of the tree? He's in elite company already.
3
he
balls
has
to
the
come.
chance of etching himself into history. He's gone for a sweep. He's got something on it. He's running away to the boundary. Has he got the legs? Run harder.
Comes back for 2. It'll be 2.
Is that glove? I think he's going to give it as leg buys.
Oh, he's giving it as leg buys.
Martin Saggers again.
Oh.
Boom.
Still 2 runs to the total, but not, crucially, to Banton's score. 2 balls to come. 3 runs short of this all-time greatest Somerset score. To poor
there
ball.
it is. It's an absolute horrible. It's over the fielder.
He's done it.
It's 4. Tom Banton is Somerset's all-time highest run scorer. Unbelievable day. Well done, Tom Banton. The whole ground stands to what is a lifetime achievement award here. Tom Banton, I salute you. We all do here. That is absolutely unbelievable batting.
Tom Banton is the GOAT for Somerset. The greatest score of all time in a Somerset shirt. I'm close to tears.
Did he do it with a 6? What a man.
Hit for 6. Last ball. And he's going to pick up a run on this one as well. He cannot stop scoring. 344 he finishes the day on. Tom Banton, take a bow. He's batted all day.
That is something very, very special we've witnessed here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Everyone on their feet, and maybe a bit more tomorrow. What a day we've had here. If you've been on the live stream, we hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. If you're in the ground, it's been the best 20 quid you've ever spent. Charlie, what are your thoughts?
I wasn't supposed to be here today. It was a late sub last night.
You have Harry to thank.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you to everyone who's been with us today, especially those who joined us towards the end. And Tom Banton has brought up the highest Somerset score ever. He's overtaken Justin Langer, who made 342 against Surrey at Guildford in 2006. But now, at the top of that board, 344 unbeaten runs is Tom Banton, and he may well be back here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. I know I will be. I'm sure you will be as well, watching to see just how far he can take it.
I'm stopping here for the night. Unbelievable day's play here. We hope you've enjoyed it. As I said, as much as we have. We're on our feet. Hope you are at home. And we will see you bright and early, 10 to 11 tomorrow morning for day 3 in the Ross 8 County Championship. Good night.
Cold